Retail workers of Reddit, what was your get the fuck out experience with a customer? Not me saying the get the fuck out part, but my manager on my behalf. I'd recently had a very bad experience in my first paid job, and I quit because I felt so insecure about my appearance and ability in a typical work environment. I have a chondroplastic dwarfism, making me 4 feet tall and disproportionate. So instead I was volunteering in a small town charity shop to gain some confidence again. My manager knew all about this. I was in the back room when this guy comes in and rings the bell. I walk in and he just stares at me, laughs and says, "Is this Santa's workshop?" I just stand there and my manager, who is at the till, says coldly, "Excuse me?" And the guy looks taken aback. "Sorry, I did not expect to see someone like that here." They both look at me and I just awkwardly said something like, "Well, I'm," and shrugged. And it would have been fine until he then said, "So, do you make the toys?" My manager walked out from behind the counter, pointed to the door, and said flatly, "Do not disrespect my staff. Get out." He started apologizing. Out. He still seemed to find the whole situation hilarious and left. Man, I miss that manager. She was the best. Thank you, Bianca. I was 18 and worked at a local grocery store in the produce department. Beyond regular duties, we made fruit trays on weekends. Nothing fancy, just a variety of cut up fruit in large red bowls. Dude comes in after 10 p.m. We close at 11 and asks for a tray with specific fruits. I tell him we unfortunately don't make custom trays. The 16-year-old dude who is also on shift with me overhears and tells him it's slower tonight, so he can do it for him. He says okay, good. No gratefulness displayed at all. This coworker of mine is legit always extra kind to customers. It's legitimately admirable. 20 minutes later my coworker comes out of the back room and presents it to this customer. He immediately starts screaming at him about how bad it looks. He yells things like "That looks like absolute shit. Fuck. Are you an idiot?" I run over to see what the problem is. The fruit tray looks absolutely standard, but this guy isn't having it. He smashes it on the ground and keeps screaming about how we are retarded and how we have wasted his time. I snap. I tell him to get the fuck out. He postures up. Keep in mind this guy is like in his 40s, ready to fight some teenagers over a fruit tray. Numerous other employees run over and yell for him to get out. He says, "I'll be back for all of you retards," and runs toward and out the sliding doors. All this on camera luckily, so management calls the cops regarding his actions and that last threat. They ended up arresting him later on because apparently he also had some warrants. Hope the fruit was worth it, as whole. Worked at a mechanic shop. My job was to greet customers and get general information, VIN, trouble with car, etc. Guy comes in for his appointment that he had driven about an hour for. Conversation started normal. I ask for name, mileage, etc. Then out of the blue the guy starts talking about politics. Or fuck, I think. I just kind of nod along while filling out papers and such. Then out of the blue he starts talking about how netcars are ruining this country. This was when Obama was president, so I guess that's how he got there. Like I said, I wasn't really paying attention up until that point. We are on the service drive and have like 6 other cars with customers, and this guy is using that kind of language. So I told him he had to go. We can't help him with his car. Well, he gets pissy and loud and gets up in my face. I was playing college football at the time as a D lineman, and he was an older small man, so I chuckle. Well, he didn't like that and demanded to speak to my manager. Now I'm really grinning. So I go to my manager's office and explain what happened. My manager, a black man, says oh fuck no, and comes out to talk to the guy. Well, as soon as the guy saw my manager he wasn't as confident as he has been with me. Manager tells him we aren't working on his car and don't bother coming back. Ah, that was a funny day. I worked at a ski resort when I was younger, fitting boots and sizing skis, ECT, a ski rental shop. My first year I worked at basically the Walmart of rentals, the cheapest option and the biggest store. So the week of Christmas, there are lines out the door every single day. I remember seeing my 2-week paycheck after the 2 weeks around Christmas, and I worked 119 hours. It was absolute insanity. For another reference, the closest town had a permanent residency of less than 10k people, but during Christmas it jumped up to 70k people trying to enjoy their vacation in the same spot. So one of these days it's business as usual, a quarter-mile line out the door, non-stop craziness. I'm at the bench closest to the door, helping a lady when this kid walks up to my bench. I asked if I could help him, and he said he had reserved rentals online and he wanted to pick them up. I said this is our store name. If that's where you reserved, you'll need to get in the back of the line and we'll help you as soon as we can. This 13-year-old kid said this is faking bullshit in front of the customer I was helping. I told him that quite literally every piece of equipment in our store was reserved. Every single person in front of you has a reservation as well, and we have to help everyone. He started insulting me personally, saying I was a stupid bitch, and that he was going to report us to anyone he could, because we weren't letting him skip hundreds of people doing the exact same thing he was doing. I think what pissed him off more is that I'm 6 feet 3 inches and big. He was maybe 5 feet something, and 120 lbs, so when he called me a stupid bitch, I literally laughed in his face. I was at no point threatened by this child, and at first it was funny. The first lady left, I'm ignore laughing at this kid and asking the next person to come up, and he starts yelling cuss words at me because I'm not helping him. Up until this point, my manager had been a complete dick, and I was not a fan of him. But he'd had enough of the Christmas rush as well, and it was a perfect person to let off some steam on. I went and got my manager and told him this kid was personally attacking me and yelling cuss words in front of customers. So he walks up to the kid and says, I'm sorry for the confusion. What's your name so I can take a look at your reservation? And the kid lights up thinking he finally beat the system, and he gets in front of everyone for throwing a beach fit. My manager goes and finds his reservation. It's digital, but I'm pretty sure he printed it off for the added dramatic effect. Comes back and says I found it. He proceeds to rip it in half in front of his face. Don't ever treat someone that's trying to help you like that. You are never allowed in our store again. And with every other store in town also being completely 100% booked on equipment, good luck skiing this week. I still didn't like the guy, but I respected him 1 point more for the rest of the season for standing up for me. This tale takes place roughly 22 years ago at a community college bookstore. As with any college bookstore, the start of the semesters were incredibly busy. In order to help ease the insanity in our small store, we set up a table outside the front door for doing returns. And that's where I was stationed for the day. People got in line. They got to me. I processed the paperwork for their return and sent them inside for the cashiers. This is an important point. I had no cash, no ability to process cards. Just me, a table, a stack of paper, and some pens. That's it. Well, a middle-aged lady gets to me. She is obviously not lacking in funds. Her son has dropped all his classes, and she is returning his books. Okay, cool. I do all the paperwork, hand her back the document and direct her inside. And she goes ballistic that she has to wait in line again. I mean, starting nuclear wars ballistic. The customers in line behind her actually went to my manager to file formal statements about her behavior. Not mine. Hers. Because they knew I'd take a break and shake it off. Everyone has bad days. And I know that I have the customers' statements to back me up. A few days pass and the manager gets a call. It's the president of the college with a complaint. The woman called the president of the college to complain about me. So my manager and I head off to a meeting with the president and the woman. We walked in calm and polite. The woman tells her tirade, still screaming and cursing. My manager pulls out the statements and without a word hands them to the president. The president calmly read them. I don't remember exactly what he said, but I do remember watching the woman turn more and more red. I do remember the word entitled used a whole lot. And I do remember him saying, "Don't waste my time ever again," before he showed her the door. I worked in a big box home improvement store for about 3 years. I worked my way up to a sales position that was pretty high up. I got the job because everyone knew I could take a lot of sheet to make a sale. But even I had a line. I got assigned to oversee another salesman's install because he had passed away due to a heart attack. While at the customer's home, I had been briefly involved in the beginning for some advice from the other salesman. so naturally it got pawned off on me. I did some research on the customer. A quick Google search was all I needed. It turns out he was a pretty creepy dude. He had lured women with a high-end job in his natural oil company and basically extorted them for nudes. I figured I'd just get the install finished and be done with him. But of course things never work out that smooth with guys like this. Right off the bat he was shit-talking the salesman that had passed away. I had to multiple times ask him to stop. He was always making up bullshit stories and damaging the product we had already installed to get discounts. And that was just the beginning point. Fast forward about a month later, and the majority of his install is finished. Due to some vendor issues, some of the product had arrived wrong. So I scheduled a second install date and got the product fast tracked. Then customer then proceeded to decide that he was gonna remodel his home and screw up almost everything we had already installed and blame everything on us. I made multiple phone calls daily to try and communicate with him and resolve the issue, but he would never answer my phone calls and would always call the store manager later and complain. Everyone at the store knew the stupid game he was playing and never let him get anywhere. Anyways, during this period I got offered a better job elsewhere. I gladly took it and moved on and left the store to deal with this demon of a man. A few weeks later I came to visit my coworker and sure enough the customer was sitting at her desk berating her about the same bullshit that he spewed at me while I worked with him. As soon as he saw me he came over and started to get in my face. He apparently didn't listen to my voicemail letting him know I was no longer working for said store. I said something along the lines of, "You need to relax. I no longer work here and am not obligated to take your harassment." He made some snooty remark about that it was a good thing and he knew I got fired when I stopped calling him. I responded with, "Get off your faking high horse and be a decent human being. This whole mess is your fault. I didn't even wanna work with you in the first place. I know you're a faking pervert and everyone here working with you does too." He stood there and his mouth dropped. I just walked away and left the store. My old manager called me later that day and said that customer threw a fit after I left and said he was never coming back. Not gonna lie, it felt pretty great to be able to get back in the guy's face. Not many people get the chance without repercussions. I'm Canadian. We had a new employee. The customer called the store, asked how much a product would be if we ordered it. He quoted a product in US dollars instead of Canadian dollars by mistake. She came in, demanding we sell her the product for the amount quoted on the phone. We would have lost money by selling it at that price. I tried to explain this to her. I'm here trying to support local business. You're not supporting local business by stealing money. If we had sold her that product, we would have made negative $200. It still amazes me how few people understand how retail works, like people who buy a $2,000 TV. We didn't make $2,000 when we sold you that TV. We made $200. Samsung made $1,800. Buying that TV supported the salary of one employee for one shift. You can't come back 4 years later and demand special treatment, like you handed us $2,000 and we all went out and bought new coats. Edit. Since there are people defending this lady, we did what we could to accommodate people. We offered the product in Canadian dollars with zero margin, with no profit or loss to the company. She would have received the product at a price lower than any other business in the country, but she demanded we honor the telephone price. At this point a good employee will not buckle. I'm here, and I'm paid to make the company more money than I'm paid. This customer was unreasonable, loud, and demoralizing one of our employees on his first day. This is not acceptable. I had never seen this customer before nor since, and I'm happy to have lost their business to protect the company's interest and the well-being of our people. Supervisor in a coffee joint in a mall on the first Saturday after Christmas. We'd just gotten the new manager who was a recent hire and she pretty much chased all of the old guard off with her newfound lust for power and replaced them with the most apathetic teenagers she could find. We were incredibly busy and, although we were technically fully staffed, these were all kids who didn't know what they were doing, partly because they didn't want to put in the effort of learning, partly because our manager's idea of training around the holidays was a joke. and I needed a faking break point about 3 minutes into me downing a desperately needed glass of water and handful of almonds so I could get back to it. One of the 16-year-old aspiring SoundCloud rappers pokes his head back and says, "Bro, this dude wants to talk to you." My return message of "I'll be out there in a couple minutes, I'm on a break" was met with a concerning "he said he doesn't care." I wait a couple more minutes before I go back out there, and as soon as I'm out the swinging door to the back, there's a 40-something-year-old couple clutching blended coffee drinks, 2 small dogs in a Victorian-looking bassinet, and a demand to know who the hell I think I'm taking a break like that. I'm sorry, sir, but I needed water, and I needed food. I needed a minute. You're a terrible manager. Your employees are hopeless. This took forever. Various other sentences that end in a capitalized adjective. Sir, these are new hires. It is the holiday season. I'm absolutely not the manager, just a supervisor, and we are doing our best. And then he said it. I remember it verbatim, because it was one of the last straws that got me to leave that dead-end job. Fuck you and fuck your best. Well, there goes, sir. You got your drinks. The only reason you're still here is to jump down my throat, which is keeping me from keeping all these other people from having their orders backed up. So get out. Now. 2 weeks later, I got out too. I had just started working at an exchange store that only buys and sells tech. While still learning the ropes, I bought a laptop off a customer and tested it, then after purchase did a factory reset. About 2 weeks later, a guy comes in and buys said laptop. Good business, no problem. The next day the customer comes, enraging, saying there is child porn and violent rap/snuff porn on the laptop, and he bought it for his teenage daughter who found the files. Shit starts hitting the fan. He is threatening to go to the police and local news unless he is compensated for the incident. I'm panicking because my boss is saying if it goes through I will be dismissed, as he is typing an email to the higher ups about the incident. I'm confused because I know for a fact I checked the files and there was no media on there of that sort, on top of the fact I completely factory reset the laptop and installed a new OS. So on my break I take the laptop downstairs to the break area and start investigating. To my surprise, it isn't that hard to find out when a file was modified or put onto the laptop and find out that the horrible porn on the laptop was put on the day prior. Not only that, the files were inside a folder on the desktop and the folder was named porn, and I'm not so incompetent to have not seen that when testing it before I bought it, so I mention it to my boss. The next day the guy walks back into the shop with 2 guys from the local paper threatening to tell them everything if he isn't aptly compensated. Ironically, we have the police waiting for him and he is arrested for the possession of child porn, and to add to that we had 2 local reporters he so kindly dragged along with him to get the scoop on this disgusting con man. Turns out he didn't have a daughter and was put on the search offender list. I didn't look into if he did jail time, but Jesus Christ, all I was thinking when the police was taken away is how much I wanted to just shout as much obscene shit at him as he was leaving the store. I had been a third key for a well-hated but national video game store chain for almost 2 years when I finally had the opportunity to tell someone to get the fuck out. A little background: it was coming up to the release of the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, and the back stock of the last generation of systems was getting quite large company wide, so a sale was being run on the systems. In addition, a free second pre-owned controller was being included. The district manager had decided and mandated that it was a good idea to put stacks of boxes of live systems out on the floor to show that sale was going on. A gentleman had come in and was poking around the store. I greeted him to acknowledge that he was noticed and I was ready to help him. Immediately he started acting suspicious by testing the doors of cabinets, checking accessories if they were indeed locked, and he pushed an empty display box for the Xbox One with his foot to see if there was anything in it. Another gentleman had come in and asked for a PlayStation 3 and a handful of games. I turned my back to grab the games out of the behind post drawers, and when I turned back around about 45 seconds later, I noticed that a stack of Xbox 360s had suddenly gotten one shorter and had cut tape where the system used to be. Being the only person in the store relatively later in the evening, I exclaimed, "Oh shit," as I noticed the suspicious guy from before had disappeared. bowing my head in defeat that I wasn't able to protect my product from theft and that I would be hearing about it the next day from my manager. I headed towards the storeroom to grab a system for the paying customer. I was suddenly greeted by the sound of squeaking styrofoam against cardboard from behind a display shelf full of Nintendo Wii games. As I turned to my right, I witnessed the sketchball of a man on his knees with a black Xbox 360 stuffed halfway in his backpack. Completely bewildered to why this dumbass hadn't just dipped out of the store. After grabbing the system, I finally remembered that this idiot was trying to steal my sheet, and I walked over to him and said, "What in the hell are you doing?" Suddenly the man turned up and looked at me like a dog sheeting on the floor, and getting caught, he decided to tell me it said it had 2 controllers, so I was just making sure that it was in the box. With a dumbfounded look on my face, I pointed to the door and said the awaited words, "Get the fuck out of my store," and watched as the scumbag pulled this box out of his backpack and sprinted out of the store before I had a chance to call security. TLDR, caught a thief in the act and promptly kicked him out without any loss. He still only made $0.03 in trading credit. I work for a storage company, and our policy for customers is once they are 2 weeks past due on rent, we put one of our locks on their unit. This one lady, whose name I will remember until the end of days, would climb over the fence and damaged it in multiple spots because she was 300+ pounds, sneak into the building and break open the door so she could sleep in her unit, even though she lived in the apartments across the street. The first time she did it, she didn't even bother putting her lock on the unit when she was done, so we replaced the hasp and put 2 locks on it. I even stayed late to tell her when she tried to climb the fence that if she did it again we were going to call the police on her for trespassing and destruction of property. Surprise surprise, as soon as I left she did it again. I show up the next morning and she's passed out naked in her unit with the door completely ripped off the tracks. It was a roll-up door with the hasp cut out of it with an angle grinder. I go to the office and call the police, with her running up to the office, still naked, banging on the door saying she's going to kill me if I'm on the phone with the police. Decided customer service didn't matter at this point and told her to fuck off since the police were on their way. Instead of her going back to the unit to put her clothes on and be arrested with dignity, she tries to climb the fence naked, finally gets over as the cops show up and attempted to run away. So let's see here, multiple counts of trespassing, since we had it all on our security cameras, damage to private property, indecent exposure, evading arrest, assault, for threatening me, and when the cops went with me to her unit they found a fuck ton of cocaine and heroin, so possession with intent to distribute. Going to court for that as a witness was great, because she tried to defend herself, and she called me a lying cracker who wants to see her N-word go to jail for doing nothing wrong, when I told the story in court. Fun times. Was a supervisor in a store where people could trade in goods for other second-hand stuff. One guy stands out, and I had a lot of imbeciles I dealt with over my 7 years there. This guy had previously bought a phone from us and came back demanding we give him his money back or a new phone as the one we sold him had a crack. As it's second-hand, we may have missed the hairline crack during our testing, no biggie, so we swapped it. Thought that was the end. About a month later he's the first customer of the day and he is cussing us out because his phone isn't working. He has a warranty, so we take the phone, open up the casing, and what do we see? The phone is water damaged 100%, not how we would have sold it, since that is the first thing checked during a test. We tell him his warranty is void. Him and his wife freak out and start shouting, saying they'll stay there all day and tell others to not shop with us. I'm like, you're wasting your time, at least I'm paid to be here. Obviously doesn't like that, but he also slips up by saying, if I had known it was water damaged, don't you think I would have pulled the sticker off so you guys wouldn't notice? Guy straight up confirms he's a fraud, keeps demanding his money back. At this point I call center security, tell them what's up. They come in and say he has to leave. He's like, this is a public place. I decide to chime in and state this is private property. He's banned and he can GTFO. Guy won't leave when security demand it, so they get on the radio to the cops as the guy's now technically trespassing. His dumb harpy of a wife screeches at him and they both hightail it out. All before I'd had my morning tea. Back when I was an undergrad, I worked part-time at a Mass's. One day I get this customer who says he is looking for a sports jacket that he saw listed on the website and he wanted to buy it at the store. I told him no problem, let me check and see if we have it. So I check on my computer and nope, we don't have any in stock. So I tell him that I can just place an order and he can pick it up in a few days. No, I'm going to be out of town. So I told him that we can have it shipped directly to him. No, I want it today. I told him that I can check and see if another Masses had it. I already drove all the way here. I told him, well, you saw it online, right? Why not order it from the website? Apparently that set him off. He said, I really don't like your smartest tone right now. I just have him a what the fuck look and said, sir, I'm trying to help you and you're not helping me by literally rejecting every option we have. Why not try buying something similar? No, I want that one. I bet your manager can get me what I want. He's gonna tell you the same thing I just told you. Oh, we'll just see about that. You'll be lucky if you have a job left after this blah 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 blah. I really didn't pay attention to his ranting as I was calling the manager and giving the guy the middle finger with my eyes. So when my manager gets down to where I'm, he looks at the guy and just says, oh, it's you. Do I need to call security again? I had such a big shit-eating grin on my face as whole customer starts screaming at the both of us and says, this is bullshit, I am going to report both of you to corporate. I just start laughing and say, dude, didn't he just tell you to get the fuck out? Apparently he wasn't expecting that and just stared at us. My boss is trying to keep a straight face at this point and says, well, you heard him, get the fuck out. When I was working at the local McD's in the small town I lived in, we would get some sketchy people coming in. This one dirty middle-aged guy in not so nice clothes came in every day for about a month. Was nothing too weird in particular, only that he would fish in our trash cans for the coffee stickers thing for a free coffee. He would come in with a coffee cup and ask for a refill, even though we never served him before that day. The usual crackhead thing, right? Well, my manager and I were working late, around 9:30ish, and he starts pouring salt in his shoes, shakes them, and then pours out the salt onto the floor. Obviously we are like, what the fuck? Now my manager is my friend and we know each other pretty well, and she's incredibly awesome at what she does, but confrontations with sketchy customers are not her thing, and she prefers to have somebody with her, preferably with someone tall, just in case. So she takes me and goes up to the guy and tells him not to do that because one, don't take your shoes off in the lobby as with messes with sanitary rules and this guy had no socks on, and two, he making a mess with his now feet. Salt point. Now my manager is definitely in my top 5 most beautiful and nicest people I've ever met, and I assume that she gets a lot of unwanted flirtations in her life. But he proceeds to aggressively flirt with her to bargain and starts pulling up his shirt and unzips his pants. Needless to say, I don't think she needed me for that confrontation because she did not take that well and told him straight up, you need to leave right faking now or I'll call the police, and believe me, you do not want to deal with them today. Her father is the main sheriff. He left cussing us out while we banned him from the restaurant. Never saw him again. She gave me a free meal card as apology for seeing her like that. I was just surprised she didn't murder the guy. No other customers came in after that, so we chilled until our shifts ended. TLDR, some sketchy guy tried to get with it with my manager and she did not take it well. Kelsey, you're awesome and I miss you. Worked at a rural gas station / beer barn. A very large muscular man came in, grabbed a bunch of quarts of oil, and walked out the door. I walked top the door and saw him walking to the diesel pumps where his $500,000 of E was. Unsure what to do, I yelled, make sure you bring the empties back in so we can get the price. He just responded by giving me the finger and yelling cuss words. I went back in and told my coworker and we were like, what the fuck? A few minutes go by and the guy comes in. He starts yelling immediately, walks up to the register where I am and gets into my face. He's yelling all kinds of things at me which escalates to telling me he's going to rip my head off my shoulders. Now this guy was big, real big. I'm 6 feet 5 inches, but rather skinny. He had several inches on me and looked like a bundle of steroids. About the time he's threatening to rip my head off, another customer walks in behind crazy man. Now, the new customer happens to be a regular and a monster of man. He was dump truck driver type and about 7 feet tall. I'm not kidding. The man was a hardened, very quiet but intimidating man who only ever wanted his beer. He walks up behind crazy man and asks if there's a problem. Crazy guy turned around and had to look up to him. Nothing really happened, except crazy guy mumbled a few things and left. Turns out, guy was an account holder and knew my boss. After my boss learned of it, he closed the guy's account. Then they got into a fight at a bar a few weeks later over the incident. The guy was an ex-NFL player. He had some charity things, spoke at events and whatnot about steroid abuse as he was an ex-user. Well, he was a current user it turns out. When I was 19 I worked as a manager at a Dollar Tree. The first of every month was always the most hectic because of food stamps, which, unfortunately for us, not a great day because it was only 3 employees inside the store including myself. Lines are building up and a woman and her 20-something daughter come to the line with over 60 items. When total comes up and she uses WIC, she cannot remember her PIN. Happens, I get it. I told her we'll have to move it over to an empty cash register to clear my conveyor so that we don't hold anyone up. 4+ people in each of our 2 lines now. She complied, woo, and I continue ringing up customers. She takes 5 steps from me and calls friends/family to find out what the password is, and after slightly less than 5 minutes says she knows it now. I say awesome. At this point, she starts moving my customers' items back while she cuts every customer to place all of her items back on the belt. Every customer is like what the fuck, and I stop her and tell her that she needs to get to the back of the line, and she pulls out the let me speak to your manager at a screech that could be heard from the city over. I calmly say no problem, bend down, turn around, and pop my head back up and say how can I help you? Every customer starts laughing, including her daughter, and starts cursing at me like the Wicked Witch of the West. This was the point when I told her to leave the store, to which she just went to the other line, and I told the employee not ring her up. She blew up in anger and left the store with her daughter apologizing to everyone. TLDR, I told a customer to leave. Former athletic shoe store manager here. Although the store is aplenty, one as whole mama bear mother stands out above the rest. 2005 Ike. The shoe to have for ladies going back to school was a Nike Sharks R4 in silver/white/pink. Just my medium volume store had gone over 100 unit sales, and at the time, that was huge for a $135 shoe. It was 2 days before school started, and this entitled, fairly well-off woman who we knew to be not very nice walks in at the peak of business and says to the cashier, who is ringing up a line of customers, and demands to be waited on immediately. Cashier calls for my AM, as he was closest, and the lady says, go get me a size 8 in those pink Sharks. My AM politely tells her that we have one single pair left and a size 6.5, and he asked her if there was anything else that won't work, and offered to show her the other colors we did have. The lady gets busy. Then you need to order this shoe for me and get it here for the first day of school, Wednesday. My AM explains that due to the overwhelming popularity of that shoe across the company, we were unable to do inter-store orders for that shoe. It was essentially sold out everywhere. She says, and I had made my way over by this point. Then you get your ass on the goddamn phone right now and find a store that does have it. You are gonna get me that shoe. I step in. I explain why that was not possible due to the fact we had customers in the store and the business level was extreme. I offered to give her the phone numbers for all of our stores in the extended area. She went nuts. My daughter wants that showed that shoe only, and she is gonna have that faking shoe, and you are gonna get it for me. At that point it became a tough love situation. Ma'am, I had more than 100 pairs of that shoe on August 1st. Here it is 2 days before school, and because you procrastinated, you think you are going to come in here and bully my staff into fixing your mistake. It just can't be done. She already told her goddamn friends she was getting these shoes. She has to have them. Now get on it. I am not leaving until you have this shoe on the way. My AM, who was just one of those guys who could push buttons, chimed it. Lady, it is only a shoe. Come on, this was like gasoline on a tire fire. You stupid motherfuckers don't understand who you are dealing with. I am not leaving without that shoe. She continued this for 2 straight minutes. I looked at her and said, ma'am, you need to leave. I'm going to set a timer on my watch. If you are still here in 5 minutes, I will call the police and have you removed. Consider yourself trespassed from this store. Permanently. I walked away. She grumbled and watched me set a timer. She stood there for about 2 minutes and my AM said to her, "He is serious." She grabbed her purse and stormed out, never to be seen again. Her money was not worth her trouble. Many years ago I worked at an electrical retailer in the UK. A grimy looking family came in and started acting shifty, having over-exaggerated discussions on washing machines, asking ridiculous questions about our returns policy. They bought a reasonably expensive Hotpoint washing machine from us and wanted to take it with them that day, which we were happy to do. They paid cash. They took their washing machine, loaded it into the back of their van, and we watched them drive over to the McDonald's on the other side of the trading park. About an hour later they drove back and said that we'd sold them the wrong machine. They'd gotten it home, unwrapped it, and it was the wrong machine. We told them to bring it on in, and we'd sort it. They went out to their van and brought in a clearly different, dirty, obviously second-hand Indesit washing machine. Oh, and they didn't want an exchange. Just a refund. With every alarm bell ringing, my boss and I had a quick scan through the security cameras. Sure enough, they had driven to McD's and come straight back. Whilst I was running the refund through, my boss called the police, who turned up, had a little look in the back of their van where, unsurprisingly, a brand new Hotpoint washer, still in its wrap. They were carted off by the cops. Didn't get charged, unfortunately, but it was a definite get the fuck out moment. If they'd only been more patient and less greedy and gone home for a few hours first, they probably would have gotten away with it. Knowing how much my boss would adhere to the customer is always right principle. I was just on shift and watching, but it's the best thing I ever saw in retail. Was working at a ski rental / tune shop in Breckenridge that was run by this same husband and wife for like 30 years. We were pretty close to the base, so we got a lot of tune work for people that realized last minute they really needed some work done. This lady comes in with her skis and she wants the works done and wants them right away so she doesn't lose a day on the hill. Well, it's peak season and we are slammed, but we had a rush charge of like $40 and we can get them to her in like 2 to 3 hours. This isn't going to cut it for this lady, and she starts flipping shit on the guy who handled the tune shop and how the charge is bullshit and we should be able to get her skis done faster. etc. The shop guy is super mellow with her and is very polite the whole time, but she's not letting off. After a few minutes the owner hears all this going on and comes out. He's this giant 6 feet 5 inches ex-rugby player from Texas, but he's also about to retire. So his demeanor is a combo of slow-going southern cowboy and getting extra slow from getting older. He slowly ambles up and leans on the counter and asks what the problem is. She starts in about how terrible the shop guy is and how she needs her skis done right away and blah blah blah. He lets her get up ahead of steam and mid-sentence he just goes, "You're fired." She's delighted and turns to the shop guy. "See, that's what you get for your terrible customer service." And the owner turns to her and says, "Not him. I'm firing you as a customer. Take your skis and get out." She's more shocked than anyone I've ever seen in my life. "Are you serious right now?" "Yup." He's so mellow and easygoing about it, she doesn't know how to respond and just grabs her stuff, storms out of the shop. He turns to us and goes, "You get to fire one per season. Make sure it's a good one," and slowly heads back into the office. Watching her switch from the joyous "I beached until someone lost their job" to the defeat of getting fired as a customer is something I'll hold dear for the rest of my life. I used to work at GameStop. As everybody knows, you can trade older games and systems in for store credit or cash. Because of this, the local police department deemed us a pawn shop, and we had to follow all the state laws regarding a pawn shop. This included needing a driver's license in order to trade or sell your games, and a thumbprint on the store copy of the receipt. One day a gentleman brought in a single game and wanted to trade it in for store credit. I explained everything to him, and he was fine with it. He had his little brother pick out a new game, and then he completed the trade and was on his way. About an hour later a very irate woman comes in with the younger brother and demands to talk to the person who let her little boy trade in his game. This escalated quickly because she was insisting that she be given the receipts to see who did the trade. By law we can't hand that over, so she called the cops. The older brother shows up about the same time the cops do, and the police officer removes the family from the store so he can sort things out. The mom calms down and decides that the game the younger brother got isn't bad and stops demanding to reverse the trade. The police officer does the usual thing and runs the driver's licenses of both the mom and the older brother, and lo and behold, the older brother has a bench warrant and gets arrested on the spot. The mom loses her shit and starts screaming at the cop. Mind you, the store is pretty busy and every single person in the store is glued to the windows watching all of this go down. The mom, I guess, realizes she has an audience because she does a quick glance at the store, then tells her younger son to get in the car, then leaves. So in the end, she came in expecting to tear the employees a new one and winds up getting her son arrested. I used to pump gas. Living in Oregon, it is a job. The general public were deemed too incompetent to handle the gas pumping machinery, and so we were hired to do it. My first day even included an extensive 4-minute training to make sure I could do it right. A lady pulled up was actually the mom of another employee and stepmom of another, and those two also ended up dating. It was a weird place, as I was all alone at the pumps doing my damnedest to keep up. A guy shows up with a gas can for like a lawnmower 5-gallon can. Probably works landscaping or whatever, but these need to be attended. I can't preset it and walk off. Someone once tried and spilled like 3 gallons of gas. So while I worked on this gas can, knelt down, head down, making sure not to cause a spill, like 5 other cars pull up. So when I finish this, can I quickly try to catch up, rush over to the far side, and was going to work my way back. Immediately this lady gets out of her car screaming at me that she was there first, despite the guy I'm trying to help being parked in front of her. I apologize and let her know I'll be there in a moment. I had already started my transaction with the guy and wasn't going to ditch him. I got the guy started and first thing ran over to yelling, "Lady, I again apologize and take her card." She continues to berate me, saying it is poor customer service. I again apologize and ask what I could get her. She says to fill it and hands me her card. I walk over to the pump and notice her gas tank is on the other side. I stop and try to gauge if it'll reach over her car. It wouldn't because she also parked like 5 feet away from the pump. I let her know my situation and she tells me to just use my extender. I told her that we didn't have one while I silently questioned whether such a thing actually existed. At this point my coworker who was in the convenience store running the shop cleared everyone out and rushed out to help me. I quickly explained the situation to him, hand the woman her card back and politely asked the woman to pull around so I can get her what she needs so she can get out of here. She is screaming at me at this point. I follow her to the pump she decides to go to, and she gets out of the car screaming at me that it is ridiculous that I even have a job here because of how stupid I am. She hands me her card back. I stand there silently taking whatever she is dishing, and I swipe her card and pull the nozzle to put in her car. She explains she knows the owner and she will be getting me fired. The owner lives in Texas and as far as I knew, has never been to Oregon. She gets on her phone and actually calls my manager's manager, which was surprising to me, to be honest. She actually knew someone in my business that had power to fire me. Usually when I have heard these threats they were empty. So now she is screaming at me while I'm just holding the nozzle, staring at her, waiting for her to move so I can reach her gas tank. She is yelling about my rudeness and unprofessionalism to my regional manager. And then she questions why I didn't even have the courtesy to ask her how much gas she would like to get. I explain I remembered from the last time she told me. She again raises up saying she never told me. Then condescendingly tells me, "I need you to do your job and fill my car." I'm trying to, but you're standing in the way of your gas tank, so go around, retard. At this point I hang up the pump to end the transaction without giving her a drop of fuel. Tell her to get out of here and never come back. She said that if I don't do my job now she will sue me and the company for discrimination. I hand her the card back and say, "Have a nice day," and walk off. She then starts ordering me around, telling me that I have to do what she says. It's in my job description. Come on. Come pump my gas. Whistles like calling a dog. I sigh and walk back. Good boy. Now fill it. She hands me her card and I then frisbee the cars over the fence into a vacant lot. I just said fetch and walk away. I filled out an incident report, had cameras, employee and even customer witnesses come to back me up for the report. No action was taken against me. My manager said I did more than the right thing, as were it her she would have done a very wrong thing. Regional manager said I can't ban her from the store because they were actually buddies, but fewer things feel better than flinging a debit card over a fence to get rid of a beach customer. Obligatory, not retail, but I worked in customer service for a horticultural broker. It's like a clearinghouse for plants. I had a Midwestern customer of Midwestern sales rep get pissed because a very lost driver prevented his orders from arriving the day he'd expected them. As it was still winter, it wasn't like he was going to be losing any sales on them. They would needed to continue growing in his greenhouse for a few more months anyway, and if anything had arrived damaged, it would have been credited and replaced. The vendor, who has since gone under, as many others have recently, customer service rep, and I had both been back and forth with the trucking company, and eventually the driver himself, trying to get him back on the right path. He was still a day or two out from his delivery location, and the owner of the greenhouse was absolutely furious. He'd berated me for 10 minutes, despite my calm statements that I personally had been in contact with the trucking company, and that we were all working together to achieve the same high priority goal of getting his material to him as soon as humanly possible. I received an email about 10 minutes after I hung up with this irate gentleman from another CSR at the vendor, which stated that the customer had contacted the vendor directly, screamed so loudly at the original CSR that CSRs at other desks could hear, and when her finally asked for her name, and she told him, "My name is Isis," they all heard him exclaim, "Isis? So you're a faking terrorist too?" The email I received stated that Isis was in tears and that their manager was trying to console her in the lead. As I forwarded this email to my sales rep, with whom I'd been in contact throughout the issue. The sales rep called me immediately and demanded to know if the greenhouse owner had said anything like that to me. I informed her that while he'd been very irascible, he'd not insulted me in such a manner. The sales rep called the vendor CSR to apologize and called me back to ask me to pick out an apology floral arrangement to send to the CSR. The sales rep contacted the vendor and cancelled the order, initiating full credit to the customer. We were able to resell the material to other, nicer customers. She then contacted the customer, told him off for being an obscenely offensive human being, and promptly fired his ass, telling him he'd have to take his business elsewhere because she refused to subject anyone else in our organization or anyone associated with us to his completely inappropriate behavior. TLDR, lady wanted to use her free gym membership without signing up, called me a racist, and freaked out for trying to help her. Police had to remove her and ban her from returning point. So I was working at a gym and we offered a free, actually free, membership to old people with certain healthcare plans like Blue Cross Blue Shield. It was a cool idea to keep these people active and healthy for longer. It was a nightmare. My worst case was when one lady, call her Sue, walked in and scanned her membership, but it came up expired. I pulled it up and read the notes on the account, one of which was from my regional manager telling all employees to not allow her further entry until she updates her account. We'd let her use the gym 5 times on her expired membership already, and the note says he told her she wouldn't be allowed to work out without showing us her new Blue Cross Blue Shield card. So I politely told her, "Oh, I'm sorry ma'am, your membership has expired, but if you have your new Blue Cross Blue Shield number or card, I can renew it for you, for free right now." She told me curtly, "No, I go to work out now." I said, "Mom, I'm sorry, it's a liability thing. You don't have a membership here now, and my manager, I spin the monitor so she can see it, has a note to fix your membership before you can use the gym again. I can tell this is going to be a fight." She says, "No, I have membership. I work out right now." I point to the big red letters on the screen saying, "Expired," and say, "I'm sorry man, it's expired, but I can make you a new membership where you pay no money, it's free. It'll take 5 minutes." "No, I work out now." "You manager idiot. Ma'am, I can't let you in. You don't have a membership. My boss told me to fix this before I'll let you in." No. You racist. You racist. You don't like Asian people. At this point I literally turned to my friend Kyle, who is working literally within arm's reach and is 100% South Korean and even speaks Korean. Ma'am, this is Kyle. He is Asian, and he can tell you I'm not racist. I just have to obey my manager. Now it'll take 5 minutes and you'll be done, and you can go work out. At this point she got extremely angry and started yelling. People in the gym started looking, and I'd had enough. I admittedly was angry about being called a racist also. Ma'am, I'm not a racist. I don't like being called that, and please, I'm just doing my job. You can either sign up for a free membership, it'll take 5 minutes, or you can leave. She said, no. I called police, and then called them. So she then pulled her chair out from the manager's office and sat there, staring menacingly at me, while on the phone with the dispatcher. Around 15 minutes later the police pull up, and she and I both approach them. She sprinted at them, and I making sure to slowly and carefully showing no aggression approach. 200 pounds gym employee vs a old Asian woman. I didn't want them to misread the situation. She told me I'd been screaming at her, cancelled her membership, and I was a racist. I just stood there, calmly waiting for her to finish. I was ready. I handed them a printout of the screen showing her membership as expired, a printout of the manager's comments saying to not allow her access, and called Kyle over. Sir, this is Kyle. He's my co-worker and can back this up. She came in here with an expired membership, and I told her we could set up a free membership, but we couldn't let her in before that. She proceeded to yell at me, call me racist, and make a scene. I told her my manager left a note saying she couldn't work out without setting up a new membership, and then she called you guys. The cop took one look at her, the notes and print screens and said, okay, ma'am, will you set up a new membership? No. Okay, then you _rang. If you tell her to leave the property she'll have to leave. Ma'am, you've been very rude to me and called me a racist. Please leave. The cop says, ma'am, you're going to have to leave now. She proceeds to argue with the cop. He says, okay, then you leave in handcuffs. He started reaching for her arm, and I think it suddenly clicked. She tore her arm away from him and stormed out. I still don't know why she didn't want a free gym membership. I was the general manager of a quick lube. We had one customer who would come back a few days after every service to complain about everything. The last 2 times we the final straw. First she came back because her dipstick to check the oil broke when her husband checked the oil, and it was our fault. She said we broke it and put it back in without telling her. Then the last time I saw her she said we had over tightened the filter and broke the gasket causing it to leak. It was a few weeks after the oil change, and she said her husband saw the leak and had to bring it to a mechanic, and they had to fix it. She wanted us to pay for this. I contacted the shop who fixed the problem, and they said it was leaking, but they couldn't say if it was us or if her husband had fixed it. The company I worked for was sketchy about incidents like this. They would withhold bonuses to pay for incidents like this. So instead of causing more problems with the company and then taking my money anyways, I went to the ATM and got the money to pay her. Her response was it was the last time she would be coming here. I told her that's the best thing I had heard in a long time. She got angry and said I was useless, and I told her that she needed to leave and that the money was from my personal account. She laughed and said good point. A year later I was planning my wedding with my wife, and this beach was the person my wife wanted to do our flowers. I didn't know, and we met with her. I walked and laughed and told her to fuck off. I told her to take 2 weeks off and quit and laughed out the door. I've had a few, but one that sticks out in my mind happened a few years ago at a small computer shop I worked at. Back in 2012, a local broke up a fight with a samurai sword on the light rail. Yes, they're legal to carry around here. Suddenly, every neckbeard and their dog decide to carry these around as well. Doesn't bother me, really, as long as they're not carrying them around like they're going to save the world. Note that last sentence there. The last thing I want to see is some socially inept yahoo reading a situation wrong and going apeshit crazy unnecessarily. Well, I'm working the front of the shop that day. We're a family friendly store, and with all the meth heads in the area, had to keep an eye on the door in case of issues with those nincompops. One had already stolen a laptop a couple of weeks before. In comes two of the most stereotypical neckbeards I'd seen to date. Were it not for the fact that they weren't grossly overweight, they would have nailed it dead on. Fedoras, trench coats, late teens/early 20s, patchy stubble, the whole bit, and to top it all off, they both had r/mal ninja sheet katanas in their hands as they wandered around, like they wanted to play Fruit Ninja right then and there. Since we are also in an open carry state, and wanting to keep the store family friendly, I asked them to put them away. They replied that it was legal to carry them. I reminded them that, while it was legal to carry them in public, that they were no longer in a public place, and that we didn't want any of our other customers to misunderstand, and asked them to put them away again. They refused, and so I asked them to kindly GTFO. The lead neckbeard looked at me with a martyr face that would have garnered an Oscar, and said, "You don't understand, these are a heavy cross that we bear." I couldn't help but laugh, and his face got longer than Sarah Jessica Parker's if you ran her through a taffy puller. Walked him out right then and there. Point next time they came in they had M on their backs, and there was no incident. Had a lady using self-checkout. She was trying to split payments, and when she ran her it took off a smaller amount than expected. She began to yell at my self-checkout host, as if it was her fault. I was called up to the area, and when I got there my app associate told me she threatened to hit my self-checkout host. I approached the lady who my CSM was trying to help, and I immediately ordered him to stop. She began trying to explain to me what was going on, but I abruptly cut her off, and asked if she threatened violence towards my associate, to which she replied no. I said I was going to punch that bitch. So I told her she had to leave, and the transaction was going to be cancelled. She told me I couldn't do that, and her lawyer was gonna make us look stupid. I called the cops, and she said good. Call the faking cops, I'm gonna sit right here until they get here. Now you would think that I would have stopped and stood by until the police arrived, but I didn't want her to calm down in the meantime and act like a good calm citizen when they got there, so I kept saying things to keep her fired up, like sternly telling her to stop swearing or this is a private organization and you on private property and we can bang you for any reason we deem necessary. It worked. She was still all fired up when the police arrived, and they asked her to move out of the self-check area to talk. As they were moving the psycho off to the side, my app was telling one of the officers what happened, and the lady overheard, flipped out again, and said she was leaving. The police told her to stop, but she kept going. She went through the last set of doors and tried to go left, but the officer pulled her the opposite way and she began to try and faking fist fight the officer, so he grabbed her and slammed her against the cruiser. The last thing she saw before being jammed into the cruiser screaming and crying was me laughing my ass off in the vestibule. I worked in a grocery store that hired people to bag groceries that stood at the end of our checkout lanes. As cashiers we had to check people out at a certain speed to avoid being written up, so having people bagging as we went helped keep our numbers up. The only exception to this was the 3 lanes that were 15 items or less. Since there were so few items, unless we were packed and taking larger amounts of items, we didn't get a bagger. They were saved for the other lanes. It was also typical for us to bag what a customer had and set it on the counter, because this particular store made $2.5 million a week without a holiday, and we often had another order immediately after we finished the one we were doing. I had one lady come up to my lane that I checked out, and I set her groceries on the counter like I always would. She decided I was doing this specifically because of her race. I'm white. This lady was black. So she blurted out, "Peaches must no longer work here," and went to complain to a manager. When the manager told her that's what we always did, she stormed out angry. What really bugs me was Peaches was the old store manager who had been forced to retire. She was also a black woman who I loved. She was the best manager we ever had. She fed everyone every Thanksgiving and Christmas, and we got a Christmas bonus funded out of her own paychecks. Who created this rule in the first place? If it hadn't been for her, the store wouldn't run that way. Had Peaches still worked there, she would have come out of the office to tell her to fuck off herself. I have waited to tell this one. I worked in a card shop as my first job, which was already depressing enough. My day consisted of old women annoying the staff as to why the specific card they wanted wasn't there. people messing up the store, or just general asshole old people who don't give a fuck. This one Sunday we were closing up and all the other customers had piled out. One woman was left and was taking an age to deliberate over a card for her boyfriend. I politely say, sorry miss, but the shop is closing, so could you finish up and come to the till? At this stage, for most people who work retail, this was a GTFO moment, but this lady took it to another level. I was kind and gave her 10 whole minutes. Those are 10 minutes I had to spend not getting paid and not getting to go home. So I thought that was super kind, as it's generally accepted you actually leave when a store closes. I go up and repeat the same polite phrase but a bit firmer. She then proceeds to spend another 15 minutes telling me that she unsure about the wording of the card for her anniversary. It's her first serious relationship and she doesn't want to mess it up. And oh, what if he doesn't like, and I should keep looking? Now I'm trying to help her pick a card for this guy I don't know, because it's apparently a make or break moment for this relationship. 25 minutes after close, every sentence I'm using has the words please pick a card, we need to go home. She starts touching my arm and telling me how helpful I am, completely ignoring me. She also has possibly the worst breath I've ever had to smell. That, combined with teeth that looked like they'd been bashed with a hammer, made me feel physically ill. My manager finally told her to leave as the tills were now offline. She started to cry as I ushered her out into the street into the rain, and I can honestly say I've never felt less sympathy for anyone in my life. Seriously, fuck people who stay after the store closes. College Town, CVS. We had a well-known policy for the kids who had been there for a few years that anybody who was accompanying a person attempting to buy alcohol was required to also present valid point. Over 50% of the IDs we checked on a Thursday night were fake, yet we had no valid ID swiper, so it was just based off employee judgment. Faking atrociously terrible idea. Kids thought they were slick, but we weren't paid enough to give a fuck. If I had to cover for someone on register 1, I would even tell the group when they walked in, whoever's buying the bottles needs to only come in solo, the rest of y'all stay outside, and they would be too naive to understand. However, one time a group of 6 kids came in, the kind who listened to Lil Pump and sag their pants down to their mid-thigh. I'm actually from the hood, so I laugh at these kids, but think nothing of it. I came here to get out and study, and they wanna spend daddy's credit card and BS a degree. However, as I'm breaking down pallets of our newest delivery in the warehouse, I get a P-pointer call to come to the front. These kids are harassing my closing manager and calling her a racist bitch. There was one black kid with them for not selling them bottles because of our aforementioned policy. By the time I make it up there, they're walking out talking shit, and one of them decides to start trying to kick over our ads rack and throwing shopping baskets across the lobby. She's my favorite manager and has made it possible for me to get the easiest possible schedule that gets me a little money and doesn't conflict with school. She's like a big sister basically. So I see all this unfolding and my hood switch goes off. They're already halfway out the door, 7 guys all piling into an Centra. I'm 6'5", 220 pounds, and am a sweetheart, but know how to intimidate people. So I start walking out, putting them on blast and talking shit like I'm Denzel on Training Day. I had even pulled off my belt and started snapping it and telling all them to come catch this fade. They talked shit for 30 seconds, but then dipped out. They could have jumped me, but I just hit my breaking point with working 40 hours /WK there and trying to finish my BA. I only worked for them for a few more months after that, but that was the closest I ever came to a physical altercation. Also gave me more motivation to GTFO, and I vowed to myself to never work retail customer service again. Lol. I used to work at a check cashing store, and we got some of the most ghetto, trashiest patrons. On my last day there, a woman came in wanting to buy a money order. She was on the phone the whole time and basically went up to my window and took her mouth from her phone long enough to say money order. Well, according to the store policy, for all transactions we had to take down their info like name, address, etc. So I tried to ask her for these info, and she was super annoyed. She barked her last name at me before going back to her phone, but I didn't know how to spell it, so I asked her for her ID, so I don't have to interrupt her phone conversation, and the bitch said to the person on the phone, Hold on 1 minute. This guy doesn't know what the hell he's doing, and he keeps interrupting me. Then she put down the phones and goes, what? Being fed up and it being my last day there, I threw her order form at her and told her to go somewhere else. She stared at me, then at my boss and coworkers, and was like, are you serious? Then my boss came and begged me to calm down and go to the back room and take a breather, so I did. But as soon as I got to the back room I overheard her talking shit about me, so I came back out and told her that the shittiest thing about working here is having to deal with trashy people like her. Then I went off on her about her being on the phone and snapping at me, and my boss was basically begging for me to stop. So I did, and he spent half an hour calming her down while I took a break in the back room. My poor boss, who I liked and respected, felt disappointed that I sort of threw him under the bus on my last day, while my coworkers loved it and cheered for me after she left. I was 18 at the time, so I worked at a Texan restaurant. You know, the kind that serves Indian and Korean food, but not as well as if you'd actually gone to an Indian or Korean restaurant. Anyway, I was homeless at the time. My manager knew this and worked my ass off for 2 weeks. You see, this restaurant was horribly manned. If I wasn't there, the whole place fell apart. Orders would be wrong / late, etc. The loyal customers knew not to even bother coming in if it was my day off. My work ethic made me next in line for a manager position because all the other employees were lazy AF. One day this mid-40s gentleman comes in and orders some food on one of our busiest days. At the time I was already fixing another employee screw up on the floor, delivering the food to the tables. Something goes wrong with his order, and he has been waiting a while at the register. The employee on register, my worst employee by far, but hey, I had no choice in putting her on register as it was just the 3 of us that day, screwed up somehow yet again, and I tell him I need to log in to fix the issue and find his order, to send it to the kitchen again. Sadly, this system was set up so that every time a person was logged off, the register had to be counted down. So as I'm counting the register, he begins yelling at me. As I'm trying to tell him it will take 3 minutes tops and that I'll put his order up first, he gets erratic and starts cursing at me and threatening myself and my employee. I tell him to calm down. Probably not the best thing to do, but he was bothering my other customers at this point. He then takes his cup of soda and throws it at my face. I very narrowly dodge it hitting me, but the full cup of soda explodes behind me, ruining 3 other meals that people had already paid for and were about to pick up. My employee runs to the back of the store to get the head manager. I calmly tell the man he needs to leave right now. He yells that he has a gun and is coming back in. At this point, my other manager had just stepped out to hear this. He runs back into his office to grab his 9, yelling at the man that he's got something for him. The man sees him run back into the office and he finally peels out. My manager ran after him. At this point he was in his car. Before leaving he did his best to run over my manager. I ended up quitting later on because I found out my manager promoted me, but never ran it through corporate. This way he could keep me there longer without paying me more, and would consistently tell me that they were working on getting my raise. He up and left to Miami without telling anyone. Then corporate told me to hold down the restaurant until he came back, which they knew he wouldn't. All in all I was conned out of a little over $1,000. I tried to go through corporate, but they were not interested in giving me my due. My manager also knew my living situation at the point and had been in that situation himself a few times. He would always give me advice, so it really hurt when I found out the truth. Worked in the shoe department at a Dillard's during the early 90s to pay for college. At that time Dillard's required that we fit each person and give them individualized personal service, which I think worked well, except for the horrible quotas, but that is another story. This 40-ish woman comes in with her friends on the last day of a 66% clearance sale and tries on 20 to 30 different pairs of shoes in a size 8 1/2 when she is actually a 9 1/2 or 10. This takes almost an hour and I'm tired from the constant up and down putting shoes on her feet. Nothing works and they are rude, making ugly comments about me and the service. Then she sees a pair of heels with matching bag. Of course we are sold out of her size, so she tries the next size down, which clearly does not fit. We do not have a larger size. I try to be diplomatic and tell her the shoes run small, that it is not her huge feet. She is literally bursting out of these shoes and gets very angry. She kicks them off, picks one up, and with all of her might throws it at me like a baseball. She then starts screaming that I had better find her size or else. Her friends are standing around grinning and egging her on. Luckily, I swerve and the shoe crashes into the display behind me. I see red, and I'm about to leap across the couch in my cute little sailor dress and tackle her. Fortunately my asm saw enough to order her out of the store and call security. She went kicking and screaming. She and her shitty friends were permanently banned. Damn it, retail workers are people too. Not me but my manager at the time. I worked at McDonald's. One of my managers was this Spanish guy named Paco. He was great. Really cared about the employees, always trying to make an otherwise crap job fun, and tried to do right by the customer. But Paco did not put up with any kind of bull. The location I worked at was open until 1 AM on Saturday, but we closed and locked up the inside at 11, because that's when the workforce would drop from 5 to 6 people to just 3 for the rest of the night. So we did drive-through only from 11 PM to 1 AM. There's a grocery store in the same shopping center as us, and the employees there always seem to be the most stuck-up human beings to walk through our doors. So one night, after 11 PM, I'm hanging out up front, because the drive-through is dead. Paco is in the office doing whatever, and our line cook is sitting in the back. I suddenly hear knocking on the door, and look to see one of the employees from the grocery store going at it. Tap 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 tap. Even after I made it clear I see her, she does it, until I'm right at the door. I opened the door just a crack to tell her, like I've told a dozen others that night, sorry but the inside is closed for the night, we are only doing drive-through now. Before I could get to, but she was trying to yank the door open. I finished my sentence and she stopped and pointed at the little window sticker with our hours. She goes, but it says you're open. Yes, we are. But because of how short-staffed a late shift is, we are only able to do drive-through. That doesn't make sense. I'm a customer. If you're open you have to take my order. We can, but you need to go through the drive-through. At this point Paco has heard her voice getting louder and louder, so has come up front to see what's happening. She spots him and asks if he's the manager and he of course says yes. She starts berating him about how the customer is always right, how we are forcing her to stand in the cold. This was mid-May, so it was like a cool 68°F out, and how the sticker says we are open, but we are refusing her service for no reason. At this point I can't remember what all was said, but that's mostly because it very quickly escalated into a shouting match. Paco was easily winning, because by the end of it, he had yelled her back out into the middle of the parking lot, and finished by telling her to never come back, and find some other place. To be an idiot at point my respect for the man grew a lot that night. Oh, I have a few of these. Point: a dude walks into my store wearing a large puffy jacket in the middle of June. Big red flag off the bat. I called security, but mall security is not efficient to say the least. I didn't take my eyes off the dude from the moment he walked in. He didn't do anything too suspicious at first, but then the guy starts stuffing a shirt into his coat while staring me in the eye. But he apparently wasn't in any hurry. He couldn't have been moving slower while doing it. It probably took him 30 seconds to get the whole thing tucked away, the entire time staring me in the eyes. I said, dude, I can see you. Did you really think that would work? And as I say, that security walks in. The guy was like, I don't know what you're talking about. So I fill security in on the situation. They walk over and unzip the coat and the shirt just falls to the ground. The guy literally says, I don't know how that got there. Security took him away, and that was the last I saw of him. Point: I can't remember what the holiday was, but it was something where people drink heavily. My store was surprisingly busy, so it was difficult to keep track of everything going on. A customer walks up to me and says, you might want to go look at the back of the store. The store I worked wasn't huge, but it had its blind spots. I went to the back and discovered two drunk people having sex behind one of the clothing racks. They had pulled the rack over to the corner to kind of block themselves off from being seen, but it was painfully obvious what was happening. Those two left before security could get their point. The store I worked at was an apparel store for our local baseball team. It was located in the city in an old, rundown mall that was once a train station. After the baseball season ended, our mall was mostly dead until the season started up again, so the mall would go on holiday hours, where we were opened 11-7:30 or something. Because of that, it was common to work and open to close by yourself a few times a week. One day was painfully slow, the kind of day where you make 1 or 2 sales at most. There hadn't been anyone in the store for at least an hour when suddenly an entire group of people walk in, all wearing the local team's colors. The women were not really wearing much of anything. I noticed one dude had a camera and another had a mic, while one dude was carrying a stereo. I realized they were filming a rap video and wanted to use our store as a setting. I couldn't let them do that because we were told by corporate not to ever let cameras in the store knowingly. I asked them to leave, but they refused and told me to fuck off. Security came and told them to leave and were given the same reaction. They had to have the police come, like 6 officers had to clear the entire mob out and tell them if they came back they would be arrested for trespassing. They never did come back. I worked at a large video game retailer that also happened to buy cell phones. We classify them as working if they're flawless, damaged if they have cracks or dents, or dead if they are failed to tune in, or inoperable due to hardware issues. Well, this middle-aged lady came in with a phone that had a shattered screen that wouldn't turn on. In order to buy it, we needed to get the serial number off, so typically we couldn't buy phones in this condition. However, we just got a computer that could read the numbers off the phone through the charge port. Our conversion went something like this. Me, okay, so I'll have to buy this as dead, as the screen will not turn on. Point customer, that's not right. Your computer was able to get the information, so that means it is working. Ma'am, working means that it is fully functional, which it is not. Point C, well, you can at least buy it as damaged. It's just the screen that doesn't work. Point M, yes, the internal components of the phone work, but without a screen it is useless. C, but you just agreed with me the phone works, so you should buy it as working. M, let me put it this way, if I tried to sell you this phone, would you consider it as a fully functional device? Could you take it out of the box and use it? C, no, but you have a factory that can fix it. At this point I told her that she can choose one of 3 options. Accept the offer, leave on her own accord with the phone, or I could have security come escort her out. The icing on the cake was when 10 minutes later her mother came in and asked who made my little girl cry. Oh boy, was I excited to go through that situation all over again. The mom did begrudgingly accept the offer though. I got 2, both known shoplifters. I worked in a video store. The first guy hit a few times recently during busy times, but got a good look at him last time. Point, he came in about an hour before close one night. This time it was dead, so I saw him immediately. I told him to get the fuck out, or I would call the police, and he pointed at me and mimed putting a gun to my head. Point, I called the cops, and they took an hour to show up, and he was still outside. They didn't arrest him, but I lived. Second one was this chick who would find another customer and kind of hover around them, like they were together. She did this once with a regular, and I thought, oh, dude has a new girlfriend, good for him. She went as far as the checkout with him, and he didn't say shit. As he was paying she left, and beat on the way out. Then the regular says, I have no idea who that was. She kept following me around. She fooled a lot of our staff with this tactic and started coming in during really busy times. I saw her once way too late. She had already been there long enough to stuff whatever full of whatever, so I stood by the door and mad dogged her. She came over with a rental DVD in hand and asked if it was any good. I took it and was like, it's okay. I'm right by the door, but not close enough to beep yet. She goes closer to the door to leave, and it beeps. So I reach between her and the door, grab the door handle, and ask why is she beeping. Point, she says it's the DVD she just gave me. Point, I chuck it into the till area, and it's still beeping. It would stop immediately. I tell her to get the fuck out, and if I see her again I call the cops. FYI, we had no search policy / no chase policy. If they got the stuff, they had the stuff. It wasn't worth it to the company for us to get hurt protecting product. Technically I went too far with the door blocking stunt, but I was sick of being ripped off. We went from the worst shrink of our stores in Canada to top 10 best, not because of me. We had a complete change in how we handled stuff. When I worked at a well-known sandwich shop during uni, I had a lonely customer become a bit too fond of me. He would come in every time I was on shift and sit in front of the counter, waiting to speak to me. When I came from out back, if I went to clean tables, he would come closer and even find excuses to touch me. He wrote a letter about how much he loved me. I stopped going out on my lunch break because he would follow me round. But overall, I was too shy and polite to really make a fuss, and just put up with it. I guess I felt sorry for him. My sister also worked with me. One day this customer came in and was rude to her for some reason. This finally caused me to put my foot down, and I decided that I wouldn't be serving him anymore and generally wished to avoid him. Before my next shift, the customer came in and told my dumbass co-worker, not my sister, that he wanted to see me to apologize. Dumbass co-worker tells him when I'm next in. Of course he turns up and demands to speak to me. I refuse to come out. He stands at the till and calls my name repeatedly. I still refuse. He continues trying to speak to me every time he spots me for the next half an hour. My dumbass co-worker is too chicken shit to do anything. I'm too busy having a panic attack to do anything. Finally it reaches boiling point. He catches sight of me again through the kitchen and calls my name again. I spun around, tears streaming down my face, and screamed at the top of my lungs, "Get the fuck out of my faking shop. Fuck off. I never want to see toe face again." And ran out of the back door. Never did see him again. My Turkish boss tracked him down and spoke to him in a language he would understand. Former retail worker here. I used to work at Walmart, and for a while, my parents also worked at that same store with me. My mom had actually been there the longest, and this was when I still lived at home with them. This story involves my mom. So, I'm manning the self-checkout. I hate it. I hate having to watch multiple registers at once, being the only one there, and getting pulled in 18 different directions at once, to attend to a zillion people, and man the actual register part of it. Also, at this time, Walmart didn't have a proper line queue for self-check, at least, the one I worked at. So it was kinda first come, first serve when a self-checkout cleared, and then people just kinda grabbed them. So, my mom was waiting to use one. She wasn't supposed to, since I was working the self-check, but try getting this woman to listen. So was this other lady. One self-checkout opens, and my mom goes to it. So does the other lady, to get on my mom's case for stealing her spot. I honestly don't know how exactly it played out, because I was busy helping someone else at the time, but I turn around, and they're squabbling loudly, giving each other attitude. I step in, ask if I need to call the manager, and get told by both of them to stay out of it. I tell them they can both leave if they are going to act that way, and point the lady towards a self-check that had just opened. She storms over to it, loudly beaching the whole time. So, she and my mom keep going at it, threatening each other. The lady leaves. I go over to my mom and tell her that she was an embarrassment, that if she ever did that again, I'd tell management, and she was lucky I didn't call security to drag her ass out of there. She tells me to shut the fuck up. I tell her to watch how she speaks to me and to never come through self-check when I'm working there again, and that I could report her to management for her behavior and to stop talking and just get out of the store. She repeats the shut the fuck up at me and leaves. She did apologize later that night when I got home from work. But, still, in retrospect, with this incident in mind, it does not surprise me at all that several months later, she got fired for lunging at a customer over the counter of the customer service desk. TLDR, I told my own mother to get the fuck out of the store where we both worked. Worked concessions at an NHL venue long ago, 05 to 08. Two guys come up asking where the medical room is. Someone threw a beer in one's face and they need to flush his eyes out. I give them directions. Very next customer asks me, why did you help those people? To boil down the madness, one man was leading the other by the hand, so they must be gay. She thought I should not have helped them and let them suffer because they are the source of so much suffering in the world. Clearly this woman was one of those God-sent natural disasters, because we tolerate homosexuality blah 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 sorts. I told her no sensible person would expect an employee not to help a customer in that situation if they can. She was ready to whip out the Bible says, so I cut her off with some Bible of my own. Love thy neighbor, judge not, lest ye be judged, and that which you do to the least of my brothers, you also do unto me. She said people like me burn with them. I said people like her get their food elsewhere. I won't serve her, or let anyone in my stand serve her. She tried to get security and floor managers on me. I said she was overly talkative, loud and belligerent. 3 of the signs we look for inebriation, which lets us refuse service. They backed me, even later when I told them the real reason I told her to bugger off. Spoiler, I'm pretty sure the 2 men were not gay, but I am. I wanted to say so much worse. I'm amazed I said anything intelligent back to her at all. Had a white guy, race is important to the story in the end, come into my Starbucks and asked for the shift lead, claiming he was a secret shopper. I knew he wasn't, but I got my shift anyway because she gets paid for this crap. As I'm walking away, his jacket opens and he's wearing a racerback tank backwards, so his nips are out, and I think, oh gosh, here it goes. My shift comes out and starts talking to him. She's my closest friend, so I didn't mention the backwards tank because I wanted to see her reaction, and then she sees it and she realizes this guy is just weird, so she tries to politely get rid of him. He tries to take a small sign and puts it on his shoulder, telling my shift in a childish teasing tone, come get it, when she asks for it back. Then he walks away and we carry on, and another customer comes to quietly inform me this guy licked his hands and wiped them all over our handoff plane. So my shift goes to kick him out and he refused, and she tells him she'll call security. He replies in the same tone as before, I'm security, and then he leaves, but comes back and asks my shift, while holding bananas, if he can have the stickers off the bananas, and my shift is like, whatever, just get out of the store. Finally he leaves, but a few days later he was back and had stolen 2 cups out the trash for the refill price. Him and his black friend, not racist, important to the story, around the same age, are drinking their coffees because the partner at register didn't realize they were trash cups. My shift goes over and knows he took them from the trash and told him, look, you got those cups out of the trash and I already kicked you out before. You gotta leave. His friend is like, oh man, you got these out of the trash? That's nasty. And walks out disgusted. The other guy turns to my shift and whines like a child, saying, oh man, way to embarrass me in front of my dad. And then we never saw him again. I've seen a lot of awful people at Starbucks. Had my fair share of Karens, and had coffee thrown at me, and being called names. But this is my favorite story. I've had 3 moments where I sure as hell wanted to ask the customer to leave, but I was too timid to do it. All 3 were at separate fast casual restaurant jobs. All 3 have to do with me being Asian American. The first was on a really slow day, so the customer was the only one in house. This guy was telling me and my manager some dumb story about him getting pulled over. That isn't important, but what was important was that he was being an ass. So after he finishes his story, he just straight up looks at me and asks, so, what are you? What's your nationality? I reply with American, which is correct, because he asked me for my nationality, not my ancestry. We're all American here. Like, what's your ancestry? That's none of your business. I don't really remember what happened after that, but he was on his way out anyway, so asking him to leave wouldn't have mattered. The second was at a pizza place, where you make the pizza in front of the customer. We have multiple sauces available, and the customer asked for white sauce on one, half red sauce on the other. So I do it, and he says, "Ick now, it would have been really cool if you did like a yin yang." This takes me completely by surprise. All I did was just stare blankly at him, as if to say, really, dude? You did not just say that. In hindsight, I should have either called him out on it, pretended to not get it, and ask for an explanation, or just throw his pizza in the trash and ask him to leave. Oh well. As for the last one, I began the conversation with the typical "Hi, how may I help you?" The customer, who was an old man, said something like, "You have helped me before," to which I just responded with a confused "Huh? I remember you. Do you remember me?" he asks, to which I reply, "No, I don't." Now, I have the memory of a dead goldfish, but even if I didn't, I still have 2 food service jobs and I sure as hell can't remember customers from either. This is where it gets ugly. He says, "Is it because I look like every other American?" which just gets another confused ha out of me. Ick now, because you're Oriental. I'm normally a calm and collected person. I don't like getting angry at people. But this shitty, ignorant attempt to be funny just set me off. I call him out on it and angrily inform him that it's not polite to call an Asian person that. I said, objects are Oriental, people are Asian. He did end up apologizing twice before and after placing his order and was not asked to leave. But had I asked my coworker or manager to intervene, they told me they would have asked the customer to leave. Of course, there are other moments where I experience small bits of casual racism from customers or just people in general, either out of ignorance or an attempt to be funny. No, I can't read your tattoo, but next time you ask I'll say it says soup. No, I won't tell you where I'm really from. Yes, my white sounding name is my actual name and I'll show you my ID if you don't believe me. God, I hate this faking country sometimes. One time a middle-aged white lady in a very well-to-do part of town, so unfortunately we had to deal with this type of entitled attitude all of the time, was upset that my coworker, an openly gay, wonderful, and very sassy man, this is important later, could not give her full price for whatever she was returning. It's store policy that you have 30 days. Which is more than generous, might I add, to get a full refund for your return with a receipt. If you don't have the receipt, or it's over 30 days, you can still get the return, but only for the current price of the item. So if it's on sale, that's the price you're gonna get back. This lady tried to return something well over 30 days and demanded that my coworker give her the full price she paid. He refused and said he can only give her the current sale price, which again is store policy, not something we can control. She continues to argue until finally she gives up and turns to leave the register when she calls my coworker a faggot. Every single employee on the floor and at the register starts screaming at this lady to get out of the store, and one begins to dial security. She tried to stick around to hurl more insults, but she was quickly rushed out by one of my coworkers, who is the sweetest, most kind woman I've ever met, who was not going to tolerate any of her bullshit. That lady is now banned from the store. I have a million, but I'll use this one since it contains the phrase "get the fuck out." I was 17 and working as a barista at a coffee shop in a beachside city that attracts a lot of tourism, but is also known for being somewhat seedy. Our patio area policy was that customers were allowed to stay for 2 hours after any purchase, and there were a number of unsavory regulars who would buy a small coffee for $1.50, wait 2 hours, get a 50-cent refill, go back outside, and repeat this all day. Customers who knew about this rule were generally people who were used to getting kicked out of establishments and therefore knew the rules, as we didn't advertise this. One such fellow was a hygienically challenged skinhead looking guy who would come in every day with instigation, face and jean shorts. At the time I thought he was middle-aged, but he probably was just a very rough 30. I'm going to call him Ricky, because I think that was his name, but it's been about 15 years. One day, I go out to the patios to wipe down the tables and I hear Ricky say, "Nothing against Orientals, but you need to stay in your own country." And sure enough, he's positioned his chair so that he's basically blocked in a table of college-aged Asian girls who all look extremely uncomfortable. I drop the table wiping rag onto Ricky's table and tell him to leave. Ricky is all halitosis and spittle as he gets in my face and shouts, "I spend more here than you earn." Once again. $1.50 for a small coffee, plus 3 or 4 50-cent refills. Minimum wage in the US is low, and then goes on about how I'm violating his First Amendment rights and this is America, where he can say whatever he wants. The Asian girls flee, now that Ricky's attention isn't on them anymore. The store manager comes out to see what the hell is going on. I tell the manager what happened. Ricky says he's going to call corporate if he's told he can't come back. The manager is new as a trial manager, since the prior one had been fired for siphoning money from the store, and the manager really wants this to be a permanent job. The manager says that without the girls corroborating what I saw, Ricky can't be banged. The next day, Ricky shows up while I'm cashiering. The same manager and another barista are making drinks. I'm the lone cashier, while the other cashier is taking his 15-minute break. I tell him I'm not going to take his order and he can wait for the other cashier to come back from break or go elsewhere. Ricky starts yelling for the manager, who is elbows deep in making a lat. The manager is about 2 steps from firing me for refusing to serve this guy, and finally he heads on over to serve Ricky. As he's about to ring him up, Ricky turns to me and goes, "See, even this goddamn Mexican is smart enough to know who's boss." The manager is Guatemalan. The light bulb goes off, and the manager tells Ricky that he should go and not come back. Ricky tries unsuccessfully to push over the point of service. It's bolted to the counter, and when that doesn't work, knocks over a display. The manager tells him to get the fuck out of his store and never again questions my judgment of customers. TLDR, manager won't let me bang a racist from our location. The next day he's racist to the manager and gets banned. I work at a popular clothing store and I get rude customers all the time. But this couple was extra nasty. We were very busy and the line was extremely wrong. Even my GM was ringing customers out at that point. Saw this guy and his wife came to my register and right off the bat they're annoyed. I only managed to ring like 2 shirts and say, "Hi, did you find everything you were looking for today?" When the dude just goes, "Why aren't those ringing in as $7? The sign next to it says $7. Already he's leaning over the counter a bit and being loud. I'm proud of myself for being so polite in the situation. TBH. I explained to him that the shirts to the right were $7, hence why the signage was on the right side. He starts yelling, "This is faking ridiculous. Why did you make the sign like that?" He pointed at me when he said "you." I was starting to shake a bit because he was getting in my face. I told him that the signage is sent to us, and even then, I'm not the person who was responsible for signing items. They insist on speaking to my grams. They would not move to let me clear out my register and take another customer. After she's done ringing out she comes over and tells them the same thing I had already told them, plus something to the effect of, "I'm not going to sell you a $30 shirt for $7. He starts calling both of us stupid, saying we have no common sense. Then he says, "I've got a roll of scotch tape in my car. I'll give it to you so you can fix that signage right now." My GM had to explain that it would be dangerous for us to tape metal signage arms up, as they could easily be knocked down and hurt someone. After calling us stupid one last time, they finally leave. The whole time, the guy was swearing up a storm in front of a bunch of kids. I guess my GM overheard them plotting to point out the signage when she walked up to the registers to hop on. Before they left, they went around taking pictures of our signage and videos of our store. Worked at a office supply store that might rhyme with schmapples. Needless to say, one night we had a dude who came in with his girlfriend. He had bought a tablet from us without a warranty with a case, and when it fell off his coffee table 4 days into owning it, naturally came back to try and exchange, return, or purchase a warranty. Unfortunately, my manager for the night, a super competent dude, was 19 at the time. He had worked at the store since he was 16 and knew his sheet forward and back, but definitely still looked like a kid. When we told the customer it was broken and none of the above were an option, dude literally goes nuts on us, screaming, "You won't do anything for me. I'll call corporate on all of you. I've had it less than 4 days and it fell 3 feet off my coffee table. How can you sell a product like that?" Then literally throws the tablet at the ground. When the case then breaks, he looks at my boss and viciously goes, "Do you sell a warranty for the case?" Meanwhile, me, my manager and the dude's girlfriend all are looking on like, what the fuck just happened? He then proceeds to basically roll his tablet across the floor, end on end, by tossing it 3 feet every time, and looking at my boss and repeating, "Oops, I dropped it." Finally walked over to the gentleman and said, "I believe my manager told you what your options were. I think it's time for you to leave." Manager went out 15 minutes later for a smoke break and said the girlfriend was still screaming at tablet guy in the parking lot. Wouldn't be surprised if they broke up. So I work third shift at my local gas station, and naturally that means a lot of drunks and crazes. One night this inebriated guy comes through my till line and asks for a pack of smokes. Right when I turn around to reach for them, he loudly slurs, "Damn, baby, shake that ass." I turned around so fast I got whiplash and said, "Yeah, okay, was this all you needed?" Believe me, no sense arguing with a drunk person. He says yes, and proceeds to look me up and down like a creep. I scanned his cigs and the prompt came up to ask him for his ID, so I did point him. I don't have it. Me. Well, we have to ID everyone under 40 here. Him. Are you faking kidding me? Just cause you can't take a faking compliment you're gonna make this hard? I lost my wallet a week ago. This is America. What does that even mean? At this point my blood is boiling. Before I can reply, he throws the cash he had at me and grabs the pack right out of my hands. The shift lead sees this and shouts, "That's not how it works here. Stop." The drunk guy turns around and says, "Joke's on you, Beach. I'm a secret shopper. Just wait until I tell them what a sheet store this is." He then knocks over our whole newspaper and candy stand and starts shouting about how bad our service is. The shift lead comes around the counter and grabs the smokes from him. She literally tells him to get fo. I love that tiny woman. And he cusses her out and leaves. For the next 30 minutes he paces outside of the storefront. We can see him from the big windows, staring us down and shouting at other customers who are coming and going. My shift lead calls the police and says over the outside speaker, "The cops are on the way." He shouts that he doesn't gaff, but as soon as he sees a police car come into the parking lot, he takes off running. Had a fun time watching a stumbling drunk person try to outrun a police car in a fenced-in parking lot. The chase was over in 5 seconds, and he was hauled off. TLDR, drunk guy hits on me and gets mad when I ask for ID for cigs. Claims to be secret shopper, knocks over store displays and paces outside making threats. Cops come and he's too drunk to run, but tries anyway. Justice is served. I used to work from home for Amazon. One night, around 1 AM, I get a call from a woman who is in full-on tears because she can't find the bag she wanted to get her sister for Christmas. So I, your friendly virtual retail employee, goes deep diving into the clusterfuck that is Amazon for floral book bags in 2017, when floral was in high demand. She was so specific. She wanted it pale blue, with purple and yellow flowers. It had to have 4 compartments. So, after 45 minutes into Amazon's 15-minute call time goal that they monitor like hawks mind you, I find a pale blue, purple, and yellow flower, 4-compartment book bag for $25 and she can get it before Christmas. She sighs so loud I could feel her entitled breath through my headset and says $25? What kind of book bag costs $25? I looked up floral book bags for context. They cost about $30 to $35. It took you 45 minutes to find this book bag. I think you should give me a discount for my trouble. Granted, it did take me forever, but do you know how many floral book bags are on Amazon? Hundreds. But, I look at her account, and she has no previous pity discounts, so I say I can give you $5 off, as per policy, and I apologize that it took me so long. And this woman has the audacity to say right to my ear, "You know what, I don't think that's what I want to get her for Christmas. Can you help me find a cute sweater instead?" She's a kid small. I muted myself and screamed as I finished having an aneurysm. I heard her go, "You know, I saw a dress earlier I think she'll really like, so never mind. Will I get an email when that $5 is added to my account?" You know what, don't worry about it. Bye. I'm pretty sure I was just exhausted, but it still pisses me off to this day. I used to work at a hotel. A particular day, when we were already sold out, this lady calls us. I didn't answer the phone, but I heard on the recording days later. The call goes like this: "Thank you for calling hotel name. This is Miss Pace. Can you have us marked down for a pet room?" It just so happened that one of our reservations that day was for a Miss Pace, different first name, but only one letter off, in a pet-friendly room. The employee says, "Of course Miss Pace, looks like we already have you marked down for 1 millisecond. Pace instantly hangs up, so I can see how the following is sort of the hotel's fault, but not a huge deal. The day goes on, the shift change happens. I jet to work and check in this other Miss Pace along with a dozen other people, not knowing about this call or anything. This lady walks in, Miss Pace, and says, "I have a reservation here." "Sure, what's the name on the reservation?" They didn't ask for a name UHH. Well, there needs to be a name on the reservation. Otherwise the system won't let us save it. It takes me about 5 minutes to get this lady to tell me her name. I tell her I don't have a reservation for her. She gets all huffy saying that she insists she made one, but she tells me she didn't give a 200th number, her name, phone number, or anything to the person working here over the phone. After another 10 minutes I figure out the confusion, where there were two people with very similar names. I tell her what I believe to have happened, and she gets huffy and says she'll get her husband. Her husband gets in, and he's a big guy, older, in his 50s, but he could probably beat me up based off size alone. He yells at me for about an hour telling me that I have broken a verbal contract with his representative, his wife, and there are always consequences for those that have wronged me. He points at me, then angrily taps a challenge coin on the desk a few times and walks out. I go on with my day thinking that I've seen the challenge coin before. I Google what it looked like, and it turns out it's a Delta Force marksmanship coin. I'm a little freaked out, so when I drive home from work I noticed that a car was following me since I was looking, suspecting this guy was retired special forces. I live about 20 minutes from work, so I call highway patrol and say that I suspect this car is following me. I see the police car from my rear mirror pull up behind this car, turn their lights on, and then this car following milliseconds just floors it. It was some type of muscle car, Charger, or Mustang. It flies past me and the police car shortly after. I get home and call the dispatch and ask if they ended up pulling that car over, and the lady at the dispatch office said that they didn't. They lost the car as it drove through some winding residential roads. I called in sick the next day. Not retail, but a similar story. When I was chair of my academic department I was in charge of our departmental secretary, which means that if I asked nicely she would keep the classes scheduled, the photocopier running, and a million other tasks which I had no idea how to do. At the time she was in her mid-60s, and as sweet as they come. So one day I come down the hall, and I hear shouting coming from her office. I go there immediately, and find an international student at her desk screaming at her about wanting into a class, for which he didn't have the prerequisites. She was apologizing, but couldn't violate the policy. I should add that this particular student came from a part of the world not known for treating women particularly well. Now, at this moment he was facing her with his back to me. I bellowed, "What the hell is going on here?" He turned to face me, and you could see the blood drain from his face. He was probably 5 feet 4 inches. I'm 6 feet 5 inches, and in my size 15 cowboy boots, even taller. The secretary tells me that my face was bright red and my body language was that of an enraged gorilla. The conversation went like this: "Him, there seems to me a misunderstanding." "Me, no there isn't." "Him, I was trying to explain." "Me, you were shouting at my secretary." "Him, let me explain." "Me, here is what we are going to do. You are going to get the fuck out of here now. If you need anything from this department you come back next week and see me. You are to never step in this office again." "Him, of course sir." So, the next day I was called to the dean's office to explain myself. Apparently, he felt physically intimidated. I was told that perhaps I could have handled it differently. I was right to not permit the lowest paid member of my staff get abused. While I'm not chair anymore, thank God, that secretary continues to take exceptionally good care of me. Customer came into computer shop to buy a new PC. I help him choose and transfer his data from his old HD to the new one. Asked if he wanted the old PC still, and he said to just toss it. I put his old HD in an anti-static bag and gave it to him, explaining that if I missed any data he can bring it back and I'll move over anything I missed. Helped him out to his truck with me carrying the new boxed PC and him carrying the old HD. Put it all in the truck and he left. The next day he comes in saying he thinks I missed some data in the transfer, but thinks the old HD might not be working anymore. Odd he'd say something like that. How would he know if it was working or not? I hook up the old HD and hear the click of death. I then look at the anti-static bag the drive was put in and see a hole on the corner that looks like it was dropped on some pavement and find a corresponding dent on the corner of the drive itself. I take the drive back to the guy and say I'm unable to get anything from the drive and say that it looks like the drive was dropped, showing him the damage to the bag and the drive. He denies that he dropped it, and it must have been me that broke the drive when I was working with it the other day. I tell him the drive was working fine yesterday. I got all the data I could find off of it and immediately put it in an undamaged anti-static bag. Bags that are new build HDs come in. After unplugging it, he loses his faking mind, saying he's going to sue us for losing his data, that he's going to destroy the business etc. Point my boss comes over. I explain everything, show the damage and the fact that he said he didn't think the drive would work when he first came in. Boss tries to explain that we know that he or someone else dropped the drive after it left the store because we even watched him carry it out into his truck in its working state. He loses his mind again, even louder this time, demands to return the new PC he bought, and he's still going to sue. Boss says he's not refunding anything from a guy that just tried to scam us and to get the fuck out of the shop, and that he'd call the cops he ever came back. Point the next week we get a call from BBB basically trying to extort us for $300 or something to remove this guy's negative review on their scam site. Boss told them to go fuck themselves as well. I was in my early 20s working the sporting goods counter of a rural Walmart, and it was at wonderful, sarcasm, time of year when people could start getting their hunting and fishing licenses for the new season. In my state, license years run September 1st through August 31st. If I'm recalling correctly, it's been a good while lol. And licenses for the new season went on sale starting August 15th. Management, in their utter brilliance, sarcasm, had me manning the counter solo despite knowing that in license sales alone we easily cleared $30k a day from August 15th through the 31st, and that's conservative estimates. Despite a line going halfway down the faking store, things are going relatively smoothly. People are mostly being nice as they can see it's just me, myself, and I working the machines, until this older couple comes up saying they want to hunt deer and turkey. In my state, dunno about others, the regular hunting license covers deer hunting, along with boar, squirrels, and a few other things, but to hunt birds requires additional stamps, one stamp for migratory birds such as doves, and one stamp for non-migratory birds like turkey, which at that time was $7 per stamp. Point I get them rung up for their licenses, and they ask why it was more expensive than they thought it should be. I explained that if they are going to hunt turkey they require the appropriate stamp. Point that's when shit got ugly. Point the man calls me a ruddy and a dumbass, while, quite ironically, stating an incredibly dumbass statement. Turkeys are migratory, dumbass. No, they're faking not. Pindy Joe, and hurls all sorts of insults at me, and the woman joins in too. At one point one of the customers in line tells the man to watch his mouth as there's kids in the line with their parents, and that asshole had the gall to tell that customer too, and I quote here, "Shut the fuck up." At that point it's taking every bit of my willpower to keep from hopping that counter and beating the fuck out of him. I call for management, because I'm partly worried a brawl is going to break out and partly worried that I'm not going to be able to hold back on the urge to bash the asshole's head in for a whole lot longer. Eventually the couple storm off. Management never did show up or even bother to call, naturally, and the line resumes movement without any further major issues from customers. Later just the woman came back in trying to get the license and argue the necessity of the turkey stamp again, and left in a huff without a license when I showed her the state guidelines in the handbook that's readily available to customers concerning the stamps required to do this. Or that point, considering that I have a mouth that could make a sailor blush, I'm still amazed I got through that without uttering a single swear word, although I was thinking plenty. Some guy came in my store asking, "Do I look clean enough to use your bathroom?" I thought that was weird, considering he looked just like a regular dude out for a jog, not like some of the homeless folks who live in my area. But then he proceeded to tell me how a business owner down the street directed him to the public bathroom on the street nearby, and he was wholly offended by that. I live in Portland. I know how gross public restrooms are. I'm disgusted he would suggest I use one. Okay, whatever, yay, go use our employee restroom. Point. When he came out, he proceeded to talk about the town where I live in a pretty negative way. We are pretty known for our history with the black market marijuana industry, and he came from Portland, where they're doing it right. He beached and complained about the area, like, why did you even come to visit then? And then got offended when I said not everyone likes big cities like Portland. I was getting pretty annoyed with him, but when he asked where I was originally from and basically scoffed in my face when I told him that was it, I just pointed over to the city hall building and told him to go stand on his soapbox over there as I waved him out of the store and turned my back on him. He kept beaching as he walked out the door. I think I know why the business owner down the street didn't let him use his bathroom. Worked food service near a local lake when I got out of high school. It was my last day working there as I had found another job. I had just clocked out for the last time, and the new girl I had been training, who was replacing me, came up to me. I'm really sorry, can you help me? I can't get them to leave. I peek out the staff door and see two men, probably 35 to 50, wearing tiny speedos and covered in body hair. Nothing else. Not even footwear. Definitely not homeless or anything. They walked less than a block from the beach, where their stuff was. No shirt, no shoes, no service. Is a health code thing, right? We would do a health inspection any day now. Just having these guys in here was enough to cause multiple issues. After about 20 minutes of trying to politely explain to them why we couldn't serve them, while they swore up and down the whole time they were screaming about how could I turn away customers when the beach is so close. I looked around at all the teenagers and parents with small children sitting at tables and then pointed out that they were all fully clothed. We just want these, can you just get them and bring them to us? No, because I'm now 20 minutes into my own free time and I don't have time for your bullshit. And why would I do anything for you? You've literally spent more effort screaming at me and causing issues for this restaurant. 5 minutes and almost all of the customers leaving later. This is horrible service. My brain snaps. Fuck it, I'm done working here, right? Okay, first, you aren't a customer here. You were asked to leave by the girl behind the counter the moment you came in. Second, all the cameras in here are watched by the boss all the time. He will take one look at the situation here and tell me good job for not letting those half-naked guys come in and spread lake water, sand, and faking body hair all over my restaurant. Third thing, make any complaint you want to make about this place or me. I don't give a single fuck. The only thing I care about is getting you to get the fuck out of here. If I have to tell the cashier to press the silent alarm, I faking will. Cop shop is 2 faking minutes away walking. Half of them are regulars. You were asked to leave, and now you are just being a faking asshole. They leave. As I left out the back door of the kitchen area, I saw them trying to give $20 to strangers on the street to make them buy them food. They were still screaming, swearing, and carrying on though. People were crossing the street without a crosswalk to avoid them. I worked retail for almost 10 years and most of this thread is fairly familiar. My all-time favorite get the fuck out moment was at Christmas one year. We had recently had a memo sent to us warning that there had been a lot of fraudulent credit cards run through various stores. Large volumes of electronics had been lost. Talking hundreds of thousands over the course of a couple weeks. Pretty common stuff for Christmas, TBH. So I'm out on the floor at the time instead of doing paperwork, managing stock or any other dreary managerial bullocks, and up walks this poorly dressed fellow in his 40s. Don't get me wrong, I've seen a lot of wealthy, poorly dressed people in my years, but what follows is what triggered my fraudster sense. He wants a few laptops, Blu-ray players and a couple plasma TVs, back when Blu-ray players had just come out and cost about $1,000 each. He didn't have specific models in mind, he just wanted the most expensive ones on our shelves. Okay, says I, we can do that. How do you wish to pay? I'd like to put it on my Visa Platinum, says the fraudster. Oh, I think to myself, this may be the guy we've been warned about. No problem sir, we can do that, I respond, putting on my best greedy salesman face. Gotta reel him in and make him commit. I'll just go get the stock ready out the back. If you could wait for me by the register, I'll be out shortly to ring it up. And off trundles the fraudster to the registers, situated by the front entrance. Now here's the thing about our store. It had one entrance, fairly narrow, just a double automatic door like so. And the registers faced this door. so anyone making a purchase had their back to the entrance, whilst the staff could keep an eye on the comings and goings of customers. I walk out to the stockroom and head straight to the phone and call the local PD. I told them what the situation was. I strongly suspected this fellow, but didn't yet have proof, and that something very similar had happened at other stores. I described the man and what he was wearing, and asked if the foot patrol could wait by the front entrance and stop the fellow if he ran out on his own. I had a plan to help him incriminate himself further, so it could be a slam dunk on pressing charges. This wasn't my first rodeo. I hang up and just dick around the back for another 5 minutes until I see the police standing out the front on the security feed. I press record on my phone and walk out up to the front register where the fraudster awaits. "Hi, sir, your items are sitting in our back dock waiting for pickup. After payment, I'll come out and help you load it into your vehicle. Some of those boxes are heavy," I say, using my best salesman ooze. He thinks I'm on board and there's nothing to worry about. The fraudster hands me a Visa Platinum. I run it through the card reader. It works. Out comes the receipt, and this was back before pins on credit cards, when the only option was to sign. It would print, we'd get a signature, we would compare the signatures for a match, then assuming they matched, or close enough, we'd click accept on the reader and the sale would go through. The numbers on the printout don't match the numbers on the card. It's a fake card that's had someone else's number cloned into it. We got a lot of these. I mean a lot. To the point where we were offered a $100 reward for every one that we confiscated and handed into the card company, except Amex, they offered $50. Cheapskates. But, says I to myself, a little Christmas bonus. I slyly hit reject on the reader. "Sorry sir, the reader is having a problem. I'll need to call Visa and process it manually." Fraudster shifts nervously a little. I call up Visa. Tell them we have a card that's having issues on our machine and read them out the number on the card, not the prior card reader receipt, full well knowing they'd catch the number off the fake card as just that, fake. And they do. The Visa rep on the other end says to ask for ID. "Sorry for the delay, sir. Visa says everything should be okay. We just need some ID. It may be because the sale is over 10k, says I, in a most convincingly apologetic tone. Fraudster stops fidgeting. He's prepared for this. He pulls out ID, and it matches the name on the fake card. Interesting. Fake card and probably fake ID. I inform Visa that I have ID and the name matches a fake card. The Visa rep is a little surprised, but asks if I'd like them to call the police for me. "No," says I, mindful of the fraudster next to me. "It's fine. Everything is good here." The Visa rep obviously declines the sale and the call ends. "Sir," says I to the fraudster, "just to be clear, this is your credit card and ID." "Yeah, that's my photo right there," says fraudster, pointing to the ID. "In that case, I know that both of these are fake." Visa confirmed it. "You should really get the fuck out of here now, because my next call is to the police." Fraudster's face goes white. He turns and bolts out the door, right into the awaiting police officers with fraudster in cuffs, sitting on a bench outside our store. I explain everything to the police and hand over the evidence. The mismatched card numbers, the confirmation from Visa that the physical card is fake, that the ID, that is quite probably fake, the security footage of the fraudster handing over the cards and the audio recording off my phone of the fraudster confirming that it's his card and ID, because our head office was too cheap to get security cameras with audio. I don't know what ended up happening to the guy, but we didn't have fake cards come through for a long time after that. Word must have gotten out that we actually validated cards. It picked up again around the Easter sales, but never again anything to that scale, or with so satisfying a conclusion. Edit. Was tired when writing this. Cleared up something mildly confusing with the retelling of the phone call. Sorry, this is a bit of a long one, and sorry in advance if there's any unimportant details. This is my first Reddit comment. I've worked at Subway for a while, so I've definitely compiled a few stories. The worst thing to ever happen, which left me feeling extremely distraught and angry at the customer, was when a guy robbed the store, me being 15F at the time. So basically my shift was 4 to 10 p.m. and you're supposed to do a cash-in at 7, then another one when you close the shop at 9:30, counting the money to make sure you're not over/under the amount. Anyways, I was serving this old guy with a hat who only got an iced tea. Now most customers that come in and only buy a drink or cookies are a saving grace because it's quick and easy and we can get back to prepping food. Well, he asks to get the drink and hands me a $100 note. I take it, get the change out, go to give it to him, and he says, "Oh sorry, I have these coins for the exact change." And me being bad at math, trusting him, goes with it. Then after that, he asks if I could switch the notes he had for other notes and blah blah blah. It all happened so fast and I was just kinda jittery and he kept handing and taking notes from my hand. At one point he even asked me to count coins for a total of $2, in which I did, and there was an extra 50 cents and he laughed saying back quote, "Oh, I almost gave you extra." He then left the store, but I briefly remember him putting the $100 note back in his wallet, which confused me. I told my coworker, 17F, that I don't know exactly what happened or whether it was true, but I think the guy just took money. I thought that couldn't be right, but also kinda felt sick and wanted to do a cash-in to check if my gut feeling was right. It was around 4:30/5. My coworker didn't take me very seriously, or maybe just was thinking back quote, "What is she going on about?" So she said, "We'll just do the cash-in at 7 p.m. rolls around, me feeling sick the entire time leading up to then, and my coworker does the cash-in. I'm waiting nervously, and she counts and put the cash amount into the machine, then says back quote, "We are under $180. I swear I almost started crying. I freaked out so bad and was putting my face into my hands. Keeping in mind I was 15, this was my first job and I always strive to do my best at work. My coworker called my boss and told her, but she didn't really know what went on. So she gave me the phone. I gave my manager the rundown and she just started rambling on about how could I be so stupid to do such a thing. I just sat on the phone to her, absolutely defeated and extremely guilty, but mainly just feeling like a failure, because when the situation was happening I could tell something wasn't right, but I didn't do anything about it in the moment. Anyways, I got off the phone to her, finished work, then bursted into tears when my dad came to pick me up from work during my next shift. My male boss, who's married to my female boss, called me and was asking about it. Thank God he was so calming on the phone. I started crying whilst talking to him, and he just kept saying that it wasn't my fault and yeah, it feels crappy to be in that situation for him too, cause it's his money. I asked him what they were gonna do about the guy and whether they were going to get the police involved blah blah blah. He said they weren't going to and that it wasn't that big of a deal, which I later found out he was just saying to make me feel better because they did get the police involved, although I'm not sure if they found the guy. After doing a bit of research, just a quick Google search, I found out that stuff like this is quite common, known as the short change scam. I'm guessing old mate was dumbfounded after getting $180 that day, when usually these scams only work for less than $20 because the cashier's notice points, so that's it. I was absolutely distraught for the next week, could barely stop thinking about it, and cried myself to sleep for the next few days due to guilt and shame. For those who have thought about doing something like this, tricking cashiers into giving them money, especially if the cashiers are teenagers, think again. That whole ordeal caused me way too much strife, and I don't think back quote criminals think about how it will affect people pulling off stuff like this point. So yeah, if I ever see that guy come into Subway ever again, I'll be showing him where the faking door is. A few years ago, while I was working at Target as a cashier, a dude came up to my register with one real $20 and the rest that followed were a fake. The moment he placed them point in my hands I felt the back difference, but I continued with protocol, sending the bills through the bill checkers. The first one went through, we were good. I knew, and he knew it wasn't going to work, but I continued with the next one, and it failed. I tried it again, and then the third time, I'm laughing. He asked me why I was laughing, and I looked at him and said, "What do you think I look like to you?" And he says, "Stupid enough to accept my money." I looked at him with a death look and told him, you know what, I may be standing behind this counter, but I'm not afraid to cuss you out when you need to be. Now, you have the choice. You can take you and your faker's money out of this store, or I could call the police and have you turned in for fraud. Your choice, sir. As I smiled, and he started to cuss me out and say I was a stupid bitch for stepping up to him, I replied with, get the fuck out of this store right now. As he's walking away, he's still cussing me out, and now I get loud and say, and take your faker's money with your fakers out of here too. The rush I felt, because first off, I knew I was going to get in trouble with my manager. But I'm not going to allow someone to come and insult my intelligence just because I'm at work and have to act professional. Fact that my manager sure did talk to me, but she had my back saying my language was inappropriate, but I was correct to defend myself. I'm tired of people thinking that just because I'm in a work setting doesn't mean that I'm not going to take the time and call you out on your bullshit. Retail workers know that the customer is not always right. I was working as a host in a restaurant, and it was coming up to the end of the night, but the restaurant was still pretty full. So this family of 6 comes in, and we tell them it's going to be a bit of a wait for their table. As they are waiting, some other tables of 2 come in, and we seat them right away cause we have the room. So then the patriarch of the group comes up to the host stand and asks what's taking so long. My fellow host answers that unfortunately, because of group size, it would be longer. The man seems to accept that and sits down again. Then like a minute later, he comes back up to the stand and starts screaming about how we called his family unfortunate and how insulting we are and we were discriminating. At this point, the whole front of the restaurant is silent as this guy's ranting, and the group is crowding around the poor other host. I'm frantically calling on the radio to get the manager. When the manager does show up, the man turns on her and asks who she was in a very demeaning tone. When she explains she's the manager, he just looked down his nose at her and starting ranting again about how we called them unfortunate, and on and on. We finally had a table ready, and I love my manager for this, because she put her arm out and stopped them, telling the group that she did not appreciate how they were treating her staff and that they were no longer welcome in the restaurant and to get out. The man yelled that he was going to call corporate. My boss very calmly gave them her card, made sure they knew her name, and told them to get out. Some context for the story. I train and regularly compete in MMA. Nothing major, just local and regional stuff. Not a world beater by any means, but still more than capable of beating the shit out of the average man, if pushed to it. Anyway, I worked in a local builder's merchant store, some days working in the yard, sometimes on the sales counter. Anyway, one day this foreign, possibly Turkish I think, guy comes in with his heavily pregnant wife/girlfriend. He has okay English, but struggled with a few of my words while he kept trying to negotiate the price despite being a first-time customer. Anyway, the wife/girlfriend's phone rang. The guy excuses himself and brings his partner to the other side of the store and just begins to scream into her face. I was still only in the job a couple months and didn't really feel comfortable talking back to customers or dealing with tension. Anyway, my manager comes out of his office and calls the security guard. I say security loosely because although it was his job title, he never actually done that. He was more on the side of checking delivery vans/trucks leaving the yard so that the driver hadn't forgotten anything and was in charge of the delivery service. He was also in his late 50s and had probably never had to deal with a physical incident in his time with the company. He comes in and asks the guy to quiet down or would have to take his argument outside the property. The foreign guy gets really aggressive really quickly and is right in the security guard's face, who's clearly nervous. I look at my manager, who almost gave me a nod of approval. I stroll over all casually, step in between the two guys, and tell the foreign guy to leave the shop. He shouts something non-English into my face, so I smile as relaxed as I can and tell him, if he doesn't leave, I'm going to call the police, and if he raises his voice again, I'm going to beat the shit out of him in front of his partner. He hesitates for a second before trying to grab my shirt. I lap his hand away and shove him back a couple yards. That slight bit of physicality was enough of a show for him to get the message about what would happen. I then told him to fuck off and never come back. His partner then followed him out with her head down. I hate to think what would have happened Had I been off or in the yard that day, because most of the counter staff are either female or older guys, as opposed to a than 21-year-old MMA fighter in, then, great shape, I feel sorry for his partner. She was clearly accustomed to being shouted at like that. I worked at a tattoo shop when I was younger running front counter. Had a guy come in one day off the street. As soon as he got close to the counter you could smell the alcohol wafting off him. Dude was sheet-faced, and shop policy dictates we don't tattoo drunk individuals. So right off the bat this dude isn't getting anything done today point anyways. The guy's trying to hide the fact he's drunk. He's really bad at it. He starts asking me about having a tattoo on his forearm covered up, and he wants it to happen now. I tell him that something like that takes a bit of turnaround for our artists. A period of 2 weeks was pretty much the shop standard to have something like that accomplished. I told him we could take care of the prerequisite stuff right now, and then schedule an appointment for him in the future. His glazed eyes drift over to the occupied chairs of the artists in shop working on clients, and ask me why these people are allowed to get tattooed today and he can't. I explained to him that all these people scheduled their tattoos weeks ago. He says he wants it done today. I tell him that's not going to happen. He chuckled a little bit and then softly, almost under his breath, said, "Fuck these people and fuck you too, man." I laughed at him and told him it's time to leave. He repeats what he said. My patience is quickly running out. I've got other customers close to the counter who are now noticing this guy and how he is acting. I began to raise my voice. "You need to get the fuck out of here." The sound of the tattoo machine stopped from the adjacent artist space. "Get the fuck out of here now, asshole." Two of the bigger artists in the shop had begun to take notice of what was happening and had stopped tattooing and were now actively shouting at the guy to leave. I think when he saw the 350-pound former skinhead covered in tattoos start to remove his gloves he got the message that he was about to be in trouble. He scoffed at the scene which he had created and then sauntered back out the front door. Never saw that piece of shit again. I felt bad about blowing up in front of customers like that, but looking back on it, I think the situation was handled appropriately. I have a few, but this one is the best. I worked retail a couple years ago at a store called PacSun, and we had rampant shoplifting there. Happened constantly, mostly because of a stupid rule, where employees are not allowed to run after customers once they leave a store, even if the alarm goes off. My coworkers and I complained about this rule all the time, and one of my favorite managers actually got fired for violating it. Anyway, I'm on shift one afternoon and two heavier women come in with their 2 toddlers and a double stroller. I automatically recognize them from a particular day a month earlier when, in a matter of minutes, the women had not only snatched over a dozen items of merchandise from shelves and fitting rooms, but they had instructed their kids to steal a few of our shopping bags from behind our counter, so the clothes would be in bags, less conspicuous. They used the double stroller so they could hide the bags under a blanket and wheel them out. So this time around, I alert my manager that we need to keep a close eye on them and their kids, and if the kids innocently go behind the counter then we know what's going on. Lo and behold, one of their kids goes behind the counter to grab a bag, and my coworker stops him. As this is happening I see one of the women stuffing clothes underneath a blanket in their double stroller. I walk up right behind her. Her back was turned to me, and I just stand there and fold my arms. She turns and is startled to see me, and I just hit her with a death stare, because at this point I was so tired of their shit and what they were teaching their kids in the process. The woman proceeds to pull out something like 20 articles of clothing, hats, shirts, underwear, you name it. She laid it all out on one of our display shelves, and my manager told them to get the hell out of our store, which they promptly did. Never saw them again. I was in my early 20s working at McDonald's. One day I'm asked to help train a new guy, he's black, it's relevant, on how to manage the drive-thru. We were in the back window area, he was taking orders for 2 lanes, and I was listening in on my own headset and taking money for him at the window. Some rando fat white lady pulls up to the window and smiles at me as I do the standard greet/confirm order/announce total. As she's digging for her money, side note, it's always the assholes who wait 20 minutes to even get to the window, then they look for their goddamn money like that had no idea they had to pay. She jokes to me that the speaker makes my voice sound much deeper. I chuckle and point to my coworker, explaining that he took her order. He had a free moment because she was holding up the line, so he leaned over me a little and waved politely to her. She looks up for a second, says, "Oh, if I had known a N-word was working here I wouldn't have come." Then goes back to digging in her purse, like she was talking about the weather or something. My coworker and I's jaws both hit the floor. I did it without thinking. I told her to get the fuck out, and I closed the window then locked it. While she was sitting there, I call for a manager to clear off an order. The manager walks back there, asking why. While I explain, this bitch is wailing on the window with her shoe or something, still holding up the line over her precious Mickey D's. The manager is pretty disgusted and doesn't say anything. I'm totally expecting to get yelled at cause I did admit to swearing at a customer. She clears off the order, opens the window, also tells the lady to get the fuck out, and walks back to the front. Eventually the lady moves, and we had to apologize to everyone behind her for her racist ass, but most everyone was understanding. I don't recall ever seeing her again, but I never did get in trouble for that one, when I very easily could have. I was just hella lucky that manager was chill. I did apologize to my coworker for not giving him the chance to go off on her. He said he usually just freezes when that happens and never knows what to say, so he was thankful I at least did something. She didn't pay for her meal, so it's not like we ripped her off. We rightly, and maybe rudely, refused her service. Where do I even start? I have so many crazy customer stories in my years of retail. This one stands out the most to me. I work at a high-end kitchen supply store that caters to a lot of entitled individuals. On this particular day this woman comes in who had previously worked with one of my coworkers. We'll call him Steve. She then begins, in very broken English, demanding me to set a table for her to see how everything she wants to buy looks, as well as snapping to summon me to her. I spend 3 hours gathering everything, and she disappears. When I come back down with the rest of the things she wants, she comes back and starts screaming at me that none of it was boxed up for her, which she had never specified to, and that I was wasting her time. So I'm hurrying to box everything up, and she's yelling at me to go faster, and is screaming at me in Chinese, which I do not understand. She says she's parked close, so I load up and take everything out to her, only to find out that she's parked 4 blocks down, all the while yelling at me to hurry with 9 full boxes on a small cart. She then has me load everything into her car, which has a giant steel cage in it. She then yells at me because I can't fit all the boxes in her cramped cage-ridden car. She then pushes me aside and screams at me, "You're bad service and Steve is better than you." After I just spent 3 hours with her being as polite as possible through the yelling and insults, she shoved me aside again and waved me off, shouting bye. As she walks away, as to dismiss me, I told her never again, and she can request Steve anytime she'd like. I worked at a microbrewery and our auto bottler, or whatever it was called, was malfunctioning. We had to put the bottles on a track and they would go down a slight incline. Then these flexible tubes would go in the bottles all the way to the bottoms, so no foam. It was wide enough to do 5 bottles at a time, but for some reason the tubes weren't lifting back out, and beer was overflowing. Gasp. I was the office manager and would only assist on bottling days, and the brewer was underneath trying to figure out what the machine's problem was when this guy wanders in from the hall to offer his knowledge. We were in a historic 100-plus-year-old building that had other restaurants and shops in it, and people could watch the brewing process happen. Someone left our gate open. It was probably me. So this genius says he knows these machines. They screw up all the time. You just have to run them faster and the tubes fill and lift out just fine without overfilling. They do. We already know this, but there's a happy medium on our machine. The brewer starts to say this to Mr. Genius, politely of course, when the guy says watch, I'll show you, and hits the start button and cranks the speed. The reason our machine needed that happy medium is because we had bottle caps getting out on. So sure, they were filling great, then they got pushed down to the end where the cap slammed down on top of the bottles, at speed, shattering the whole row. We all froze. There was a poetic clink as the machine released 5 bottle caps to no bottles, and then the stupid machine sent 5 more filled bottle down before the brewer hit the stop button and started screaming at the guy to GTFO. This story was my first night as a newly appointed manager at my local GameStop. It was a normal night, nothing big released and it was slower. Two kids, roughly 7 and 8 years old walk in, which is normal considering there is a nail salon next door. I walked out from behind the counter and asked if there was anything I could help them with. The 7-year-old tells me his birthday was this past weekend and he wanted points for some game that was popular at the time. I helped him and rang him up. I gave him the standard pitch that, since it's a code, I can't return it, which he followed up with he was positive it's for the game he wants. I looked at the 8-year-old and he nodded his head. They leave and about 15 minutes later, the kids return with their "I want a manager" of a mom. She bolts over to the counter, dragging the 7-year-old and starts immediately snapping at me about how her child has gift cards and she wanted to return the code so he could use his gift cards. I politely responded that due to the item being a digital code, I was unable to return it. She started to berate me about how that process is bullshit and to go fuck myself, and one way or another she will get what she wants, blah blah blah. I again repeated the process, but was more stern this time. She tells me that she wants to speak to the faking manager and is done wasting her time with a sorry excuse for a human like myself. I swear to this day I heard a boxing bell right before I calmly smiled, slowly leaned over the counter, locked eyes with her, and calmly stated I'm the faking manager. She had this immediate look of disgust and stormed out of the store. A little later my district manager called the store about a complaint and I gave him my side of the story. He chuckles and tells me to not worry. Worked vacation/sick relief at a gas station, so I worked all over. They had about 70 different locations and I could get sent anywhere. Point lady can't buy 5 kapuxinas on her food stamp card, state law, so she shoves her scalding 5 scalding kapuxinas into the check stand. Unfortunately my co-worker was kneel below counting money in the safe and received 3rd-degree burns on his bald head. Angry drunk comes in and wants orange pineapple juice. I tell him exactly where it was and opted to staff in the check stand for staffity. 2 AM and I'm alone. After lots of back and forth and the guy calling me a variety of names, ring him out and he chucks his change at me as he leaving. Point won't sell a drunk woman beer after beer 30, so she starts chucking Milwaukee 16 ounces at my head. Off-duty cop happened to be there. Cops got called and she was arrested for the multiple warrants she already had. Point had some tweens get dropped at my store by police officers after their ride kicked them out on a below zero night with high winds. They were waiting on a ride. They got 3 warning to stop being loud twats or I would make them level. 3rd strike happens, they last 2 minutes outside, come back in and start screaming at me accusing me of being racist etc. The other customers about ate them alive. Heroin addicts nodding off and waking up after they had slammed their face into the candy rack a few times. It stopped being funny really quick and just sad. Point guy punched the hot dog sneeze glass instead of his girlfriend's face. I don't remember what they were fighting over, but definitely not worth all the ruined grill food. Point I have 6 years of these stories but these are the first that come to mind. I went to school at the U of M in Minneapolis. The location is important because MSP has the largest population of Somalis in the US. A lot of the community isn't well integrated and there is a lot of racism directed at them in general. Point I was working in a parking garage booth with a freshman Somali girl, total sweetheart, but super shy. A car comes in, but as the gate is coming back down, a clean-cut, well-dressed middle-aged white guy in a Range Rover tries to tailgate him in. I don't know why, you just pull a ticket on the way in and pay on your way out, so it's not like it would have been free for him if he had made it. Point anyway, the gate crashes down onto his hood because it only lets one car through. The driver looks right at me, 6-4 inches decently built white dude, points at my car walker and yells tell that faking immigrant to get this thing off my car. I proceeded to get out of the booth, walk around to his car, lean down to put my face into his SUV's open window, and sternly said something to the effect of "You don't get to talk to my friend like that. You had better back your car up right now and get the fuck out of here, asshole." His demeanor immediately changed and he started stammering and stuttering and apologizing, and I just screamed "Now!" right in his face. After he left, I called my boss to tell my side of the story, assuming they were going to hear from Mr. Douche Nozzle, but honestly I was willing to lose my job to stand up for that girl. Boss laughed and said try not to do that again, and I never heard another word about it. Worked as a manager of an escape room. My next group came in for their scheduled game. They seemed fairly relaxed, but mentioned a crazy guy followed them most of the way to our venue. Considering the state of homelessness in my city, I empathized but wasn't alarmed. It's something I see often. As I'm apologizing for having to experience that, said crazy guy walks in preaching about what's wrong with society or something. A lot of incoherent babble. He kept on with it for a minute, seemingly blaming my players as the cause of it all. The whole time I'm silently watching his body language to see if he would get combative and whether I would tackle or strike if he did anything. As quickly as he entered, he leaves. Everybody breathes a sigh of relief. I temporarily lock the front door, just in case. Another round of apologies for the experience. I start my spiel and hear someone gently turn the doorknob, at first, then considerably more aggressive. Followed by banging and ramming of the door so hard you'd think it was the police in a hostage situation. It's crazy guy. I boom at the top of my lungs, get the fuck out of here. Momentary silence before the sound of breaking glass to one of our boarded up front windows is repeatedly struck. I surreally wonder if this is what the zombie apocalypse would sound like. He fucks off, leaving a trail of blood drops. Later find out from a cop that a string of calls came in after ours. Crazy guy was shaking his bloodied fists at pedestrians for several blocks. Fun day. I worked at a cake store a few years ago. At the time, there were a lot of counterfeit bills floating around and being given to all the small businesses in the area. In a few days, my boss lost $300 and somehow the bills were passing our detection pens, so we were extra on our toes to check in any way we could. She told us to check for watermarks, and if you run your fingernail against the side of Jefferson's jacket, you could feel the raised texture. One day this woman comes in and buys like a dozen cupcakes and hands me two $20 bills with a snarky smile. I pretend to look for change in the register, it's under our table, to make room for resting cakes and stuff, and try to feel the bills. Nothing. Checked for a watermark. Nothing. I look at her, dressed in flashy statement jewelry and nice clothing. She looked like she wouldn't have had a problem using real money to splurge on cupcakes. As I keep trying to verify the bills, her smile slowly disappears. On the inside I'm fuming. Who in the right mind thought it was okay to steal from such a small and honest business? To try and take from those scraping by and trying to make it with what little they have is disgusting to me. I turn around and start heading for the kitchen, as I was the only one in the front and I needed help with what to do with her, when she suddenly yells I can pay with my card and holds up her credit card. I turn back around with the pettiest and most arrogant smile and just say, oh, alright, great. She looked defeated as I stared her in the eyes and swiped her card. She rolled her eyes as I handed her card back and said have a great day miss. She left in a huff and we never saw her again after that. I work at a grocery store as the head cashier, and I had one woman try to return 2 bags of potato chips because they were stale. Both bags were almost empty. She didn't have a receipt and claimed the cashier never gave her the receipt, which seemed fishy. So I told her nicely that unfortunately I couldn't give her a refund without a receipt. The best I could do was let her go get 2 new bags of chips. Even this I technically shouldn't have done, but she looked very angry and I just didn't feel like dealing with her attitude. After some arguing she finally agreed to go exchange the 2 bags. A few minutes later she comes back with a bag of sweet potatoes and asks can I just take the equivalent in price for the chips and get some potatoes instead? I told her no, that would basically be like refunding her the money which you need a receipt for. She proceeds to throw the bag of potatoes at me after saying well that's ridiculous. At that point I had enough and my older employee was ready to call the cops on her, but I just told her to get her bag of chips and leave cause I don't need people throwing things at me just because they can't get what they want. So in case you wanted a job in customer service, beware of customers throwing things at you for completely useless shit like a couple bags of chips. People will stop at nothing to get their money back, no matter how small of an amount it is. I was working the customer service desk for a grocery store chain. I was helping a woman send multiple money transfers to pay bills over Western Union, and as I'm filling in information, an old man walks up to me, tosses a sale sign onto the counter, and says that he needs a rain check for it. I tell him I'll be with him as soon as possible, and he leaves, saying he'll come back later. Few minutes roll by, I'm still helping the same woman. He comes back again asking for a rain check. I say I'm not finished yet and I'll help him when I'm free. It's going to be a minute. He says he's going to walk to the deli and come back, and expects it to be ready by the time he gets back. I ignored him. A line is beginning to form at this point. So literally 60 seconds later, after his brief stroll, old man questions once again why it's not ready yet, and I'm trying to stay polite as I begin telling him, I've been helping the same customer since you first came here. If you'd like to stand in line I can help you as soon as I'm FR. And then my customer starts shouting down, this old dude, typing it out doesn't do it enough justice. Do you not see that I've been standing here the whole time? I'd like for you to show the same amount of respect I would show you if you were standing here waiting. Wait in line like everybody else. Some more incoherent shouting between the two, and the old man says get a life before very hurriedly walking away. She was my favorite customer ever. I thanked her so much. I once had a customer try to scam me in the store. I work on customer service, and we sell phone top-ups, and if someone needs it cancelling we have to ring a helpline to cancel it before we can refund it. One day I had 3 men in their late 20s turn up. They all had thick Irish accents, which does actually play eye to the scam. The main one asked for a £25 3 network phone top-up. I happily served him, and he turned away and did something, and I moved on to the next customer. About a minute later him and his 2 friends turned up again, and he was pretending to be rather annoyed and claimed I'd given him the wrong top up. He claimed he's asked for a free network top up which doesn't actually exist. I told him if he wanted a refund on the one I have him, he'd have to wait a few minutes as I would have to cancel it. At this point his friends chipped in asking if there was a problem here. I wasn't fazed as I'm quite tall and have quite broad shoulders, so I looked slightly more imposing than their scrawniers anyway. I took the top-up receipt from him, told him to wait, and went into the back and rang the helpline. As it turned out he'd already used it, so it couldn't be cancelled or refunded. I could hear him getting agitated outside as my manager had turned up and tried to cool him down. At this point I should mention that I was once described as looking like if Spock and Dumbledore had a 21-year-old son with a relatively stern-looking face with glasses and sharp eyebrows. So I let my glasses slide down to the end of my nose, raised an eyebrow, looked over my glasses, and walked out looking down at him. I stood in front of him, not saying a word, while he started asking when I'd give him his refund. I handed him his used top-up receipt, still with eyebrow raised, looking down over my glasses, and just told him to get out. I alerted security and AMD. His friends were subsequently banned from the store. I used to work as a retail supervisor at a fairly popular store in Ontario, Canada. One day, my general manager was in and was obviously cleaning up house a bit by getting rid of the bad and bringing in the new employees. 3 months prior, we had hired on a new person, middle-aged, who we were going to promote to supervisor. After some lackluster performance in the store, it was time for her to go. My general manager sat her down in the back of the store to let her know that she was being let go, and then escorted her out of the back door. Slightly odd way to fire someone, but I only assumed he was trying to avoid confrontation with other employees and or customers. We think nothing of it once we are told, and continue on with our day. 20 minutes later, a shorter, gray-haired, middle-aged man comes running through the front door, up to me with his fists clenched. He demands to talk with my manager, and not knowing who this guy is or what his problem is, I try to calm him down, and I walk to the back alone, or so I tried. He decided that he was going to follow me, so I said, sir, if you could just wait here for a second, I will go and get my manager. He hesitates, but agrees. I tell my manager a bit about the situation, and the manager comes out with me to the sales floor. I introduce them and walk away. Since this was now out of my hands, 5 seconds later as I'm walking away, I hear, "Fuck you, you good for nothing piece of shit." I turn around to see my manager holding his arms both straight out towards the man, in complete shock. I thought that someone was about to get hit, honestly. Keep this in mind while picturing the situation. My manager was mid-20s, extremely nice, smaller build, and tall. I guess you could call him lanky. This didn't last long, and the man ended up being told to leave the store. He walked out in a fury, screaming and yelling at every employee about how this place sucks. 30 minutes later, the police arrive, and neither the husband or wife are allowed within a certain distance of the store. Shitty for them, since it was an extremely central location in our town. I worked at a small shop at my city's main bus/train station that sold cigarettes, magazines, snacks and tourist tack. It was situated just on the edge of a rougher area, and so there was a lot of homeless or people with low income who would often come in for cigarettes or scratch cards. One day, when I was helping a tourist at the till, a rough looking gentleman came in and just sort of hung by the front of shop rather conspicuously. I realized that I had left the stockroom/staff area open when I grabbed a shirt for the customer, so I kept my eye on him while ringing the tourist through. Keep in mind that I was a 20-year-old girl and was working alone, so I had no one to warn about the man. I see him start to shuffle closer to the door while watching me. He wasn't even pretending to shop at this point. Once I open the till to give the change to my customer, he attempts to swiftly head for the room, but I had seen it coming. Excuse me, sir. That room is for employees only. He hesitates, obviously debating if he should just go for it anyway, and takes another step closer. Get out or I'll call security. I thought it was a toilet. Smiles sharply. The toilets are at the front of the building where you came in. He gave me a beady eye but left promptly. I've posted this elsewhere, but it belongs here too. I work in an electronics store as an assistant manager, where you can sell us your old tech for cash. CW. Crazy woman colleague. Me. So this tale started yesterday. I get a woman calling up asking for a quote about a PS4 that she's got. She tells me it's a 1TB, and she has extra controllers and games. I quoted her console and spare controller, but not the games as we were busy, and we had a few. Now we have a handy tool on our website that can offer you a quote for these things, and that's what I tell her. CW. Why can't you just do it though? I explained again that we were busy, and she wrote down my quotes and then hung up. No mention that she was happy with the more coming in. Nothing. Roll on to 10 minutes before closing, and she comes in with everything to trade in. Now we take half an hour to test consoles as we have to make sure everything works fine and follow a checklist. I explained this to her, and she flips. CW. All you have to do is plug it in and turn it on. Nope, unfortunately not. We can't trade it in for you tonight, but I can trade in your games for you. Q. Her calling someone at home and yelling over the phone about how we won't take it tonight. She traded in her games that night and grumbled and complained and said she'd be back the next day. And she was. My colleague gave her a new price, since her console memory was not in fact a 1TB, but a 500GB. So she's getting less money. Preface. My colleague can handle her own extremely well, so I tend to only step in when I feel it's necessary. Q. Her yelling at my colleague for false advertising and giving her the wrong price despite the fact that she didn't give that quote and I did. She knew that too and was yelling at her, but you were in the store. I step in after I've watched my colleague try to defuse the situation and calm the customer down before my colleague starts packing up everything back into the box and shakes her head to me to signal that she's not taking the console. The customer is on the phone again and yelling at whoever's on the other end and keep yelling at my colleague before hanging up and saying that she's not happy, but she'll sell her console for the new quote. Colleague, I'm sorry, but after the way you spoke to me, I'm not trading in your console. This woman flips, like she's yelling about how she needs the money to pay for her bills and we're awful and all that jazz. I've already stepped in and I'm telling her she can't talk to my staff that way, and then this happens. CW. Directed at my colleague. Just wait till I see you outside. I'll come for you. Me. Get the hell out of my store. We are not buying your console. You can sell it elsewhere. And She left after yelling a little more and us threatening to call security. I keep waiting on that phone call about being complained about from customer services, but I don't regret it one bit. I saw it, and I want my staff to know I have their backs. You do not threaten someone who has no control over prices. Still a bit scared to tell my manager about it though. Edit. I just want to clarify, I'll come for you is a common way of saying I'm going to fight you, gang up on you, hit you etc. I should have realized not everyone would know that. This was in 1997 at a record store. While I was an employee of the store, I was also the only person competent enough there to work the ticket master machine. To younger people, back in the day, if you wanted tickets to a show, you couldn't buy them online. You often had to show up to a select location where one of these machines was located. To get a ticket to a popular show, you would have to sometimes wait in line for a day. We would have people pitching tents in the parking lot the night before a really big show went up for sale. As you can imagine, when the tickets went on sale, the line was huge, and people were in a really bad mood. The actual buying process was complicated, and often a ticket a person wanted that appeared available would actually have been bought at another location by the time they offered payment, so would have to start over. Like imagine a line of 200 people and each gets to the front and has to look at a grainy black and white on paper layout of the venue and say I want to try for section 238A. Then you try, and if there isn't anything they try another and another. It was hell. Anyways, one time I was selling tickets to a Gloria Estefan concert in Miami, and the line was massive. The machine was barely working. People were being dicks. This old guy got up to the front of the line, and was to start with, making fun of me, a high school kid, for not doing my job quick enough. Anyways, it escalated with him making fun of me, so I just had enough, and called my manager, and told the manager that the man had said the F word to me, which was a total lie. He was told to leave immediately, after having been in line for like 18 hours. No ticket for you, haha. Well, he had a total meltdown, and was escorted out. On his way out the door he told me he was going to come back with a baseball bat and kill me, pointing at me and screaming. Cops were called. He was in the parking lot screaming at me through the window and making jerking off motions when the cops showed up and arrested him. So satisfying. No one in line gave me lip rest of day. Sometimes it is good to lie. Backstory. I'm a mixed 19-year-old guy that, while I'm not Arab, because of my complexion and beard people often think I am. Now the city I live in can be very racist sometimes, and also has one of the highest dropout rates in the country. I work in a hardware store that carries some specialty equipment, so we get a lot of contractors and construction workers. Now I'm not saying that all of them are racist, but sadly a lot of the racist stuff I deal with comes from them and old people. Now this one guy came in and saw me working in the paint section and asked me where I was from. Pretty standard question. I told him that I was from a different province. Then he asked me where I was really from, also another pretty common question. I told him I was born in Canada, to which he responded, well, you're clearly an immigrant, don't lie to me. My boss overheard this and asked what was going on. That's when the guy went on this faking speech about how immigrants are taking all of our jobs and ruining our country. My boss told him to calm down, and that's when this guy started to walk to the door swearing and yelling about immigrants and Arabs. Right before he got out he proceeded to tell the cashier girl to stay away from half-niggas like me. That's when my boss lost his shit and screamed to either leave or he'd call the cops. Thankfully this guy left and hasn't come back yet, but that's by far the most aggressive one I've dealt with. TDLR. Guy lost his shit for no reason. Said immigrants were taking our jobs and called me a half-nigga. My boss kicked him out and banned him. Sorry for some mistakes, English isn't my first language. This was 100% my fault because I was in the middle of quitting smoking and was in a generally shitty mood. I didn't handle it right, but the guy was such a prick. I used to work for an electronics store that sold components and cut cable and stuff. This guy came to the back counter and asks me for 10 meters of his particular product code. No problem. I looked up the warehouse location, found the reel, and cut him just over 10 meters because we always added a little extra so that we couldn't be accused of ripping anyone off. I take the cable back to the counter and ask him if there was anything else I could get for him. Before I've even finished the sentence he says, "This isn't what I asked for, point me." "Yes it is. You asked for 10 meters of point him." "No I didn't. I asked for 10 meters of dual core cable, point me." "Look, I have you exactly what you asked for. You gave me a product code and this is that product code." "You clearly just didn't listen properly. That's not what I need. Go and get me what I need me." "So you're saying you never make mistakes? That it must be me that's in the wrong, even though I do this for a living?" It couldn't possibly be that the customer got the product code mixed up, could it? It basically descended into a slagging match with me telling him to go and shop somewhere else. Not my finest moment, but thankfully my manager saw the funny side and moved me into the warehouse until the nicotine monsters faked off. I worked at a retail pharmacy for a while as a merchandiser. Filled shelves, organized the back room, set up displays and seasonal sheet, backup on cash, etc. Nothing too exciting, but I try to take pride in how the store looks, so it was always frustrating when I saw all the nail polish and eyeliner displays had been ruined and marked up by people testing the products, though they generally just use the eyeliners to tag and write sheet. The lady in charge of all the cosmetic merchandise, we'll call her Kay, and I shot the sheet all the time when we were on shift, and that particular eyeliner display was an annoyance of ours. She had repeatedly spent an hour at a time cleaning the display off, only for some assholes to come in and mark it back up. One day I'm about 3 aisles away from that display and I hear a group of young teen/tween girls giggling quietly. Anyone who has been around kids at that age know the giggle when they're up to some bullshit. I subtly picked up a box of hair product that needed to be put away in that same aisle and just walk over to the far end and watch them out of the corner of my eye. There's about 4 of them and they're all huddled around that display. Then it happens. One of them clearly starts writing on the display. I set the box down and start marching over to them. One of the girls sees me and her eyes go wide. They're busted, but she's afraid to say something to warn her friend. Out of nowhere I just projected the biggest authority voice I could muster. "Excuse me, what do you think you're doing? There's no need to come in here and vandalize our property. Get out." The ones who didn't see me jumped and they went dead silent as they scurried out of the store. One of them had to come back a few minutes after because she dropped her umbrella. A little while later I ran into Kay in the stock room and told her I caught the vandals. She goes, "Haha, I heard them get busted." Wait, that was you? I'm normally soft spoken, so I think I surprised her with how loud I was. Also, middle-aged white women and teen girls are the most frequent shoplifters I've ever seen. So this happened in a call center, not retail. I was minding my own business in between calls when one of my coworkers comes up to me asking my advice on what to do about an irate customer. Most of our supervisors are in their weekly meeting or already on the phone with escalated customers. She is borderline in tears, so I give her my extension and tell her to transfer the call to me. The first 2 minutes of that call is this old man inquiring how I could hire someone who only knew how to ask one question. His complaint was that his camera wasn't working and she had asked him to check that it was receiving power. I let him rant on until he called her a useless cunt. That was my turning point. I informed him that was a valid starting point to determine the issue and asked if there was someone else in the home over the age of 5 to speak with instead. He blows up and begins asking for my manager. I let him know that I wasn't going to transfer him to a manager since there wasn't one available. He flipped even more, telling me that I needed to get them to hang up on the other customer to resolve his issue. His son comes home from school, sees his dad on the phone, and takes the phone from him before telling him to calm down. I talk with the son explaining the situation, and he goes to check the power plug on the camera. Sure enough, it was unplugged, and the camera worked fine once plugged in. He then proceeds to find his dad and tell him the camera was unplugged. The father then claims we must have remotely unplugged it. The son tells him he's faking stupid, apologizes to me and hangs up. For the record, I'm still employed there, and my supervisor knew about the call 20 seconds after the son hung up on me. I got in no trouble, and the coworker who transferred him to me brought me cookies the next day. Some people are just too stupid to help. Give me a 5-year-old over that idiot any day of the week. Oh man, I've been waiting for this moment. Used to work for a local 7-Eleven in my town doing overnights. There is another one across town, and I was asked to fill in because they had lost some associates, so I decided I'd be nice. Bear in mind I was also working another full-time job at the time and was incredibly tired. I had this lady come in at about 11 PM. She got maybe some drinks or whatever and told me that she'd be back in a few hours to get food. I was like, alright, I'll see you then. Hope you have good night. We joked a little before she left and went on her way. Come about 1 to 2 AM she comes strolling in, gets a few groceries and whatnot, orders her food and waits, buys some smokes or whatever. Their policy is to ID everyone that looks under about 40, so I did. After about 3 to 4 minutes, her food is done cooking and I get everything set for her to leave, and she tells me that she thinks she lost her ID in the candy section in front of the register and begins looking for it. About 5 minutes go by as she's just tearing through the shelves, under the impression that it fell in between some candy bars or something. It had been a pretty steady night and I have customers trying to get around her during this, and she's being incredibly rude to them. After about 10 minutes I tell her that I'll help find it, and if it's not there, she's gonna have to leave because she's been there for quite a while and is being a straight up asshole to my other customers. I have a lot of patience, but at this point I was starting to get incredibly agitated. We looked for a good solid 5 minutes and it clearly wasn't there, so I asked her to politely leave, and she told me no. I then said, I'm not asking, you really need to leave my store, ma'am. She then yelled back, no, not until I find my faking ID. To which I replied, you need to get the fuck out of my store, or I'm calling the police. The wonderful response I got, go ahead and call them, at least they'll actually help me find my ID, because you're no help. So I did. They showed up, removed her and were pretty understanding why I called. She was obliterated. Just a fun fact, I then found a new job working at a local university and made friends with one of our maintenance guys. Turns out after a year of knowing him, that crazy woman was his wife. He informed me that she now hates me. TLDR crazy lazy lost her license in my store, couldn't find it, and was extremely rude and drunk. Had to call the cops. Sorry not sorry edit. Phrasing. I worked at a gas station when I was 16, did a single night shift as I was still in school from 10 PM Saturday through to 8 AM on the Sunday morning. I have always been a big guy, so I think my boss thought it was totally reasonable to have a guy my age there. I should also mention that this was alone all night and this was back in less PC times where they had the shop open to customers. Because I worked those hours I got all the people who were drunk and drugged out of their skulls coming out of bars when they closed at 3 AM normally coming over for hot food and to use the phone to call taxis. This was around 2002 and in New Zealand, so this was more common back then. One night a customer walks into the store and starts abusing the hell out of me using the most unbelievable language. His vocab was far-reaching and he could use all the 4-letter words rather well. He was so drunk he could barely stand, so had to lean on the counter. When he asked me to call him a cab I was more than happy to oblige. A rather long 10 minutes of abuse later the taxi finally pulls up to the forecourt and I think, great, this is over. He can get the hell out of here and that will be the end of that. He gets in the cab drives off, and I think thank goodness. 20 minutes later the same taxi pulls up, the same man gets out, slams the door of the taxi. The taxi driver gets out and smacks the hell out of this guy, causing him to fall backwards on the forecourt. The drunk guy comes back into the store, crying. Now when I say crying I mean uncontrollable sobbing, and I had to give the guy tissues. He demands I call the police, which I do. The taxi stays on the forecourt. The police arrive, put the drunk guy in the cop car, come back for a statement, and I say look, the guy got what he deserved. The police officer I spoke to said yeah, I'm going to believe you on that. They let the taxi driver go and took the drunk guy to the police cells for detex. I never heard anything come out of it. But I hope the guy had a sore head the next morning that was not just hangover related. To this day, and because of a few occasions where I had to deal with drunk people, I can't enjoy going out because my tolerance for drunken idiots is extremely low. I have to say, I was super grateful to taxi drivers. They knew I was young and they're on my own. and even if they didn't stop in you would see them slow right down and look in the store to make sure you were okay. They were actually good people that cared. I was working at the registers at a grocery store at like 8:30 p.m. We close at 9, and I heard a giant racket coming from the front of the store. I thought there was a fight or something happening. I turn around to see about 40 kids aged 10 to 16 sprinting into the store screaming, yelling, etc. It was actually a youth group who were doing some Master Chef challenge, so they were buying ingredients. The kids were creating havoc, so we found the organizer and told them that they needed to control the kids. They were all, yes so sorry, but they did nothing. One of the kids knocked over 5 jars of salsa which I had to clean up. We would ask the kids to stop running and to be carefully CT, but they would just laugh or say whatever. It turned into a game for them to see who could do something wrong without us seeing it. It was getting late, so I went up to the organizer again and told them that we wouldn't serve them past 9 p.m, so they should try and get them out now. It was 8:50 and she said she'd gather up and get out before 9 p.m. 25 minutes later they all group up and line up behind a register. I was supposed to leave at that time and they wanted me to take through the 40 or so kids, which would probably have taken me to 9:45. I'm usually pretty lenient in these situations, but I was tired, had warned them several times, so I told them unfortunately I couldn't serve them and that I gave them plenty enough warning. Then the organizer has the audacity to say, "You are being very inconsiderate and rude. We have done nothing wrong and we aren't leaving until you serve us." As she crossed her arms and gave me a smirk, I then told her get out of the store, but not before charging her for the salsa that one of the kids broke. I would have felt a bit bad for the kids, but most of them were absolutely feral. Worked as a manager at Spencer's for a couple years. I have many stories, most involving the cheap sexy time things. The best was the wife and silent husband. The day after Valentine's Day, I was at the front folding t-shirts and greeting, and they ignored my quick deals of the day, beelining for the register, so I knew this was gonna be good. The wife asked for a male manager, which was me, and proceeded to ask if I eyed their daughter the day before. I asked if she was blonde. I remembered the customer from the day before, as she was nervous at the till, and the mother nodded with fiery eyes. The husband still silent. He was clearly just moral support. She called me a creep and asked why I did. I replied that she was buying risque items and it's my discretion as a manager since we don't have any regulations, which the company clearly should. I would bust 10 kids a week stealing lube and vibrators. At this point I realized that her daughter complained to her about me, but wasn't fully honest with her, and I got a warm fuzzy feeling in my tummy. That yummy feeling you get when you get to hand deliver karma. Yay, congratulations beach. You win today. I printed her a receipt which included various sex kits, outfits, toys, and even a stripper pole, and asked the lovely couple if they would like me to walk them around the store to show them the items their little sweetheart used with her boyfriend the night before. He grabbed her arm and I don't think her feet touched the floor as they left. FTP with a long post, so please bear with me. Also trigger warning for talk of suicide. This happened about a year ago. I worked in a supermarket, and when I was friends with an older woman who used to work in the bakery department and then changed departments and worked on the checkouts. Let's call her L. She was always really smiley and friendly, even though we were 30 plus years apart. I moved apartments to the petrol station a few months later, and I worked with L's daughter. I also found out that she lived up the road from me, so I'd often see her walking her dog. It's late November, and I'm looking down Facebook, and I see an article that someone committed suicide by jumping from a bridge over a dual carriageway, a road you drive at about 70 miles per hour. I think little of it as mental health is a big problem nowadays, and the services in my area are underfunded by the government. Just a day later I see a Facebook post from L's daughter saying that L had passed away in the early morning. She didn't say what had caused it, but we respected her privacy and we held a collection for charity in her memory. I found out from a colleague that L was the one who committed suicide from the bridge. I went to her funeral, although I felt slightly out of place, being the only young person there who wasn't family. These situations always dredge up bad memories, as I've attempted suicide before. It failed thankfully and I survived, but I always wonder what would have happened if I hadn't. Point working in the petrol station, you stay well updated on local traffic news. It was about a month later when a man was threatening to jump from a bridge over a motorway, similar to a dual carriageway, but it has 3 lanes instead of 2. This caused a lot of delays on the motorway and most people who came in that had been caught up in the traffic were sympathetic to the man. I believe he was sectioned and given help, but would try to do the same thing again. I can't remember if this was the first or second time he had done this, but this one old man just takes the biscuit. He comes in, and you can tell he's angry that he had to be inconvenienced by this. He comes in ranting about nutters in this country and says has been stick on the motorway for hours. RM is rude man. And I'm me. Point me. Yes, I've heard the man has been taken to get help now, so hopefully he'll get better. RM. I don't care about him. I was stuck for hours. Me. I can understand it's frustrating, but mental health is no small problem. And when it affects people like that, it has larger impacts. RM. I don't give a damn. If he wants to jump, let him jump. He's probably no use to society. I would have pushed him off. Point I can't believe this. At this point I've been putting his fuel and snacks through the till and taking his payment. This is hitting hard. After having lost Elle so recently, it just bubbles up inside me in anger. I also typically hate confrontation as I have social anxiety, but this needed to be said. Me, sir. Another person decided that they saw no way to improve their life and so almost took it. If the emergency services hadn't talked him back from the edge, you'd still be sat on that motorway whilst they clean up from a suicide. You may not understand how mental health can affect people to do things like this, but I'll tell you this for free. My friend committed suicide less than a month ago. She was not worthless to society. But if you ever feel like there's no point in living, like you can't go on because your mental health and life seem irreparable, and you find yourself standing on that ledge asking yourself if you should or shouldn't jump, you come and find me. I'll do exactly as you said, and I'll push you myself. Thank you and have a good evening. Point the GTFO never had to be said, but it was definitely implied. He left silently with a look of how dare you talk to me like that on his face. My colleague was in his break, and when he came back, I told him what had happened. I was surprised that I never got reported. Point TLDR. Rude man says people who threaten to jump off bridges onto roads and hold up traffic should just be pushed. Tells this to a suicide survivor whose friend jumped off a bridge into traffic a month earlier. You can guess what happens next. So I'm a flight attendant, now working for a major international flag carrier airline. But when this happened, I was working for a charter airline for a company that sells package holidays. Rather than offering a complimentary meal, passengers had the option to purchase food and beverages. I go through the cabin taking food orders and start cooking them. They had been cooking for about 15 minutes, and I'm walking through the cabin when a sole passenger stops me and demands food. Okay, so his parents obviously didn't teach him to be polite, but oh well, I'll go put the food in. I get to the galley to sort it out and end up passing out from it being an early morning flight and not eating/drinking enough. When I come around, I see a couple of my colleagues around me and a sole passenger who is leaning over me, shouting at me that I'm incompetent and stupid and why the fuck is his food not ready, maybe because I was unconscious. Unfortunately, it's not like you can open a door mid-flight and push someone out, but I got my satisfaction when we landed, and the manager on board told me I could say whatever I wanted to the asshole. Point as he walked past me to get off, I had the pleasure of telling him to fuck off and leave my aircraft, and don't bother showing up for your return flight, because you're banned from the airline. Oh, and don't ever treat anybody in that manner ever again. Sure enough, passenger banned from the airline. Didn't think we were serious and showed up for his return flight. Point pro tip: flight attendants are here for your safety and the safety of the aircraft. The year was 2007, and I was working at a grocery store chain, and for some reason our checkouts were U-shaped. Please see my terrible drawing. Filled circles are workers, blanks are customers, so you were back to back with your hub partner and could easily see the person on the hub in front of you. There was about a 6-inch gap between the ground and the bottom of the register. This is important. So I was in the register that looked straight at this one of our regulars, a lady in her late 30s, early 40s, was there chatting to the cashier. Standard stuff. A pair of boggans, a mum in her 50s and her son in late 20s, early 30s are unloading their trolley on the belt point. At some point the mother drops her lighter and can't immediately see where it went. Most likely under the register. Instead of her or her son bending down to look, they come to the logical conclusion that our regular who hasn't moved or bent over and is talking to the cashier has stolen it. BM, did you steal my lighter? I'm sorry. This was an I'm sorry I don't understand you / wasn't paying attention. Can you please repeat? Sorry, not an admission of guilt. Boggan mum then punches regular in the face and goes to get her again. We are shocked. Both me and her cashier start ringing our supervisor bells constantly to get someone here now. They come pretty quick and get between the regular and the Boggan mum. Boggan mum is screaming regular stole her lighter and admitted it. Regular is holding back tears. I never stole anything. I don't know what is going on. Our boss calls the center security and firmly asks the Boggans to leave after laying into them a bit. We can't say it, but we sure as hell can imply it. Boggans were escorted out by security once they arrived. I have a couple, though only one. I basically told them to leave. It was closing time and the two managers were out locking the doors. This couple walks up, tries a couple of the doors, and then runs to the one not locked yet and pushes through despite the managers telling them we are closed. Oh, we'll only be a minute. Whatever. They get to my line to check out and instantly start complaining that the manager was rude to them. Well, you did basically force yourself through despite us being closed. So, well, that big black woman over there, I have no idea what he said next cause my ears started ringing. Told them something along the lines of you were the ones being rude. I guess we won't be coming back here again. That's fine. I think the company will be okay without your money. They left in a hurry after that. Told my manager what they said and she basically said it's a good thing I wasn't there cause I rolled a whoop their ass. Other thing I had happen was when I was working CS. Same store. Lady came up wanting me to do a return of some sort. She had a pretty thick Chinese accent, but I understood her quite well. She just was asking me to do something I couldn't do per store policy. I can't remember what. She got upset enough that she suddenly yelled, "Are you making fun of me? Are you making fun of my accent?" People behind her literally took a couple steps back and gave her a "Are you freaking serious?" look. Miss, I understand you perfectly and am in no way making fun of you. But you should lower your voice because you're making me and the other customers uncomfortable. She looked around and then started stammering an apology. Calmed down enough, I was able to get a super over to see if what she wanted me to do was possible. No, it wasn't, like I had been telling her for over 5 minutes. Used to work at Babies R Us as registry supervisor. Also covered furniture department until eventually it just became mine along with bababjia and food / formula / diapers. Ended up doing 4 people's jobs anyways. With the furniture we were always very clear. If you ordered it custom it cannot be returned unless the manufacturer screwed up royally. Mainly this meant they sent us the wrong chair, not it's the wrong shade of cream. We couldn't return it because it was custom fabric and color. We always triple verified before we submitted the order and once submitted it was final point. So it's 15 till closing and a very pregnant woman comes in with her husband to pick up their custom chair. Awesome. I get our truck crew to be very nice and bring it up front and we open the box up to inspect for damages. This I could return for free repair, but once they sign I couldn't do squat. I confirmed the specs on the chair with the original order which the customer provided. Lady had ordered a very nice cream corduroy recliner. It comes out pristine and I'm about to saran wrap it so it stays that way when she flips out on me because my cashier won't return it. She wants to change it to a blue plush since she ordered it before she knew baby gender. I remind her that we warn several times that once the order is placed we are stuck. We can't return custom items like this. She screams at me for a bit while I flag my cashier to bolt for the store manager. We are now past closing and our registers went down for updates. We would only unlock the drawers with the key point right as my store manager rounds the corner. This woman picks up the chair and slams it on the floor repeatedly. Eventually damaged all of one side. Husband is just watching in horror. Get the fuck out of my store. I don't know what kind of voice I used, but it snapped her back out, and she looked at the damage. I drug the chair out and tossed it in the back of the only non-employee truck I saw, and walked back in. She was whimpering about what she was gonna do now. She was banned from the building until it closed last year. One temper tantrum, because she decided at the last minute to change the color cost her $400 a share, and being barred from the only baby store in town that wasn't Walmart or Target. I worked as the lead bar/service runner for a now defunct bar/restaurant/concert venue/tattoo parlor in Berlin, Germany. Among other interesting yearly events, the city hosts a huge electronic music festival every summer that attracts loads of partiers to a city that's already crawling with partiers. These people would show up during the afternoon to eat and drink on the huge patio, having either already been out partying all night or before going out. On this particular afternoon, the patio was packed on account of the gorgeous weather. I sat a group of 4 young adults, decked out in their party wear, next to a middle-aged man and woman, as well as the couple's 2 kids. When I come back with their drinks, they had thrown glitter all over each other, as well as their table. Now, this is Berlin. Generally, people are pretty patient and accommodating of freaks, weirdos, and other awesome people, and the entire staff was equally easygoing, if not too high or drunk to do their jobs. I kindly told them to please not do this again, as it might disturb our other customers, and I added that it isn't all that considerate to do something like this because either myself or another member of the staff would have to clean up after them. They just looked at me with stupid grins. Maybe 5 minutes later, I returned with their drinks to discover that the entire area within 6 feet of their table was covered in glitter, including the family next to them and that family's food and drinks. I told them that they needed to leave immediately, in no uncertain terms, but one of them, a young man, decided that I was treating them unfairly. He kept insisting that I needed to be cool. I doubled down, and I do believe that I actually did tell them to get the fuck out. Once I was finally convinced they were actually leaving, I hurried back to work. Not 5 minutes later, I see the same guy standing at the door of the restaurant holding his hand, which is covered in blood. I asked him what the hell happened, and he told me that he cut it whilst climbing over the 6-foot fence that surrounded the restaurant. I was dumbfounded. But he then asked, "What are you going to do about this?" As if it was my/our fault. Having had enough of his shit, I went to get my manager, who grabbed him by the shirt and escorted him out. I worked at an express car wash as a shift manager. Most people who came through regularly knew that on slower days, only the far lane of 4 was typically used. A couple pulled up in the farthest lane from the current lane being used by all other customers and stopped, waiting to be told what to do, but unseen by the associate working. Customers were slowly trickling in and continued to move through the lane being used. Finally, the couple got, though I don't know how long it took, and they pulled forward. They immediately started screaming at the high school age associate, and he instantly called me by radio to come out. I went to try to disarm the situation, but they were livid. The guy in the driver's seat was heated, but the lady in the passenger seat was leaning over him and screaming at the top of her lungs. I tried repeatedly to explain that the associate surely didn't see them and that we'd get them through right away, but was told vehemently that it was deliberate and he was an asshole. Finally, the lady called him a faking asshole and both of us racists. The associate and I were one color, the couple another, so at that point I snapped. Throwing the F-bomb over something so trivial plus accusing us of something racially motivated that was such complete bullshit pushed me over the edge. I said something along the lines of "Your business is no longer wanted tonight or ever again. Leave the premises, which is private property, or I'd call the police." They left screaming other obscenities as I walked away. I worked various retail jobs for 8 years or so, but this was the worst experience I had. These people definitely had a victim's mentality. I felt bad for my associate. I delivered newspapers for a while. The printer building had a door that opened to a parking lot and a conveyor belt would extend out the door. Delivery drivers would park their car close to the conveyor and bundles of paper would start coming out. You loaded yours into your car and then the next person would pull their car up. The building was downtown next to many restaurants and bars. We were delivering papers from about 7 a.m. which meant we were there picking them up from 4, which is also when most people were leaving the bars. A woman came over once and started rambling at us. Whatever. Then she started pestering an old man and we all told her she needed to go. She didn't leave, but she stopped messing with him, and we weren't looking for a scene, so we just dropped it for a minute, but she had definitely established herself in our eyes as an adversary. Next, she started grabbing papers off the belt. It was still the old man's turn, so they were his papers. He grabbed the bundle from her, and she fought for it, and ended up getting a grip on the old man's hair, and pulling him around by it, still holding his papers. The rest of us started shouting at her to stop, and made our way over to her to physically intervene. This really big dude took off at a full sprint. I'm making it sound like we were all far away. We were probably 20 to 25 feet away, waiting our turn, and did what I would call a basketball pick on her. Basically, crossed his arms in front of his body, and used his speed/mass to bunk her with his chest/folded arms. Chick went flying. Really, he sent her airborne. She landed, started crying, and got up to fight back. There was a tussle, but someone had called the police and they weren't far away. They showed up, and she took a few swings at them, but that didn't last long or end well for her. She never submitted though. They couldn't even take her in a normal police car, they had to bring one of those vans. We kept working, but got to watch the whole ordeal. They fought and wrestled her, until they got her into the van, and slammed the door. I don't even think she got handcuffed. I imagine she picked up at least one assault charge though, if not more. Really seemed like an average basic beach. Seems dumb to ruin your life, because you wanted a bundle of newspapers. Alright, so a few years ago I was working as a clerk in your average small neighborhood convenience store. I worked evening shift, 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. closing. This old dirty looking guy comes in at the beginning of my shift and starts loudly going through all the doors of beer fridge, mumbling something, and looking more and more pissed. I didn't pay much attention to him at that point cause I had other customers. He finally comes to the cash with a 6-pack of cheap beer, and asks me why I don't have X brand of, even cheaper, beer. I just tell him that unfortunately we have contracts with their competitors, so we can't stock up said brand. He gives me a side-eyeing Chloe type of look, and tells me what the fuck kind of store are you running? To which I replied, if you're that upset about it, you can drop the 6-pack, and go somewhere else. He just grunted, paid and left. So I think nothing more of it. It was a weird neighborhood anyways, nothing out of the ordinary, and I go about the rest of my shift. Now it's about 9 p.m. and I have a regular customer inside, a mother with her 2 young children, and the guy comes back in, but this time he's faked up drunk. Again, not an unusual sight. Both him and the mom get to the cash at the same time. The mom tells him to go ahead first cause she's got a few things to ask me, and it's gonna take a while. His response was to lift up the 6-pack chest high, as if to show me he has it, give me a big dumb smile, and proceed to piss himself in the middle of the store. The mom gave me a horrified look, and I watched his dirty sweatpants get all wet from the piss that was flowing down his legs onto a puddle on the floor. I just lost it. I told him to get the fuck out. I said leave the beer and get the fuck out, or I'm coming to the other side of the counter. He just put down the 6-pack on the floor, lifted his hands in the air as to show he was obeying, but he lost his balance and he fell back into my rack of small-sized chip bags, effectively crushing a dozen of bags and making the top row collapse. I was faking furious. I went over to him and told him to leave again. I tried not to swear in front of the kids. I directed him to the door, and he left. The mother, my regular customer, then just stayed with me, telling me about all her piss stories from work. She was a nurse in a mental facility. I ended up just closing and cleaning after him. I couldn't wait to tell my friends about it. Not in retail, but this was an experience I had in hospitality. I apologize in advance that it'll come off like an r/I am very bad at story point. So I worked 3rd shift at a Motel 6 in a seedy part of town. Our clientele was not exactly upper crust. Prostitution, drug busts, even one drive-by shooting. Chaos was pretty common, but I never felt personally threatened. One night this old man, probably late 60s, came in flustered because his room key didn't work. I explained that, since the lobby was locked down, I would prefer not to leave the desk, but I'll make a couple keys, and if they don't work, to call the desk phone from his cell, and I'll walk down there and override the door lock. He was a little annoyed, somewhat understandably, but went on his way. 5 minutes later he comes back, and I see him through the front door window, obviously cursing at me vigorously. When he gets to the bulletproof window, he throws the room keys at the glass and yells, "Are you faking stupid or something?" I was 19 years old, and this job was something I strictly did while I went to classes part-time, so I could do my homework at work. I was paid minimum wage. I calmly looked at him and said, "Old man, I make $7.25 an hour, and that's not nearly enough to keep me from unlocking this door and clipping your faking legs out from under you." He backtracked like a quarterback in the pocket. You could tell he was one of those classical bullies who only says things like that to people he feels like he can't retaliate. He stuttered and fumbled over his words. "Well, now, I mean I'm just," so I told him I'd give him keys to another room for the night, but that I wasn't leaving the desk for him and he could get in his old room in the morning. If he didn't like it, I'd call the police and have him removed from the property. He quietly took his key and went to his new room. I never saw him again. Fuck you, old man. Kind of off topic, but I was in the Air Force as a cop. Most of the time my job entails 8 to 12 hours standing at a gate checking IDs to make sure they are allowed on base. We have signs everywhere saying 100% ID check, which means we have to check everyone's ID no matter what. People will drive up to the gate and will hand me their ID when they have multiple people in the car. If they are polite, I normally let them go on after I check the driver's ID. But every now and then I get a disrespectful person or someone with a shitty attitude that will hand me their ID. I will then hold on to it while I just look at them. Then after a minute they will ask what's the hold up. I then will say I need everyone that's in the vehicle ID. It normally takes about a minute or so to get them. Then I proceed to scan them. Then depending on how they act, take another couple of minutes or so and tell them that the system is slow and loading. They just turned a 30-second process into a 5-minute process. Now there is a lot of other ways that I can slow them down more, but this is the easiest and probably the funniest, because they will say some bullshit about how others don't make them do it or how they don't have an ID. So I say, well, then you can't come on base. Then they get really defensive about being late to work and so on. I then remind them of the signs stating 100% ID check and to be ready to present all ID cards once you get to the gate. It always happens to be the civilians that act like this, and they think they are above the law, but in reality they have less rights on base than off base, and I'm really bored and willing to do anything to make me less bored, which means faking with people who deserve it because of their rude or disrespectful attitude. I worked at a liquor store when a customer came up to the register asking for a pint size of some cheap brandy. We only had half pints at the time, so I offered him the option of buying the 2 half pints or the regular sized 750ml bottle. He asked if I would charge him the price of the full pint if he got the 2 half pints instead of their proper price, and I responded that I could not. He did not like that answer. He started getting really aggressive, yelling about how he hadn't seen his wife in months and that I was stopping him from seeing his wife by making a big deal about some dumb shit. And so my manager got involved, and the guy didn't like that. He started to point at my manager screaming nincompoop nincompoop, and when my manager tried to calm him down, calling him sir, the guy got up in my manager's face yelling out, "You will not call me sir. I'm your sergeant. You are weak, and if you can stand up for yourself, we can stand up to the man together. I'm training you. Nincompoop, bye." Then my manager had it. All the spit flying in his face was too much. So he grabbed him by the collar and told him to GTFO and never come back. But he did come back. A week later, as soon as my manager saw him come through the door, my manager just pointed out the exit door, hand on hip, and shoot him out. And the guy just sulked his way out. One of my customers was upset about the cost of repair on a piece of his equipment. He was quoted approximately $450 and his total came to around $440 and some change, so slightly less than he was quoted. To this day, I could never figure out why he was so pissed off when he came in. So he was originally dealing with the other lady at the counter who tried ringing him up, but he got her so upset and frustrated, so I took over the transaction. So I'm calmly ringing him up and listening to him rant and rave, and I'm just like whatever, because I know he had ocked the estimate. Me keeping my cool and not yelling back at him seems to be causing him to get louder and more obnoxious by the second point. So he takes his wallet out and starts laying down $4 $100 bills and some 20s. As he's setting the money on the counter, he yells at me, "I pay $8,000 for shoes. Or $1,000 for shoes, and you're charging me $440 to fix this?" At this point, I'm just trying to get the man his change as quickly as I can to get him out of the store, because other customers were waiting in line and now everyone is staring at him. He's cursing me out left and right and being just completely obnoxious for no reason. So give him his change and I say calmly but firmly, "Sir, I'm sorry, but you need to wait outside for them to bring your equipment around, because I can't have you using this foul language in here with all these other customers." So this is where he pissed me the fuck off. Now, just for context, I'm a white woman, about 28 years old at the time of the incident, and he is a black man, approximately 30 to 35 years old. I never once was rude to the man, I stayed calm the whole time, and I never ever made anything about race. I don't care what color you are, if you are taking to me in that foul, aggressive tone that he was, I'm going tell you to wait outside. So after I tell him that he needs to wait outside because of his foul language, he screams to all the other customers in the store, "Listen to her trying to tell me what to do like I'm her slave." Totally flabbergasted and just done at this point. I calmly explain one more time that it is only due to his obnoxious behavior and foul mouth that I told him he needed to wait outside. He finally turns around and heads toward the door, but not without shouting "fuck you bitch" repeatedly at me until he is outside the door. So my male coworker brings him out his equipment, and the guy is totally fine with my male coworker, no attitude, no complaining, nothing. Even jokes around with him and tips him $40 faking dollars for walking his machine 100 feet from the storage room to his truck. I don't mind at all that he tipped him generously, but after everything he just put me and the other lady through, I was never once even slightly rude to him, even as he's standing there berating both me and her at the counter. Fuck that guy, because he was the racist and sexist piece of shit. Fuck him. Working with the public can be interesting to say the least, lol. My family used to own a cafe. I ran it, my mum did the baking, and we had unrelated people working for us. It was a point of pride with our family that customers are not the bosses of our staff, and our staff are not their slaves. I've told off customers for leaning on employees who were stocking shelves to try and reach stuff. I've handed children cleaning equipment and loudly told them they had to clean up their spilt drinks that they were painting the table with, otherwise mummy would have to pay extra, because why should my staff have to deal with that? I've encouraged a staff member who had a problem with their voice, damaged vocal cords, to tell customers to mind their own business when they would question her about it. I've often served people that staff found difficult so that I could monitor the customer's behavior. My girls came first. They were doing a generally hard, not well paid nature of the business job. The very least I can do is ensure they are treated with dignity and respect. But my get out moment involved my mother. Some dude walked into the cafe, went straight to the toilets, then headed for the exit. My mother told him the bathroom was for customers only, and he said, "How are you going to stop me?" I jumped up from where I was and chased the little prick out of the cafe and down the street. He booked it into a nearby car, freaking out, and I banged him and the driver. "You come into my cafe again, I'll kill you" styles. I have no idea what I would have done if he hadn't ran from me, since I'm generally the wussy one of our family. Nobody messes with my mama though. Had a middle-aged white lady in Lululemon who wanted a really specific older style of leggings that she had purchased half a decade prior. She has a friend with her, but they are communicating strictly in Spanish as she speaks to me in English. I'll let her know the rotation of clothes is really fast at that company and we no longer make the items she wants, but I have something similar. as I'm showing her the leggings that are close to what she says she wants. She is clearly ragging on the company to her friend. My Spanish isn't good at all, but I know some, as I'm crouched down digging for a purple pair of a larger size. I'll let her know we don't have any, but I can have them shipped to her home, no problem. She says with a straight face, oh no, you are not going to get my address, so some creep can come rap me in the ass in the middle of the night. Her friend doesn't seem to have any idea the heinous shit her friend said to me, and I try not to explode from shock. I tell her I'll check the back and be right back. Proceed to enter the storeroom and tell everyone about this woman and her absurd comment. She is really bent out of shape that these pants aren't on hand, and I find a pair she likes enough to buy so I can get her the hell out of there. We had a system at the time where you could link your phone number to a profile that saved your receipts for easy returns. Heard all about her from the girl at the register because she was really wild about asking for any personal information. I was 18 years old, and on my second day of working at a gas station in Florida Point had an 60 to 70 year old jarhead come into my store all sorts of pissed off, nagging about the line, and reminded me of Cotton from King of the Hill. Anyways, he's one of the many old timers that play an ass ton of lottery, and this is back in 2005, when the machine is slow and cannot read forms very well. He proceeded to hand out lottery tickets, about an inch thick of scratch-offs to redeem, 10 games of lottery to play, and about 30 forms to redeem. Point each time he was very pissy when I neatly handed back each type of play and typing in his total. He also handed me more forms to play, possibly the ones that he had just played. I even asked him politely if he was sure. At the end of everything he was pissed off to the point of a vein popping out of his forehead. He said his total was wrong, and that I was an incompetent loser piece of shit that didn't know what he was doing. He threw his little Debbie honey bun at me, told me to go fuck myself, left his sheet, and as he stormed out the door I told him the loudest fuck you in the store in front of about 10 people. Point as it turns out, the manager said everything was correct with the receipt, and lottery was spot on. We even viewed the tape, and got a good laugh. Management waited for him to come back to explain the errors of his ways, and if he says one more curse word in the store, he'd be effectively banned from every owned gas station in the area. He became a kiss-ass to everyone. Since then. Turns out 9 of the 10 customers who were in the store filed a complaint with him and not me. On mobile, sorry for formatting. Backstory. I worked at a popular late night coffee house in a college town, run primarily by college-aged kids who were covered in tattoos. The business hours were 7 PM to 3 AM. After 10 PM we would get slammed until there was a lull around 1:30 AM, when the gaggle of drunks would start slithering in from the bars. Because of said drunks, we had a bouncer on staff. Story. It was after 3 AM, the staff was exhausted, and I was helping ring up a few straggler customers when a 50-something-year-old woman with a Louis Vuitton bag sauntered in. She waited for me to finish ringing people up and then approached. I asked if she was lost or needed help. She said she thought I specifically could help her, but seemed embarrassed. I asked if she was okay, and after mumbling nonsense she finally made eye contact with me to ask if I knew where to find her some heroin, because her daughter cut her off. RECORDSCRATCH. I yelled, "Are you faking kidding me?" and backed away from her. This woman went from being embarrassed to looking deeply offended. Everyone who was left in the place turned around and watched, even the bouncer. I screamed at this woman, "Why did you think I could find you faking heroin?" And she admitted that she wanted to ask me because she figured the punk kids knew where to find it. "Get the fuck out, scumbag," is all I got out before she ran out the door and hopped into her very expensive luxury car to peel out of the parking lot. When my boss heard about the interaction, he laughed. My similar but different experience. I was a call center escalations agent for a cable company, basically a step above agent, a step below supervisor. I get a message from someone on the other side of the center that the new girl next to her was on the phone with someone and was crying and obviously upset. I messaged the girl and asked if everything was okay, and she didn't respond, so I just went to her desk. She was crying, and the person on the line was being quite loud and rude, and the girl being new was afraid to just hang up and then let her supervisor know the situation or put him on hold and call me so I could take over the call. I hit her mute button and said I'll deal with this and had her give me her headset. The girl who messaged me wakes with the new hire out to the break room to take a breather, and I messaged her sup so he knew the situation. So I've got the call now on her phone. I just straight up interrupted him mid-rant, calling her a dumb cunt, and said something along the lines of shut it, I'm her supervisor, and at this point I don't care what your issue is. If you'd have been polite or at least mostly civil, I've got the ability to do almost anything to settle an issue. His PPV wasn't working, but at this point we are done, and I was going to have this situation reviewed and he would be contacted, and not to bother calling back that day. Forwarded all of the information about the cal to my supervisor, the new hire's supervisor, as well as the call center director, with the recommendation we discontinue his service and bar him from having it again after the abuse he threw at the agent. They spoke with the new hire and got info from her, and my recommendation was successful. They sent it off to legal and had him barred from service. I hear it was quite entertaining when the sheriff, a technician, and a lineman showed up at his door the next day to remove his equipment, and the line going to his house. TLDR, call center, customer called new hire a cunt. I told him to fuck off and had him barred from service with the company for life. I used to work at a used video game major retailer. We hosted midnight launches regularly and always had good turnouts. I'd run this store for years, and I had a very good habit of doing things that made it successful. Point first was that starting at 9 we started pre-ringing customers. Basically you paid off your order, this secured your place in line, and at midnight you literally just grabbed your game and left. This made things smooth and easy. I had a person by the door who asked if you just showed up and needed to ring out. We made it easy by asking, do you have a yellow sticker on your receipt? Because this was proof we had completed your order and gave a place in line. I walked around inside and outside constantly asking this question, sending people in. If they didn't have the sticker, inevitably there were people who showed up like right at midnight. We really did try to rush people to the register as they showed up, but at about 5 to midnight we stopped ringing and started creating the handout line. I made sure to communicate that people without yellow sticker were to be at the end of the line because you still needed to pay, and we would take care of you after everyone else left. This allowed us to hand out hundreds of copies in a few minutes and then spend the next 10 to 20 ringing and cashing out all late turn-ups. I personally did a lot of this communicating. I was very clear and direct with people to avoid issues. Brian, a regular who always had a chip on his redneck shoulder, like we owed him for buying his games with us. The line is rolling, check receipt and hand the game, check the receipt and hand the game, on and on. Brian comes up, I know him, and I know he doesn't have a yellow receipt, because I hadn't seen him all night. He gets up to me, and I tell him politely, right now we are handling all yellow stickers. Once that's done we'll help all people without stickers. If you could just step to the side, it should be just a couple minutes to finish the line. Brian loses it. Tells me he's not stepping to the side. Now, I'ma treat you like you treat me person. When he tells me no and demands to ring him out, I'm done. I explain it one more time to him on how this will work, and that he will not be served until the end because of his lack of following the processes we put in place. Brian slams his hand on the counter and says loudly to me, I'm not going to the back of the line. I'm no nigger, I'm white. You will serve me now. In my entire retail career I have never ever lost my sheet like I did on him right then and there in front of a full store of people. I, in loud and certain terms, told him that he was done shopping with us, that he wasn't welcome now or ever in the future with this company. I told him exactly what I thought of his ignorant attitude, and at the end I refunded his money, slamming it on the counter, and told him quite literally, get the fuck out of my store right faking now. The whole store was deadly quiet except for Brian muttering as he left. I was so upset I was shaking, and it took a moment to realize what had just happened. I had to loudly apologize to everyone in line about my actions and his racism. I finished the line out, minus a few people still cashing out. In walks this middle-aged woman. She looks upset, but I chalk it up to another mom who hated picking up her kids' midnight launch stuff. It was Brian's mom. This racist asshole had his mom drive him and attempted to have her pick his stuff up. She wanted an explanation as to why I yelled at him and kicked him out. Obviously his side of the story had left out how he acted and his words. When I told her what he said and how I acted, she couldn't have cared. She said just let me buy his stuff and he won't come back here again. I told her no. He was banned and I won't sell anything to her to give to him. If they wanted video games, there was a Walmart just down the street. Have a good rest of the night. I worked at a movie theater at age 16. Movie theater jobs outside of management rotate between 4 stations: box office, usher, concessions, and cleanup, and we all rotated around. I, being in college and independent study since age 12, could work any shift, and usually did weekday mornings and Saturday nights. Douchebag walks in on a Tuesday morning in March. He walks in and decides to use the ATM. I welcome him from my position at the usher booth, directly behind him, and, as my job dictates I cannot move from that spot, and there are no other people to address, I stare straight forward into his back. After walking back out, buying his ticket, and coming back in, he demanded to see my manager, and accused me of trying to read his PIN for his card. My manager apologizes, and states I will be reprimanded. I was not, because this is a ludicrous accusation. That weekend, the douchebag comes back, and I'm working snack bar. He walks up to snack bar, orders, among other things, 2 hot dogs. I pull them out of the warmer, and hand them to him. He unwraps them at the bar and claims I squeezed and flattened the buns. My manager has me get new buns. I wrap everything up, and he accuses me of having done it again. To spite him, I unwrap the hot dogs, lovingly place them in new buns, don't wrap them, and slide to him on a tray. Somehow, my derailing his game sent him into a rage. He started screaming at me about how I don't know how to do my job, which is so easy. I'm stupid, etc. while loading these hot dogs to the brim with condiments, and then throws them at me. The thing is, this guy is 5'9", 300 pounds. I'm 6'5", 230. My coworkers had accepted me as a lovable giant who lived to joke. I'm standing there, with my shirt covered in mustard, and I look at my manager, all joy having left my face at the second set of buns, and asked so, he's banned, yeah? Look away. I walked out of the snack bar, walked up to the offender, and told him to leave, and never return. He said he was entitled to a refund for his poor treatment. I told him he was entitled to nothing, and I would escort him out if he didn't leave. He left. I changed my shirt and kept working, and had to deal with my coworkers keeping me at arm's length for the rest of the day. Was the front-end manager at Home Depot some years ago, so I was in charge of all the cashiers, checkouts, return desk, service desk, etc. and also handled any customer complaints that weren't specific to a specific sales department. Was covering returns, while the cashier that was there, that shift took his break. Normal day, yada yada. A regular customer comes in and wants to return some sheet. He's a handyman / contractor, so he's in here almost every day. Ask for his receipt. He says he has the receipt for some of the items, but not all, and says he'll just take store credit, since he has to buy other stuff for a job he's on while he's here. In order to process a return without a receipt, we have to scan the customer's ID/driver's license, and the computer then checks that ID against a national database of non-receipted returns maintained by a third-party company. If you do too many non-receipted returns, or for too high a dollar amount, or with too many high theft items, the third-party system will flag your ID at a certain point and ban you from making returns without receipt for 90 days. If this happens, literally no one in the entire store or even entire company can override it, because it's controlled by that third party, not us. His return isn't even that big. Maybe $40 total. Scan it all in, hit total. Computer allows the return for the stuff he did have a receipt for, but not the other stuff. Put the value of the return onto a store credit gift card, hand it to him, and explain that these couple items weren't returnable, and hand those back to him. He loses his faking mind. Instantly goes from 0 to 100, starts screaming at the top of his lungs, demanding I do this, that, and the other thing, calling me a thief, all kinds of shit. I explain the way the system works and that it's out of our hands and he can call the third party company if he thinks the return was denied in error not good enough. Continues screaming. I tell him I am trying to help him, but if he doesn't lower his voice, he's gonna have to GTFO. I offer to call the company for him. Hez simmers down for a moment and says do it. I call. They just explain the exact same thing that I did. He had done too many returns without a receipt and was banned from non-receipted returns for 90 days, and there was nothing that could be done about it. Point still not good enough. He resumes screaming. I tell him he needs to leave. He laughs and refuses, starts screaming at every customer that comes in that the store is full of thieves, threatening me, other employees, etc. I again tell him he has to leave, then walk away from the desk and call the ASM and tell him the situation. ASM comes down and tells him the exact same thing about the return, and dude continues to scream. ASM tells him he has to leave. Still not good enough. ASM calls GM, and GM even brings down the DM who happened to be in the store. Point this guy has the department manager, store assistant manager, general manager, and the faking district manager all telling him it ain't gonna happen, and that he needs to get the hell out of our store, and he's still flipping his goddamn sheet. After the 10th time explaining this whole thing over again, GM has had enough, tells the guy, if he doesn't leave immediately, GM is gonna call the police and have him removed. Guy thinks he's bluffing, continues to make a scene. Not 30 seconds later, cops walk in and tear him a new asshole, and he gets real quiet and so apologetic. Tries to smooth it all over, but the cops had seen and heard more than enough. He had been threatening us, making a scene, knocking shit over, etc. So he got arrested. GM looks a bit confused, since he hadn't called them yet. I reveal I had called the cops like 10 minutes ago, right after the ASM came over. Guy ends up getting arrested and banned from the store. And, since he was a contractor and we were the only hardware store within probably 45 plus minutes of our location, he ended up having to drive nearly an hour to the next closest store every time he needed supplies, rather than 5 to 10 minutes to our store. Later down the line I heard he supposedly went out of business. The kicker, the dude's return was maybe $40 total. The computer approved like $38 or $39 of it. He literally flipped his sheet over the 50-cent PVC pipe elbows that he couldn't return. I didn't actually say anything to the lady, but in my head I told her to GTFO. I'm an HS working at a one-screen movie theater on a military base, and so we have a pretty darn small lobby area that, if we have a very busy movie, the line extends outside. Anyways, this was one of the more popular movies. I don't remember the name, but it was somewhat recent, and me and my coworkers came in early to prepare popcorn and food and stuff, because we knew it would be a popular movie. Keep in mind, 50 people a movie here is pretty popular, but this movie we had over 200 people. The whole time, we kept making as much popcorn as possible, but still kept running out. This lady was one of the very last people in line, and she kept complaining about the wait. The movie had already started, because we more or less had to start it, so people wouldn't get upset. I typically run the cash register, but this woman had her elbows on the counter and head in her hands, and kept sighing and complaining, saying yeah this is why you start making popcorn before the movie acting, like we were stupid. We told her we did, but we sell it faster than we can make it. I finally rung her up, and told her the popcorn would be a minute. She said okay, and just sat there on the counter again wiring people up, basically meaning I'd have to work around her, or ask her to move. She didn't move. Finally got her popcorn, and said about damn time. Oh look, the movie started. Movie had been going for maybe 5 minutes. TLDR, lady shows up to movie late, complains that we were too slow about servicing her. When I worked at a name brand copy, print, and ship store, there was a day I was running the store by myself. It's a large store. There was a line of 5 customers for copying, and about 4 guys using the self-serve computers. I had a lot of jobs to do, so it was pretty hectic for me. At one point this elderly white couple came in. The wife went up to the counter, cutting the line, and started giving me a list of things she wanted. I told her I could help her after the line. She said she got there first. I told her that I literally just saw her walk in. She looked offended and went to her husband. He became instantly outraged and walked over to the counter and started screaming at me. He was demanding I serve them first instead of the mongrels in line. They were Mexican. At this point I just calmly looked at him and told him to get out of my store. He looked shocked. He leaves in inches from my face and was spitting on me. What? I'm your elder, young lady. You need to respect me and care what I think. No questions asked. I laughed, annoyed, and said, sir, why should I care what you think at all when you're just going to die soon anyway? You racist old frog. He went ballistic. What? You need a lesson taught to you. He tried to step behind the counter on the weighing scale for packages. Two of the guys that had been using the self-serve computers walked up and grabbed his arms. He started screaming he would call the police. They said, sir, you're harassing this girl. If you call them, you'll be the one arrested. We're all witnesses. He stormed out of the building, screaming that he would get me fired. He did end up calling corporate and my manager talked to me, but since our cameras have no sound, all they saw was him crossing the line and getting in my face and people holding him back, so I didn't get in trouble. I work backstage at a theater, and I'm a little higher up on the ladder, but I have to deal with all the new people, whether it be on the run crew, makeup, costumes, just anyone new who doesn't know what they are doing. The show we were working on was Lady Dracula, modern revamp of Dracula, and there was this new guy on the run crew who was also in our OTC. Since he had some experience in taking orders, I figured he would be easy to work with and pretty useful all around. Turns out that I was way wrong. He kept forgetting his shifts, trying to make actors on stage break character, and harassing a lot of the women, and being really childish about it. So me bearing the responsibilities I do, I have the privilege to be the one to talk to him and give him his verbal warning first. I called him back, off to the side, and out of the way to talk. He pretends that he doesn't know half of the things that I've heard and seen him do, and before I send him off with his verbal warning complete, I say one more step out of line, a single hair out of place. He had been grabbing the women's hair notably, and you will be off the crew and escorted out. Do you understand? He laughed it off, and so I kept an eye on him. Sure enough, not 30 minutes later, he pulls a chair out from under our costume mistress / manager. Alright, X, your behavior is completely unacceptable, and you are no longer a part of this production. I will escort you out, and tomorrow you may come back to claim your belongings after everyone else has left. He decides to be as smart as right as the director walks in, doesn't even let him say anything but shouts. You heard them. Get the fuck out of my theater, and the director got jackass blacklisted from all theaters and stages in the area. His superior ROTC officers were also notified by the director, and he was kicked out of the program by the end of the month. TLDR, jackass harasses actors and tech crew, given second chance, and blows it. Director says GTFO. Currently work retail. Info. I'm a 25-year-old male with lingish hair that I kept in a ponytail / bun, so it wasn't uncommon for people to call me ma'am or miss or whatever. That's fine. I usually helped alleviate their awkwardness by saying, oh, don't worry, my wife just says I'm a pretty man, and everyone laughs it off and get on with our day. I've also been catcalled a few times. This one particular gentleman decides to call at me from the end of the aisle by yelling, chilla. Chilla is the Spanish way of catcalling someone, like calling someone baby. So I turn around and make my way down to him, and as I get closer, he realizes I'm not chilla. So I ask him what he wants, obviously not humored by his way of getting my attention, and he tell me he needs to grab 250 fence pickets. I go to where the pickets are, and there is a perfectly good bundle on the floor, and 3 of his guys sitting near some carts. He says he wants me to bring down the one from up top and help them pick out 250 good pieces. I tell him there's a perfectly good unit on the floor that has at least 350 good ones in it. Says he doesn't want to go through the hassle of picking through the bad ones. I tell him no, and he starts throwing a fit that he spends X amount of money a year at my store, and this is bullshit. So I turn around and tell him that no, what is bullshit? I say I think it's appropriate to not only catcall someone, but then expect them to go the extra mile for you. No way. Demands my manager. So I call manager and explain what happened and that the guy wants him over there. So as I come back with my manager, the guy had decided to climb the racking and begin cutting the bundle up on top to pull from there. My manager tell him that bringing the unit from up top was A, unreasonable because there were clearly more than what the guy needed down below, and B, was going to take longer now because he cut the above unit open, and in order to pull it down it would need to be rebanded safely and we would have to vacate the aisles. So the guy and his crew grab the pickets they need and throw the bad ones in a pile on the middle of the floor. So I call manager and app to let them know this guy left a mess and safety hazard in my aisle. Point, we go up and tell the guy that we will not be ringing him out until he goes back there and cleans up the mess he caused. Starts throwing another fit, throwing out all sorts of Spanglish cuss words, and finally our app guy says, "Okay, you know what, you're done. Get the fuck out." Guy tries to argue his case. App don't care. App too busy kicking you out. Point, retail workers don't deserve the kind of abuse some people dish out. I owned a restaurant some years back. The female bartender's boyfriend and his best male friend were at one end of the bar, talking boisterously. Point, a man, a semi-prominent lawyer, SPL, in town, comes in and says he has wanted to visit, but was put off by our minimalist interior. I replied that we focused on our incredible farm-to-table food and hoped he would try us sometime. Point, SPL, well, who comes in here? Me. People who like really great progressive food. Point, SPL, what about the gays? Me. Apprehensive, we welcome everyone who loves good food. Point, SPL, but what about the aggressive gays? Nods towards brothers at the end of the bar. Me. Correctly abandoned the "they are not gay" argument. Well, they are here because they love our dry-aged steaks. But we welcome all. Point, bro #1 overhears, tries to be helpful in selling the place. You wouldn't believe the steaks they have here. I was in Dallas last week at Del Frisco's on the company credit card. We spent $1,000 on a 4-top, and the steaks here are better. SPL, you don't look like a Del Frisco's guy. I am a Del Frisco's guy. Restaurant gets quiet. Bro #1, you don't look like one. You look like a Golden Corral kinda guy. Much laughter until SPL balls his fists. Me, sir, you need to leave now. This was repeated multiple times, with a threat to call the police, the kitchen staff coming out as backup, and the voice of the liquor license class instructor about never touching an out-of-control customer playing in my head. SPL leaves, circles the restaurant 3 to 4 times in his Miata with the lights off, and overreacts to the letter from our lawyer telling him to never darken our door again. I finally have a story to tell. Hang in there, because this is a doozy of a story, but really long. Point, a little background. I was 16 and working at a retail store that is 99.99% out of business now. The only stores left are in tiny towns that bought the store because it was one of the few retail options. Thankfully the 2 stores in my area closed a few years ago. These stores were poorly maintained and most of the staff were cool people, but definitely not fit for working. At 16 they gave me control of the jewelry keys because I was one of the only evening/night people who didn't have a criminal record. I worked in the clothing side of the store and enjoyed my job for the most part. This incident was the last straw and made me quit without notice, right before everyone was laid off and the store closed. Point, on to the story. One night was extremely slow. It was snowing and people had decided that shopping wasn't that important. I finished most of my duties early and decided to head up to the customer service desk to see what else I could help with. Sometimes there were returns that I could take and deal with. My friends at the customer service desk had nothing for me to do and no one had seen a customer in 3 hours. The manager on duty thought we might close early, but decided to wait a little longer because there was a few cars in the parking lot. Suddenly there is a rush of 5 to 6 people who come in right after another. They all look like our normal customers and spread out in the store. The manager said I could hang out up front with everyone for a little while, and I took him up on the offer. I just had foot surgery a few weeks earlier and things were still sore. Besides, my side of the store was flawless. About 20 minutes pass, and 3 to 4 customers are already gone. Very typical during a snowstorm in the Midwest. People run out of something and go quickly to pick it up. An hour later we believed the rest of the customers were gone. There was an hour until we closed, but the manager figured everyone deserved to go home early. Everyone started packing up and getting things ready to go. Suddenly our very tall and scary loss prevention guy runs up to the customer service desk while waving his arms around to get us all to stop. He very quietly whispers something to the manager and the manager looks like he saw a ghost. Suddenly I'm pulled aside because there is a problem in my department. What? I had just been over there to double check everything was okay. I cleared out the dressing rooms and saw no one during my walkthrough. My side of the store was extremely clean when I walked back up front to handle the jewelry. Our loss prevention guy quietly pulls me over to the women's lingerie to find a mostly naked woman who is destroying racks and stuffing clothes into her overly large bag. According to my friend that worked up front, the manager called the police. As soon as we walked away, my heart dropped to my stomach when I saw her. She had destroyed the entire department in under 10 minutes. Not to mention we had no idea where she came from. She wasn't one of the customers we all witnessed entering the store. Our best guess was that she came in the store way earlier in the day, then hid in the bathroom or a rack of clothing until she thought everyone was gone. She hadn't spotted me or the loss prevention guy yet, so we quietly watched her while waiting for the police. If this wasn't already crazy enough, she'd hit the fan within seconds. The police made the mistake of coming up to the building with lights and sirens. Yes, it was an emergency, but she didn't know she was spotted and hadn't threatened anyone yet. As soon as she heard the sirens, she started running for the back room, throwing clothing out of her bag as she went. Loss prevention guy realizes something is wrong with her. He gets between her and the back room while screaming for me to run to the front of the store. Suddenly I'm screaming, "Get out of here, lady. Get out right now." She just kept going for the back room. He was normally a very calm guy and you could tell he was panicked. There was thousands of dollars in merchandise and the safe through that door. I ran as fast as I could to the front and practically collided with a police officer. I proceeded to tell the officers that we didn't have time to explain, but this woman was naked, crazy, angry, and now aware of everyone in the store. I pointed them in the right direction, then told the manager what was happening. The manager decided to take everyone who worked for the store into the office and lock the door. At this point, it was now closing time, but we couldn't finish any of our procedures because of this crazy woman. Of course, I was 16 and didn't drive yet, so my dad rolls up to the store to find several cop cars and no employees. He tries to call me, but my phone is in my locker. He decided to pull towards the back of the parking lot and wait for me. 45 minutes later, one of the cops knocks on the door to the office and says it is safe to come out. The lady was already on her way to jail. The cops and our loss prevention guy took a ton of pictures of the damages. There was blood all over the women's lingerie department and racks were destroyed. Lots of merchandise was destroyed. We didn't clean anything, but there was crime scene tape surrounding the whole area. We finished packing up and were cleared to go. I walked out of the store an hour and a half late and collapsed into my dad's car. He was glad I was okay, but confused as to what exactly happened. I tried to explain as best as I could, but it was such a small incident that it didn't even make the news. The next day I stroll into the store to work, expecting to find the women's lingerie department closed off or completely cleaned up. Nope. The day lady hands me the keys and claims that it is my fault that the department is this way, so it's my job to fix everything. There was still blood everywhere. I refused to clean it up and told the manager that I'd quit if they claimed it was my responsibility again. I left early and I don't know who cleaned it up or covered my duties. I came back the next week and worked for about a month before I saw a similar situation starting to happen and flat out quit. TLDR. 16-year-old girl and scary loss prevention guy terrified by crazy naked lady who randomly appeared in the store as we were closing and destroyed the store. 16-year-old had enough courage to scream at her in an effort to distract her, but it didn't work. Just an FYI. This story is one of the many that I have. My other favorite was that a group of idiots in a pickup truck drove through our main doors to try and steal our ATM. Had one guy at closing walking around the store knocking shit off the shelves and was possibly stealing. I was looking for him as I headed back to my register and he knocked over a whole shelf that I just put back on. Of course it had to be stationary, and so paper is just everywhere point. So I met him in the aisle and told him he had to leave. He asked why, and I said it's because you're throwing everything on the ground. He comes back with fine, I'll pick it up point. No sorry bro, you got to go point. Mind you, this dude is half my weight and we see eye to eye height wise. Hair's all up in my face and I'm inhaling his nasty as meth breath or something skanky. I stand my ground and he tries to get his feet between mine and get closer. Still don't move. I tell him you take the easy road and leave now or the hard one, and I have the cops called. My super tiny manager comes out because my coworker called him and said this dude isn't moving. My manager has standing about 8 o'clock to me and the guy and has just sitting there watching this dude up in my face calling me a beach and that has gonna fuck me up and I should touch him to throw him out. Manager is just standing there and finally says, buddy you need to leave or I'll have to call the police, and he pulls out his cell phone point. Guy leaves to a female waiting outside with what seems to be her son. Has still talking shit and knocking things over. I just stand there watching him the same way I was when he was in my face point. Lost my job because of that, but whatever. I'm happier now that I don't deal with retail hours. I was working the floor at a clothing store and all of a sudden heard someone scream bloody murder a couple racks down. I went to see what was going on and everything seemed to be fine. Nobody was hurt, just pleasantly shopping. As I turned my back to continue doing my job, I heard another scream, and so I turned around and everything was normal again. I then watched this woman stop abruptly, look as if she was in a trance, scream in horror/cower, then snap back out of it, and continue looking through a rack. At the same job, I was working register and this guy in a blue tuxedo and hair standing up, like he had been electrocuted. He came up and interrupted me ringing up a customer to ask if we had Wi-Fi, and I said we didn't, so he just kind of stalked off and muttered something under his breath. I saw him just wander around the store for a bit, and then he came back up and asked if we had an Android charger for him to use. We did not. He left in a huff, and I thought that was the last I would see of him. Wrong. He came back in 20 minutes later and asked the exact same questions, and when the answer didn't change he got angry and paced around the store before coming back to the register and asking again. We gave the same answer for the third time and he started cussing and running his fingers through his hair, making it stick up even more. He left again, and when he tried to come back in half an hour later he was told to leave by the manager. I thought for sure that would be the last I saw of him. Wrong again. I left for my break and he saw me walking out and apologized and blamed the fact that he had homecoming that night. I work in a small local shop in a fairly quiet area. I usually work evenings. We close at 10 PM. When I first started working there, my fellow colleges warned me about a certain woman who was known to be a bit of an asshole. My first experience with this woman was an odd one. She came into the shop and picked up a fair few items. The first thing she did was complain to me about the price of one of the products being the wrong price. As we are a small shop, we only have 2 people working at once. I thanked her for letting me know that the price was wrong and told her I would print a new label before the end of my shift. She said this wasn't good enough and wanted me to do it now. I told her that I couldn't do this as there was people waiting to be served. She huffed and continued her shopping. When she returned to the till I asked her, do you want a bag? Note that I didn't say this in a rude way, but in just a normal polite way. Well, she didn't seem to like that question as she then proceeded to moan about how I speak and criticized my use of words. She complained about my generation. I'm 19. Talking wrong. She then attempted to give me a lesson on proper English. She insisted that I start asking people, would you like a bag? Instead of do you want a bag? There is hardly a difference between the two. So after my first experience with her I knew that she was a T-Wat. My second experience with her came when she turned up at the shop at exactly 9:59, 1 minute before closing. We let her in as we can't turn down customers until 10. The first thing I noticed is that she was pissed out of her head. I mean really drunk. She stumbled around and grabbed the items she wanted and came to the till. We have 2 tills. One is next to the door, which has recently been playing up and closing when people are standing in front of it. It does recognize that people are there about halfway through closing and opens again. I was serving her on the till next to the door as we had just taken off the other till. She was incredibly rude to me, constantly swearing at me and telling me to hurry up. She had a lot of items and I wasn't even being slow. The manger was outside at the time, putting something round the back. This is when the door closed halfway on her. This outraged her. She kicked the door as hard as she could, leaving a big mark on it. It is a wooden door. Luckily my manager heard this and came back to see what was going on. I told him that she had just kicked the door and was being just a general cunt to me. I didn't use those exact words. She then proceeded to call me and the manger a piece of shit for not fixing the door. She was promptly kicked out of the shop and has been banned from using it. I find it ironic that someone who complained that I didn't speak properly talked to me in this manner, and somehow my generation are the rude ones. From my experience working in retail, I find that people around my age seem a lot friendlier than those that are a lot older. Working in retail you do get the occasional rude customer, but I have never met someone that has had the nerve to be this much of a cunt for no reason at all. She always seemed to find something to complain about. People like this clearly have such boring lives that they try to ruin other people's day for the sake of it. Working at a Shell gas station, a buddy had stopped in and I was talking to him. While talking to my buddy, the steward walks in, went over to the drinks and then was in one of the aisles. While in the aisle I noticed that he was dead focused on my buddy, who had his back turned to him. So I don't know why, and I noticed him sorta crouch down and heard bags rustling and he was shimmying around. After that he stood back up and came out of the aisle, nothing in hands. This is where my buddy left, and I wish he didn't. My buddy is about 6 feet 3 inches and 220 pounds of muscle, and I've seen him take on 5 dudes by himself. I'm a stick, so he would have been great reassurance for when I confronted this guy. So this guy comes up to the counter afterwards. He's maybe about 40 or 50 something. Tries making small talk about how the store looked a lot better in the 90s and yada yada. This is where I notice he has drinks in his pockets and I knew he had beef jerky stuffed inside his jacket. So I look him dead in the eye and say, "You gonna pay for that shit in your jacket?" He then gives me a kinda shocked look and simply says no. So I said, "Alright then, get the fuck out," and he just looked shocked and offended. Then he was like, "What?" So I repeated myself, "Get the fuck out." And he was like, "Okay, sorry," and left. Some people steals and tries to make small talk. She wasn't really a customer, but it was the closest I've ever heard myself out any of my co-workers to telling someone to get the fuck out. I was working the closing shift one night. It was maybe 5 o'clock when I was doing something out on the sales floor. I can't recall exactly what. Usually I'm back in the warehouse. I overheard a female voice nearby ask someone if they were interested in buying some chocolates and turned to see this girl, maybe 15 years old, walking around trying to sell her chocolates to our customers. After doing this with a few customers, all of whom said no, she came over to me. She explained she was raising money for some group she's a part of, maybe a school club. I can't recall exactly, and asked if I was interested in buying any of her chocolates. I politely declined her offer, and she went on to the next customer. I then went into the back room and poked my head in the manager's office. I explained to him what was going on, and he immediately went out to the sales floor and asked me who it was. I pointed the girl out to him, and he went over and told her, "I absolutely will not stand for you harassing my customers like this. Get out of my store right now." He never raised his voice at her, but he commanded it with such authority that she immediately got the fuck out. Weirdly enough, she wasn't the first time I've seen those kinds of people harassing our customers. A month or two prior, a couple of guys were going around offering our customers and my coworkers free samples of the perfume they were selling. We sell neither chocolates nor perfumes where I work, but the managers in both cases still had absolutely zero tolerance for it. I ran a series of big box home stores, the last one being in a neighborhood with a high average household income. It turned out to be the one with the worst customers. 2 weeks into my time there, I had a guy walk up to one of the cashiers with a broken step stool that we didn't sell and demand a refund for it. She politely informed him that he would have to get in line behind all of the people he'd just cut in front of to be helped. Dude starts yelling about how he's not being treated fairly because he's black and white people are racist. The cashier he was yelling at is unmistakably Hispanic but a narrative and all. In an effort to shut him down, because he's making a scene, the cashier scans the barcode on the bottom of the stool and the register displays item not found, which means we don't sell it. She explains that she cannot take it back, because it's not an item we've ever sold. He starts yelling again, like spit flying out of his mouth yelling, and the bulk of the customers are now focused only on the scene at the front of the store. I walk over from an adjacent department once he started getting loud. By the time I get there, he's screaming at the cashier. She's from a very large family and has a very large family, so she is 100% unfazed by his tantrum, just a blank look on her face. I ask him how we can resolve the issue for him to get him out of the store, and he picks back up with his racist agenda rant. I offer to exchange the stool he has for one that we sell, comparable. He says that's not good enough now that he's been disrespected and storms off into the store. He's yelling about how the company is racist and how non-white people don't get treated fairly in the store, etc. All while knocking everything within arm's reach off the shelves. I catch up to him and tell him that he's got 30 seconds to leave the store before the police are called to report the damage he's caused, and that this isn't something that's worth getting arrested for. He tells me, "Fuck off, I do what I want." I call my assistant manager on the radio and ask her to call the police for a trespasser who is also destroying merchandise. Not 2 minutes go by and 4 squads show up. Dude is cornered in the store by police, wrestled to the floor, cuffed and hauled out. They had to put a mask on his face because he started spitting at them. We calculated the damaged merchandise. It's well over $800, and I got to sit and write up a 5-page short story for corporate explaining what happened, why, etc. There were loads of other difficult customers at this store, but Step Stool Dude was the most memorable. A few months after this incident, I left retail for good. That was 13 years ago, and I'm almost at a point where I can tolerate other people at Christmas. I work at a cafe, but hopefully this still counts. I was working the morning shift for the first time, and this guy walks in, looking like he just slept in a tiger cage or some shit like that. So I do the standard, "What would you like to order?" He says he wants 2 blueberry muffins and an iced coffee. So I grab him his muffins from the little tray and grind up some ice for his coffee. As I'm pouring his coffee, I see him eating one of the muffins I had just gotten him. No big deal, that's fine, he's still paying for it. So I hand him his iced coffee, and he tells me I wanted a hot coffee. I wasn't gonna make him a new coffee, and I have a pretty short temper to begin with, so I just popped it in a microwave we had for 2 minutes. There were other customers in line, but we had other workers, so it wasn't that big a deal. The coffee was reheated, so I gave it to him. He looked pissed, like I did something wrong, and said I wanted iced. I was getting pissed right now, because when people come in for the afternoon or night shifts, they're nicer than this guy by a long shot. So, again, not making this guy a new coffee, I grab a handful of ice from the machine, uncrushed, and gave it to him. And once again, he told me I wanted it hot. I was gonna yell at this guy for being a moron, but I was on pretty thin ice already, so I just asked him, "Could you please explain what I'm doing wrong?" Turned out he wanted a hot coffee and an iced coffee, and I didn't hear him when he added the hot coffee at the end. But still, he could have handled it better. Instead of yelling at me for every mistake, he could have just reconfirmed his order with me. I ended up charging him extra out of spite, and I told him it was because he ate the muffin before he paid. I never saw him again, at least not during the morning shift. I was working in a bookshop where the upper floor was a very obvious kids department. Huge rocket for them to play in, toys everywhere, colorful decoration etc. And this man and woman are looking over some books in the back. I go up to ask if they need any recommendations and the man dismisses me before I open my mouth with a loud "We don't need any help." A bit of an overreaction, but that's basic retail level rudeness. As the day goes on, I noticed that their hushed whispers had slowly becoming more and more aggressive, and the man is being a total faking wanker to his wife for no faking reason. They are trying to choose a book for their son, and everything she suggests he's calling her names and belittling her. Then he starts out of nowhere starts screaming at her effing and blinding that she's an idiot and that she doesn't know everything and that she's worthless. 1. Don't you dare faking talk to anyone like that, let alone your wife, over a kid's book. 2. This is the kids section and that language is nowhere near appropriate point. So I go right up and before he can say anything to me this time interrupt him and I tell him to leave right now because he's acting so disgracefully for a grown man. Starts shouting how I'm an idiot, throws the book at my feet like an actual child having a tantrum. But he does leave the shop. His wife follows him out quickly with her eyes down, and my heart goes out to her. It's hard in those situations when you know that abuse is going on, but you can't do anything. I only asked him to leave, so I was hoping she would stay so I could speak to her, but sadly she left with him. I wish her all the best and hope she's alright. I worked in a store that took in trades for cash/credit. We often had people come in with what was most likely stolen. The same game went down most times of us just telling them to leave and that we wouldn't buy it. The one more common exception to this was climbing equipment. Climbing equipment is very shiny and looks like tools, so a lot of tweakers assume it is worth tons of money. The issue with this assumption is that they don't know that old climbing gear is safety rated and thus there is liability in selling it, and we can't resell it used without risking a lawsuit. Point anyway. To make a long story short, we once had a group of 3 people come in to sell us climbing gear, asked for cash. Now this was probably $5,000 to $10,000 retail for the climbing gear given how much of it there was: cams, gree-gris, carabiners, rope, harnesses, nuts, quick draws, etc. Someone had clearly hand put this gear together over the course of years. Well, given that, if we tell them it's worthless they were likely to throw it in a dumpster. So we made a judgment call and straight up told them that we knew the gear was stolen and that we were going to take it. They came back with the obvious "it's not stolen, why do you say that?" To which we proceeded to pick up pieces of gear and ask them what it was. They couldn't name a single piece. They even called carabiners clippy things. So we told them again we were not going to give it back and they needed to leave. The lady at this point starts flipping out. "You can't take this. It's not stolen. I'm calling the cops." To which my co-worker replied, "We've already called them and they are on the way." The 2 guys exchanged a glance and instantly bolted. The lady on the other hand just yelled more. "This is ours. You can't take it. I'm telling the cops." The whole time she's yelling at us, she is slowly backing out and up the stairs from the selling counter. We start following her and are saying things like "calm down and the police are on the way." To which she starts telling us the violent things she is going to do to us. Meanwhile every customer in our store has turned to look at her, about 20 people. She gets halfway up the staircase and pauses for a minute, turns around to face us all, and at the top of her voice yells, "Suck my dick," while gesturing with her hands to her pelvic region. We all look at each other and stifle a laugh, quickly followed by my manager shaking his head and quickly taking the stairs while saying, "You need to leave now and don't ever come back." She turned and ran at the point. This happened to me yesterday. The bathrooms at my work don't have stalls. You just open the door and there's a toilet/urinal and a sink. I went to clean the bathrooms, propped open the door, and realized I had forgotten to grab the bleach. I put the carrier that had the rest of my cleaning supplies and a big wet floor sign directly in the doorway to discourage customers from entering the bathroom, and ran to grab the bleach. I came back, which took me maybe less than 30 seconds, and there was a man peeing in the urinal with the door still open. He had kicked the carrier out of the way and moved the wet floor sign. Now, the weird thing about this bathroom is that the urinal is on the same wall that the door is on, so when you pee you can look out directly into the lobby if the door isn't closed. I had come around the corner as he was mid-shake and made direct eye contact. He quickly turned to tuck himself back in but then looked back at me and shrugged. I pointed to the women's bathroom right next door and he shrugged again and turned to wash his hands. I went and stood near the front counter and let my coworkers know what happened. I'm actually the supervisor. I had them wait for him to come out of the bathroom, and I told them all to just stare at him as he did. When he saw us, he turned so red I thought he was gonna pass out. I just pointed to the front door, and he let himself out. Shit. Was too funny. Point also, this is like the 4th time this has happened. I'm not sure why, but men seem to love taking the risk of peeing with the door open when they come upon the opportunity. So far, age doesn't seem to matter. I've had an old guy, a real young guy, and 2 in between do this. Also part 2. This incident happened about an hour after the first time I tried to clean the men's room. After I knocked on the door, received no response, and then walked in on a guy taking a sheet. It was a lovely day. Worked at a TV product store at a fairly low-end mall. Was my second job part-time. So did lots of solo weekends and late nights. My top 3.3. Guy walks and grabs a product off the shelf. It is literally just me and him in the store. Walk up the counter and go, hey, yeah, I got this as a gift, but I don't need it, can I get a refund? 2. Dude tweaked off his kind, came in and just kept liking stuff on the counter. I was literally just sitting there eating my dinner watching him grab armfuls of items and dump them on the counter. He asks me to ring him up. I say, how will you be paying? He said cash, so I gave him a random total and asked to see the cash. He literally spun around and went, hey man, lend me some cash. The dude behind the counter is a dick. I looked at him, went no, so he then took his arms and threw everything from the counter all over the floor. Then went to run. As soon as he left, security tackled him. He went off about aliens, black Nazi supermen. My boss got a laugh out of this one now cause there's video of me unfazed by this entire situation eating my pasta. I was solo. Just worked 9H and had to busters to get back to this job. So boss was extremely lenient to me eating behind the computer, and #1 we sold a razorless hair loss program. That was this little plastic thing. Meant for face, arm, shoulder, legs. Literally everywhere but your damn bikini zone. We specifically tell people when they ask, test, or purchase this product to not use in your happy place because it will more than likely burn you or cause a problem. Now our return policy was very lax. Literally bring in your receipt or info and have a valid reason, and we will return item. Heck, you be honest with us, and 100% of the time I'll credit you or get you taken care of. By this product was strict ruled on how to return it, and we had been told if the product has been used on that area, they can't get a refund unless the product is dead. Even then exchange with a X%. Restock fee. Well, this lady comes waddling in like she crapped herself, jams her way to the front of the line and starts telling at me. Now I sold her a unit. She asked me about the bikini zone. I told her several times, pointed to the box, and highlighted the policy where it points said I couldn't return it if she used it there. Anyway, she starts screaming at me about how I ruined her wedding day. How terrible I am because I didn't enforce her not doing it. Well, my boss comes in and we are both on full control mode. Well, she got heated and lifted her skirt. I damn near puked my guts out, and in teamwork I pointed as my boss yelled, get your burnt hoochie coochie out of my store. Yeah. And that's the top 3. A few years back, I worked in a small privately owned tobacco shop. I've got my share of interesting moments, but I can only think of one that fits this thread. One day the owner and a friend of his were sitting in the back of the main room chatting. This dude comes in and wanders toward the back, starts talking to the owner like they know each other, and I go back to minding the register, figuring the owner's got it handled. I finish helping a couple of other customers. They leave. It's just me, the owner's friend, and this other dude that I suddenly realize is just acting sketchier and sketchier. He's meandering, asking weird questions about some of the merchandise, and just generally giving off this off feeling. At this point I'm standing behind him stocking the shelf while he's talking to the owner, who must have been getting that same bad vibe. I was, because he's just getting more and more blatant about suggesting this guy fuck off. Right about then I noticed that there was much less of this very particular brand of chewing tobacco than there should have been. We only stocked this very particular item for one customer. Nobody else ever even asked for it, and so we both knew exactly how much there was at any given time. I casually mentioned to the owner, hey, we need to pick up more brand X stew, we are getting low. Right then Captain Sketch conveniently decides he's browsed enough and starts to walk out. I stop him and ask, say man, what's that in your back pocket? Shock and surprise, it's an unopened bag of brand X stew. This dude actually has the nerve to say, oh man, I almost forgot I put that in my pocket. Right as I'm about to tell him to turn out his pockets, the owner comes up on my side, snatches the bag of brand X out of the little thief's hand, and says, where I come from, we kill thieves. If I were you, I would not be here when I come back. Then turns on his heel and marches, fast, into the back room. I have never in my life seen somebody GTFO that fast. I've worked in wireless sales for the last 3 years. I've had far too many get the fuck out experiences, but this one is definitely up there. We randomly got a flood of customers all at once. I hadn't noticed exactly what order that people had walked in, so I just helped the person who was closest to my desk first, which was a man. This middle-aged woman who was further back in the store starts freaking out that she was next. I apologized and told her I would just be 30 seconds. Just had to ring up a phone charger for the man. This only made her more angry. She starts screeching, you're going to help this faking bum off the street before you help me. To clarify, the man definitely homeless, but by no means does that make them any less important than anyone else. Another customer in the store actually spoke up and scolded her for what she said as I was speechless. She then continues to yell, asking who the manager is and that she's going to get me fired. At this point I was getting pissed off and I said to her, no, I'm not going to get fired. To which she says, no, you probably won't get fired because you suck his dick every day. So I pointed at the door and just shouted out, this woman is still a regular customer and hasn't pitched a fit since. I found out through one of her old coworkers that she struggles really badly with alcoholism, so maybe she'd been drunk that day and completely forgot what had transpired. To this day it's a running joke at my work that I have no idea how to do my job and I just suck dick here. Sorry. I used to work at a national chain of automotive part dealers whose name rhymes with Blotter's Own. I was working the late shift one evening and picked up the phone and got this angry lady complaining about how someone sold her a headlight that didn't match the other bulb. This happens a lot. Apparently a lot of people don't pay attention to their freaking cars, which we were unable to install. This also happens a lot. Car manufacturers have been more and more making it so you need to disassemble half the car to get the bulbs out, and company policy says we can't touch those, so she had to take it to a mechanic to get changed, and now that the headlights were mismatched she wanted it fixed. I calmly explained to her that if she brought us the bulb we would be able to exchange it for one that matched the color, and that I would be glad to look at the vehicle to see if it was possible to install it. However, if we were unable to install it previously, it was likely we would not be able to exchange it at the store. It is a logistical issue, people. Many times we don't even have the tools to do this stuff. Some of them even require things like the vehicle to be jacked up off the ground and tires to be removed from the vehicle to change the bulbs. Absolutely insane shit. She kept getting angrier and saying I wasn't helping her, and I told her I would do what I could to help her. She responded by telling me what I want is to not drive around looking like a Puerto Rican with mismatched headlights. A few things. I'm Puerto Rican. There aren't actually a lot of Puerto Ricans where I live. I don't have any sort of accent or tell in my speech that I'm not a white American. I speak English perfectly, and when I speak it, I sound like a white person from where I live, Texas. My first name is not Hispanic in any way. I wasn't the person who helped this lady before and never interacted with her before this, so there's no way she could have any idea who I was. Have you ever been hit full force with random, undirected racism? It's actually worse than someone being racist intentionally at you. It's like getting shot in the lung by someone who was randomly firing a gun into the air. They weren't trying to hurt you, they were just being an asshole at large, and it happened to nail you in particular. And it's not like there was any cues that she was about to be racist. She wasn't dropping ethnic slurs right and left or anything. I was so angry that I just handed the phone to my coworker/manager on duty, who quickly closed out the call by telling the lady that if she came in the morning the store manager would be able to help her. I went to the back until I stopped seeing red. The next day the beach came in. She was super white, by the way, so it's not like she was being carelessly self-deprecating or anything. And I went to the office and told the store manager I didn't want to deal with her at all and explained the reason why. The SM was kind of a jackass overall, but he wasn't an asshole, and he dealt with her while I remained in the office until she left. The kicker is that the bulb was actually super easy to install, and the manager took care of it in a few minutes. The person who told her they couldn't install it was just faking lazy. If she had just brought her car in instead of being a racist cunt, I would have taken care of her the previous night. I quit that job over a year later, but I quit it hard. Fuck retail, it's for chumps. I was 15 working at McDonald's. This woman came in with 4 kids and bought 5 kids meals. She tried to get me to sell them half price because she brought grapes, so she didn't need the apple slices. Of course I could not do that. I don't make up the sales prices. So she ordered with the apples, and I thought it was fine. They sat right by the door to the empty play area, and I was then told by the manager to go clean the other tables in there. Her 2 youngest kids, twins, started throwing apple slices at me. I asked them repeatedly to stop. She sat there and said nothing. When they ran out of apples and started throwing grapes, she said, "Don't throw your grapes." That's it. So they started throwing the older kids' apples at me, and the mom continued to ignore it. So I yelled, "Knock it off." After one hit me in the eye, the mom started screaming at me not to talk to her kids like that. I listened to her sheet silently for like 5 minutes before she started demanding the meals be comped. Then the manager finally came back and asked what was going on. She started yelling at him and calling me stupid and stuff, saying how I shouldn't work here because I hate kids so much, blah blah blah. Eventually I snapped. I told her I have a little sister that would never dream of behaving the way her kids were. I said that I still can't see out of the eye her daughter hit me in, and that I would be speaking to my lawyer father about suing her. I don't know a law. I called her a vile witch of a person and told her to get her dishonest as the hell out and not to come back. The manager was pissed at me, but I told him he'd quit on the spot cause I don't need this sheet. He didn't want that though, so he just bitched at me about the way I handled that and told me never to do that again. He also started giving me shittier jobs for a while until she came back a few weeks later and gave him hell. Then he actually did ban her. I worked at Costco as the guy that serves food samples, sales advisor. We have this thing called a 2-tray rotation, where we have 2 trays separated by a plastic divider. One tray is where we place the samples, and the other tray is where the customers can grab the samples. When the tray is empty, we rotate the tray that we load up with samples with the empty one, and repeat the process. So I was serving pizza bagels and a guy suddenly reached over the divider and tried to grab a pizza bagel while I was placing them on the tray. I put my hand in front and ask him to please wait until I serve the samples. He then ignores me and goes around my hand and grabs a pizza bagel anyways. I just shrug it off and continue with what I'm doing, since I don't want to deal with any trouble. However, instead of moving on, the guy pulls out a phone and starts texting. A moment later, he starts recording me and starts shouting he laid his hands on me. I respond by saying that all I did was put my hand up and asked him to wait. The guy gets angry and starts screaming that I grabbed his wrist and attacked him. I simply just respond with, "If you have any problems you can speak with my manager, otherwise have a nice day." The conversation continues with him spewing insults at me and claiming that I attacked him, while I constantly repeat the same line over and over. Eventually he says, "You know, I don't even want your disgusting samples anymore," and then proceeds to throw the pizza bagel at me and walks off while screaming that I laid my hands on him around the warehouse. I then told my manager, and she and some Costco managers eventually had a talk with him. Later that day, I found out from my other coworkers that the guy had been causing trouble for some of them. To the next day, one of the Costco managers told me that the guy won't ever be coming back to any of the Costcos anymore, which I'm assuming means that the guy had been blacklisted. I worked for a CVS a few years back. The night shifts are never fun as the store closes at 10, and the late night shoppers are not always willing to pay and take an hour to actually attempt to steal items after a particularly long shift. Around 8 PM there was this man who usually came in to try and steal food and beer that wanted to take another shot at stealing food. I was vacuuming the store's carpet and trying to finish my shift. At this time, it's dark and my manager was the only other person working in the store, and he was keeping an eye on this man. After taking time to peruse the store, he picked up a family-size bag of Reese's Pieces, Funyuns, gloves, and one other item that I cannot remember. All in all, it was roughly worth $12.75. Needless to say, he was not wanting to pay for said items. He walks up to the register as I'm blocking the exit with my vacuum. This store has one door to enter and one to exit. He says something to me and I couldn't hear it over the noise of the vacuum, so I asked him to repeat what he had just said. He said again, "I'm taking these." Shocked and confused to why he is telling me he will take the items instead of trying to run past me, I look at his hand to see a knife. He then brought the knife into the light, so I was certain he was robbing me with a knife. I had never been robbed with a weapon before, so I was not sure what to do, but I let him go. He then runs behind me, shows his face to the camera, walks out the entrance to hop on a bike and leaves. The next 5 minutes worth of actions will explain how stupid this guy was. This location is 1 mile away from a police station in a city where the police will give tickets for going 10, sometimes less, over the speeding limit. This thief takes his items, hops on a bike, and meets up with his friend. He went down the next street, switched clothes with his friend, and just sat outside a house. Doesn't go inside, never tried to hide, just sat outside. My manager calls the police and they catch the guy within 5 minutes. He committed armed robbery over $12 worth of items. The story gets better. He was so high, he didn't even know what was going on at first. The police found narcotics on him, not to mention the amount they found. After running a blood test, this man is serving a 7-year prison sentence for getting high and robbing a store over $12 using a knife. His friend got arrested as an accomplice, but testified and was freed within a week. I knew immediately that I had to change locations and worked at CVS for another year or so. Great job for college kids, but I'm one of a few that got robbed. Your textbook soccer mom Karen rolls into a sports store I worked at. She's got like 6 kids with her, and they are fresh out of school and so super hyper. She's demanding 2 workers from us to get shoes for them all the while she's talking about this big Florida vacation they are about to go on. We get shoes out, and she won't control her kids, and it's so hard to get the younger ones to try on the shoes. We finally get new shoes all picked out for the kids and take them up front. She says she's gonna shop a little more. As she looks around, she just starts grabbing handfuls of clothing and walking up front to lay it on the counter and going back for more. She spends almost 30 minutes now and still piling it up. Eventually she gets done and we ring it up to $900. This isn't even my sale, but I'm helping out my coworker since it's so much. She immediately says that can't be right. With a confused look on my face and my coworkers, we ask her to clarify. She claims there is no way it's that much, even though it easily is. She grabbed multiple outfits for all 6 kids plus brand new shoes. So next thing you know, we are going through every item to prove the $900 something price it correct. So now she's like, I won't keep this or that, and starts saying she doesn't want a few things, so we set them off behind us. Its total is still like $750 and it's declined. Tries again with visible confusion and anger 2 more times. She starts mumbling and goes to call her credit card company. Comes back like 15 minutes later and she tries again and it still declines. At this point she's been here for like an hour and a quarter and the kids are still crazy. She then says she's gonna run to the bank and come right back. So now we are down a register cause of the mountain of clothes she left, meaning just 1 register now. She comes back and still can't get anything to work, and even her checks are being declined. She starts taking her anger out on me and my coworker. She already made us mad for being so demanding and rude earlier, but now she's really being rude in general. Next thing you know, she's yelling at us. It's our fault that our system are declining her card and checks. She's really causing a scene and my manager just ends up telling her to leave. and she's all like excuse me, and he says someone, like you come in here with a very demanding attitude and then be rude to my workers. After that you try to spend almost $1,000 you obviously don't have the money to pay for and want to take it out on my workers? Get out now. Point. Then we spent the next like 30 minutes putting up everything she was going to buy. Worked in a busy Korean bakery where we also made specialty coffees and drinks. We'd get busy pretty often, especially on weekends, because we were located in a huge Korean grocery store. We ran a B2G1F drink promotion and we were swamped with drinks. We had a full line waiting to place orders and another line waiting for their drinks. We only had 3 people working, 1 to restock bread, manager, 1 at register, shift leader, and 1 for drinks, me, and we were waiting for the 4th to come in. This guy, who was clearly pissed off from something that happened before and hadn't calmed down yet, started screaming at us for making him wait in a long line for bread and then yelled at us to rush his drink order because he had other stuff to do. We just took it in and dealt with it, continued working. After about 2 more orders, he comes back and demands his drinks. I told him there's a line of people waiting and it would take about 10 minutes for his drinks. He storms off and not 2 minutes later, he comes back and grabs our shift leader by the collar, starts yelling in his face. My shift leader is the most badass calm motherfucker and just continues working the register while this guy's holding him and yelling at him. And after like a sentence of screaming, the guy gets pissed that my shift leader isn't responding back to him and he slaps him across the face. Everyone was pretty much in shock and I started screaming, hey, get the fuck out, and at the same moment the 4th coworker is walking in, sees it and rushes over to put the guy in a headlock. Security just happened to be walking by and came in because they heard the yelling. They took him away and he later got arrested. The next day his wife came in to apologize, saying his brother got in an accident or something. Told us he'd never come back, he was banned from the grocery store anyways, and that she left him in jail for overnight because it was not an excuse for the way he acted. My manager wanted the shift leader to press charges, but he was totally cool about it and wasn't even mad. I worked at a hooker lounge with a buyout policy, but no hard liquor. One night, a group shows up already kinda drunk. They get seated, order sodas and Red Bulls in their hookers. As the night goes on, they seem to be getting more and more drunk, yet they haven't opened a single bottle of beer or wine. One of the guys falls asleep. This is pretty normal, since it was a chill place and people tended to come in late at night. A song comes on that gets the group excited, and the girls start to dance. One of the other guys tries to move the hooker out of the way, but isn't very coordinated in his drunken state. He finally manages to get the hooker on a corner of the table, onto which a girl collapses. The hooker spills, and coals land in the lap of the guy who's sleeping. The manager runs over and asks the guy with coals in his lap if he's okay, and tries to start cleaning the table and floor. During the commotion and shock, she assumes the guy has already reacted to having hot coals in his pants, but it turns out the coals have now caused his pants to smolder and have started burning the skin in places. The manager sweeps the coals off his pants with her bare hands and pats out the embers, during which the man doesn't stir one bit. It turns out that the girls had all snuck mini liquor bottles in their purses and the table had been mixing drinks all night. The girl who had collapsed and the sleeping guy has both blacked out drunk, and one of the guys at one point managed to vomit on just about every piece of real estate in the bathroom that wasn't the toilet. The owner ended up calling for an ambulance to pick up the 2 passed out inebriates and called a cab to take home the rest of the party. Those who were able yelled at the manager that they'd paid money to smoke, dance, and drink. This pissed off the owner to the point that he literally told them calmly, "Get the fuck out of my lounge and expect a bill." These people managed to shatter a hooker, burn a table, couch, and cushions, and permanently maim one of their own friends. Of course, there was very little the owner could do to force the customers to pay, so from that day forward, all purses would be examined. No one was allowed in drunk, no one but a server could move a hooker, and there was a strict no dancing policy. Edit, spelling and clarification. I'm really tired. Thankfully I'm no longer in retail, but I have several of these moments. I'll share 2. A man and his daughter come in for a pair of shoes that she had been wanting. The father grabs to the shoe and asks for the price. I told him it's $54.99. He replied, this isn't worth $54.99. I'll give the $30. I informed the customer that the prices aren't negotiable, and he became furious that I wouldn't agree with him. He proceeded to insult me and tell me I'll be stuck doing this for the rest of my life. So I had him leave. Point another was when a man and his son had already picked out a couple shoes they wanted to try on. They had 4 pairs. The son was in the mirror looking at a pair on. Suddenly the father yells at my employee as I was on the phone with a customer that had called asking questions. I told the customer had to go. Went to see what was the problem. The son had seen a shirt he wanted to look at but couldn't reach, but never informed his associate of this. It was next to the mirror, so we just thought he was looking at shoes. Turns out he asked the father to get it, and now one had even expressed interest in the product to us. Next, as we know out of blue, the father is almost destroying the display section, ripping the shirt down. We checked on him asking if we can help, and he goes off on us for not knowing without anyone expressing they wanted the shirt. Point, it's insane how people are so dismissive of other people for no reasons. This isn't the most interesting story, but one that sticks around in my head to remember to treat retail employees with a lot of respect, because what they do isn't easy. Point, my first job was at a sandwich shop at 16. I had to have a manager with me at all times to run the store and often worked closing shifts because of school. Point, one night, me and the assistant manager were starting to close as it was 5 minutes till we actually closed and locked the doors. All is well, we are ready to go home. We all know it's common courtesy not to come in that close to closing time, but what are you going to do? Anyways, enter bike man. Point, bike man comes in with his bicycle and props it by the door. He walks up to the counter on his phone, chatting away and really taking his sweet time to go over the menu. Point, my coworker is standing by the slicer, trying to muster up the patience. He finally holds the phone and begins ordering, but keeps talking on the phone as he's doing this. It was extremely frustrating when I'd slide the sandwich down to toppings, and because I didn't want to interrupt, I had no idea what he wanted. When I passed the cucumbers, he stopped me. No, stop, I want cucumbers. Okay buddy, you colder said that. Point, anyways, I ring him up. No tip. And he stays in the store to eat. When he left, we had to mop the floors again because he'd brought in dirt from his stupid bike. Back when I was a manager at GameStop, a guy came in asking for a used guitar for Guitar Hero. The new girl I was training looked, but didn't see one. Guy says no worries, buys a new Guitar Hero game, and goes to Walmart to get a guitar. Later that day, a woman who turns out to be the man's wife comes in saying we sold her a game that won't read the GH we sold the guy. I go to check the game out, and I glance and see a guitar I could use to test, the one the newbie missed. The woman sees this and asks why I didn't sell that to her husband, and I explain it was in the wrong place in a stack of them, and the new girl missed it. I load up the game, play part of a song, and tell the women that it seems to be working. Point, she faking loses it. She says you don't have to be right about everything, you faking game Nazi. Meanwhile, there's children in the store and she's swearing and making a scene. I say I want to work this out with you, but I'm going to have to ask you to not swear. There's children present, and you're disturbing the other customers. She replies, fuck the other customers, and fuck you, you game Nazi. She asks for my manager, and I say that I'm the manager on duty. She goes to finally leaving saying she won't be back, and I say, if you have a piss poor attitude like that, you won't be welcome back. So this hog ML's our district manager, who comes down on my manager, who comes down on me. They get my side of things and bring her in to give her a tier of our membership and the used guitar. They trot her past me asking if I had anything to say to her, and I say no. Never saw her again. Quit shortly after. Wish I was brave enough to have it be a get the fuck out story. I was working at a US cellular store and had an older gentleman complain about his bill. Before I could even pull up his account, he asks to use a restroom. I politely said that our restroom isn't open to the public because it's near our inventory room and that we actually shared the restroom with the panel next door. Customer gets upset, but we continue the interaction. I noticed that he had an overage charge on his bill because he had used 0.01 of a gig of data and explained that with the plan that he was on it will charge $15 extra. Now here is the thing, I could easily called into customer service for him because it was such a small amount of an overage that they would have happily took that charge off, but before I could even do so this customer gets so angry that he physically smacking his hands on my desk and cussing up a storm in the store. Mind you, there are children in the store, so I politely ask him to be mindful of his language because of that fact. He said, and I quote, "Fuck you and your store, I already told I had to piss, I might as well piss on your face. Would you like that?" Then went on about he was a Marine and that I would never last a second in combat. I have had cancer twice, I know I wouldn't last in combat. I got up, said I need you to leave, and I calmly waited till he left, making a fit and slamming the door. I left my desk and went to the back office, locked the door, and proceeded to cry for a decent amount of time. I have never been good with confrontation, and that situation just forced me into it. Usually with being polite I can kill them with kindness, but not him. The worst part about all of this is no coworker or manager even noticed. That is when I knew I needed to quit. Sorry if it is rambling, and type as I'm on mobile. TLDR, almost got peed on by an ex-marine for a $15 overage fee. I don't have any real horror stories, but we did have the one guy who just absolutely could not take a hint. He comes in 5 minutes before closing. My manager is actively closing out one of the 2 registers. I'm cleaning the windows. He assures me that he knows we are closing soon and just needs to grab a couple things quick. I say sure, no problem. 5 minutes later, my manager locks the doors, but tells the guy he'll let him back out when he's ready to leave. 15 more minutes pass, and the guy is still wandering aimlessly through the store looking at every single article of clothing and handling them. A lot. So he's messing up every goddamn display he walks past. I ask if he needs help finding anything in particular. He says, "Oh no, I'm good." I start mopping the floor. 20 more minutes pass. He's still wandering. My manager turns off half the lights in the store. He's still wandering. 10 more minutes pass. We can't close the other register and go home until he's gone. I again ask if he needs any help and he says no. Still wandering. Finally, my manager very gently goes, "Sir, we do actually need to close the store, so do you know how long it will take you to finish your?" Alright, geez, says the guy who has now been in the store for 30 minutes past closing. It takes another 10 minutes to ring him out and unlock the doors for him to leave, and 15 more minutes for me to fix all the displays he destroyed while my manager closes the other register. So overall we didn't go home till about an hour after closing, which is very unusual for our store. We are very on top of things at closing and never need that long. The only time I've been at work more than 10 minutes past closing was Black Friday and the weekend before Christmas. I didn't get home until almost 11 PM. So yeah, don't linger for ages after a store closes and wreck everything. It's a dick move, and we will all hate you. I've had people come in right before closing and actually just grab something quick, and I'm never upset. But that guy made me wanna scream, "Get out." Little late to this, but I used to work backroom at a super Target. I'm not sure if all Target/backrooms are like this, but the managers only ever schedule 1 or 2 people at a time, unless it's the holidays, to restock the entire store. To put that in perspective, the backroom of this Target was roughly half the size of the actual sales floor, so it's massive, and we would average about 75 grand a day, give or take, in sales, so whoever works backroom is handling tons of merchandise. To top it all off, Target utilizes a computer system that tracks current sales, which items have been sold, etc., and gives us an estimated time of how long it would take to pull all those items for the backroom for the sales team to take to the floor. These batches come in once every 2 hours. They mess with the timing a lot, so it varies, and regardless of what the estimate says, we are expected to complete it in 1 hour. If we can't, we have to call for backup. Normally my managers would just ignore me, cause they hated pulling from the back room. As a side rant, Target's backroom policies are fucking horrible. Backroom workers are expected to complete an hour and a half of work every hour, take our lunches on time regardless of what's happening, but we get chewed out if we are even seconds late on our deadlines. Definitely the worst working conditions I've ever worked in, and I used to be a whitewater raft guide in class 4th rapids for people who can't swim, where I worked 12-hour shifts in the Tennessee summer heat for next to nothing. Seriously, fact target. Anyway, one day I'm working on my pulls, about 12 feet up in the air on a ladder in the blazing hot back room. Is another luxury not allowed back there, when I hear a little voice from below. Hey, where's the jello? I look down, and there's this middle-aged customer with his shopping cart standing in the middle of the back room. He must have passed at least 3 signs that said employees only beyond this point. To get to where I was, the back room had a lot of twists and turns, since it was built around the sales floor. He just stands there staring, as though it was the most normal thing in the world, to go shopping at Target, and be surrounded by pallets, unopened boxes of merchandise and 20-foot shelves. I stared dumbfounded for a second, then yell at the dude, "Get the fuck out to here." I wasn't trying to be rude, even though I was kinda pissed, since he cold been seriously hurt if I dropped something on him, but more wanted him to leave cause it was a huge liability, and I had a strict deadline to meet. The guy just keeps on staring at me and says something along the lines of, "I will if you show me where the jello is." By now I had already descended the ladder and was making my way towards him. I basically push him out to the sales floor and say something like, "I'm sure there's some out here. Find it yourself." The guy replies, okay, geez," then continues on his merry way like none of it ever happened. I don't know what the fuck he was on, and I've interacted with a lot of drunk / high / faked up people since then, but I've never met anyone who was so aloof as this dumbass. Got 2 small ones from Staples. I'm cashier in customer service, so anyone with an issue or looking to check out has to go through me. A couple months ago we got an order from corporate that we need to install a queue, mainly to deal with the upcoming holiday traffic. That's reasonable, I say to myself. That's not what three elderly customers thought in the days after it was installed. These 3 gave me nothing but huffs, sighs, and oh my god yes. One of them even claimed that we were discriminating against elderly and handicapped people by making them work harder and suffer by walking around the queue, even leave the store. I've never wanted someone away from me, so immediately point. The second one is that we have a Staples credit card. Now, with any credit card, there's a form to fill out. I set up the customers on the register so they can start filling out the form, then bounce over to register 2. To customers later, I get a crabby, self-entitled old woman, I'm sensing a theme here, who says the customer shouldn't be doing this on her time. Yes, she actually said my time. I tried to explain that what they're doing will help their business, but she was having none of it. She keeps complaining, even to the point where the woman signing up for the card said, "I'm sorry for being a customer and taking up your valuable time." Then, get this old bag, after complaining about people taking up her time, has the stones to pay with a check. After she leaves, the next few customers are extremely nice and patient, even asking if I need a moment to collect myself. One of the lowest and highest parts of my time there so far. Not a retail store worker, but figured I'd share my experience anyways. I work at a fast food restaurant, and I'm used to seeing all kinds of people. Lucky for me, most people in my area are friendly and polite, so rude customers aren't something I deal with on a constant basis. However, we do get druggies and drunks in the evenings. One particular shift, a guy comes in and is clearly high out of his mind. His eyes are hazy and half closed, he had a dopey grin, and his words were a bit slurred. I treated him like every other customer and took his order. A manager that was working was going on his break and had slipped on a hoodie and put in his earbuds. He was at the register getting himself something to eat when the druggie comes up and starts asking me why he's allowed to have earbuds in. I simply reply, "He's on his break." The guy continues on about how unprofessional it is and is getting a bit more aggro at this point. I start getting uneasy and am backing a few feet away from the front counter. He then asks me for the name of my manager. By ask I mean he referred to him as the N-word and inquired about his name, and I nervously tell him. Another manager steps in to rescue me, and I move to the back, feeling uneasy and as if the guy could snap at any point. My main manager firmly tells him to stop harassing the employees in so many words and they get in a money argument. Finally the guy's food came out and he left. Needless to say, I was a little shaken up. He gave me weird vibes and I didn't feel like he was emotionally stable. I hope things turn around for him. Not exactly retail, but I worked at a grooming salon that sometimes worked on cats. However, we had strict rules as cats are no joke and their bites can be dangerous. It was some holiday, I think Christmas Eve. And a lady wants her cat shaved as it was matted, meaning full of painful tangles. The cat groomer gets through most of the service, but once she starts shaving the cat starts freaking out to the point that it's no longer safe to work with it. We call the lady and wait. She takes forever to come pick up her cat, and when she does the sky visibly darkens. She sees her half-shaven cat, whips it out of the carrier like a rag doll and starts losing her mind. She apparently cannot take her cat home half-shaved and demands we finish the groom. The salon manager and cat groomer repeatedly tell her the cat became aggressive and we can't muzzle cats, so there's no way we can do it. The groomer, bless his soul, even offers to try again on a slower day. Nope, not having it. The lady then points to me after slamming her cat back into the carrier saying, "Can't she hold the mouth shut?" Yes, lady. Me, who is very allergic, would certainly love to hold your aggressive cat's mouth shut. That would totally work and be completely safe. I would not lose my arm should your cat choose to bite me from the traumatizing experience. When the manager tells her that her request is impossible, the lady starts ranting about how it's our job to get bit anyway. That's why I had proof of rabies. At this point, the store manager comes in and the lady is escorted out, but not before pointing at the salon manager and screaming, "Fuck you." I took so much abuse from customers and the managers would hardly ever turn people away, so it was nice that she was told to leave. This happened today. I opened today. It was just me there, and I was doing my counts and checking cam footage for a theft that happened last night, and I kept hearing the door chime that indicates someone came in. Over and over again I go out because I hear it, but no one is there. So I checked the current cam footage and saw a regular we get walk up to the door, open it, and then walk away. He did this a few times before actually coming in. Now, this guy's insufferable. He comes in and tries to explain to us how smart he is. He tells us how witty he is. The issue is he's always filthy, always stinks, and is a general nuisance in the store. He tries to stand there and talk to us for hours when we have lots of other things to do between customers. So back to today. Looking extra filthy, he finally comes in instead of just faking with my doors and just sits on the counter. I told him not to sit on the counter, and he quickly says, "Well, my knees hurt and I walk a lot, so no." I said, "No, you get off the counter now. I'm not arguing with you today." And that's when I smelled the alcohol off him. At 7 AM, he's absolutely plastered walking around. He told me he wants to buy smokes, but he needs my help because he doesn't know which pocket he put his money in. I said, "Nope. Absolutely not. I'm not digging through your pockets to find your money. Now, off the counter and either purchase something or get out." So, he picked up a tub of ice cream to buy from me, then mumbles something about his brother dying. I said, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that." And he says, "No, it was years ago, I don't give a fuck, I have a pension," and then leaves. This all lasted a solid 20 minutes. I get back to what I was doing, and he comes in again and says I'm not faking walking anymore. Call me a faking cab. I called him a taxi because I just want him gone, home or somewhere else away from my store. Taxi gets there and he stands there staring at me, mumbling to himself. Taxi is blowing his horn, so I said, "No, get out now. Don't come back until you're sober." I put in multiple requests to have him barred from the store because he's made employees and customers uncomfortable. I'm putting in another request Monday. One of the first times I worked the front counter at my store I was doing well until a certain customer came in. This customer screamed instability, not in an irrational kind of way, but a "if you don't give me what I want I will shoot up this store" kind of way. The interaction started off well. He asked for an all access pass to everything in the store for the day, as we are a rental store. I told him we don't offer that, but if he would like a quote for his project I would give him one. He replied with, well, you have to. I will pay you very well. I again said no, and this went back and forth for several minutes. He eventually concluded that I was just incompetent in my job and asked to speak to my manager, who was coincidentally standing 2 feet next to me, just trying to figure out what was wrong with this guy. He talked to my manager and repeated the same exact sequence that I went through with him. My manager declined his offer every time and said that if we did, it would probably be several $1,000s and wouldn't be worth the money at that point. At that point he was just getting antsy and pacing around the store and yelling the same thing over and over again, asking for the special deal. He eventually realized we weren't going to help him and he left. It's one thing to deal with entitled customers, but another to deal with a clearly unstable customer who you can tell is just off, but can't place why. We wanted to tell him to leave, but we had several other customers in the store and we didn't want to risk something happening or setting him off. The customers who witnessed this guy were as dumbstruck as we were and voiced the same concerns we had about the guy. We ended up sending a circular message to all other rental stores in the area warning about the guy and that they should be cautious and ready to call the police if need be. My manager shortly after calling the other stores and police went and grabbed his gun out of his car just in case he came back. Seems excessive, but were legitimately worried he might come back to try and shoot up the place. I'm a student and I work at a late night delivery restaurant part-time. It's one of the busiest restaurants in the city, and funny enough, I was 19 back then and was the assistant manager. I'm in Canada, and for some reason there were a lot of Americans around that wouldn't be able to drink legally. A group of people walked in. One of them straight up threw up by the entrance. One of them was dueling in the restaurant. Here vaping is the same thing as smoking, so you can't do it indoors. And one of them, he was the worst customer I've ever seen. He wanted to borrow an iPhone cable. I don't give mine to anyone anymore because you never get it back, so I said that I don't have a cable. He looked at me in disgust and said in a very humiliating voice, so you don't have an iPhone? I just told him that there is a convenience store down the street, not even a block away, and open 24 hours, that he can get an iPhone cable from. 10 minutes later, he comes back to me, we are closed by then, and asks for ice. We don't have ice. So I tell him we don't have ice. He loses his sheet and literally says I'm the customer, I'm always right, and starts yelling random stuff. I never bothered talking to problematic customers more than a minute because it never solves anything. I always say, just as I did in this case, you guys either leave right now or I'm calling the cops. The reaction is always confusion for a couple of seconds until they realize I'm not kidding. Then they just leave. PS. I'm in this very nice spot where I can say I'm management, but if stuff goes wrong I can also just go, like I'm a part-time employee and don't know anything.